Bread. More than just another kind of food in the Middle Ages, it was life itself. At the break of dawn in any random medieval town, you could already catch the glow of a baker's oven and the aroma of fresh loaves wafting through the streets. Medieval people depended on their daily bread in the most literal sense. It formed the bulk of daily meals, and even language reflected this. The word lord comes from an Old English term meaning loaf guardian, and lady from loaf kneader. Just a few reminders of how fundamental bread was to the lives of medieval people. Furthermore, in the 13th century, there was a French poem, L'Edit de Boulanger. The anonymous author declares that bakers, quote, support the world, statement that once again speaks to the indispensable role that these bakers played. And indeed, from the humblest peasant all the way up to the mightiest noble, everyone relied on the work of bakers. Yet the life of a medieval baker was anything but simple. It was a life of long hours, strenuous labor, and one that was governed by strict regulations, fraught with both risk and reward. And so today, we are going to look at the world of medieval bakers across Europe, from their daily routines, the guilds and regulations that shaped the trade, the social importance of their craft, and of course, the challenges that they faced. Fortunately, we have plenty of contemporary medieval sources and a bit of modern research and recent archaeology to illuminate the topic, the good, the bad, and the truly fascinating. Of course, I'll be doing my best to add in as many little bread and baking puns as I can along the way for you. It's the yeast I can do. Well, let me welcome you to the channel first. Welcome. Anybody new here, it's good to meet you. And if you've not clicked that subscribe button yet, how about you do it? And then, fingers crossed, your feed will be filled with a little bit more educational stuff. Who knows what you'll learn. Now, this video is completely uninterrupted. You won't get any mid-roll ads. We make our bread from the kind donations of those on Super Thanks and the PayPal donation link, and also the Patreon, the YouTube memberships, and the merch store. So, you won't get any ads because of those kind contributions. If you would like to become a member of that prestigious group, just follow the links in the video description, pinned comment, or channel description. You'll find where you need to go if you want to go there. But let's all get relaxed, and we can begin. So, as we probably already know, throughout medieval Europe, bread was the staple food. And that's not just for the poor, but for the rich as well. There was even a common saying of the time that described bread as the staff of life. Perhaps it's a bit of an exaggeration, or perhaps it isn't. You see, in many regions, adults consumed remarkable quantities of bread daily. Let's look at 14th century France, for example. An average person might eat around 1 kilogram of bread a day, so that's around 2 pounds. Now that's a heavy reliance, for sure. And that meant, this reliance, that the quality and type of bread one ate became matters of social distinction and survival. Of course, peasants and nobles alike were certainly both eating bread, but bread is kind of a umbrella term, isn't it? Even when we think of bread in our modern sense, we've kind of went full circle a little bit with it. Bread from the bakery, of course, is vastly superior to bread from the supermarket. And of course, you can probably go and get those cheap loaves of chemical-laden, bleach-drenched bread from the supermarket, or Walmart, Tesco, whatever it is, wherever, Woolworths, wherever you shop. And you might only pay $2, something like that. But if you go to an actual bakery, you can get the quality stuff. Now, you're going to pay more for it, sure. But once you have it once, you'll never go back. It's like going to the butcher. You get the actual good meat. You'll never go to the supermarket again. In any case, in medieval times, the simplest fare was the dense and dark loaf of the peasantry, made from those coarse grains. So think about a multi-grain bread in our modern vernacular. Now, peasants in England, for instance, often ate rye or barley bread, which had a brownish color and a heavy, filling texture. Something you'd have with a nice soup or a pottage, something like that. Now, in parts of France, the common loaf was messlin bread, or maslin in England, a mixture of wheat and rye flours that combined a bit of the prized wheat with the cheaper and hardier rye to pad it out a little bit, make it last. Now, these mixed grain breads were filling and had the advantage of a longer shelf life than pure wheat bread. But they were also coarser and harder to chew, hence you would have it with a soup or some oatmeal, something like that. Just makes it easier to go down. Or you just have a bit of beer with it, the medieval drink of choice. Ale, mead, perhaps. Well, by contrast, the wealthy enjoyed fine white bread made from refined wheat flour, which quite ironic because the white bread nowadays is seen as the cheaper loaf, but the multi-grain, quote, artisan bread is seen as the, well, it's a little bit more expensive, a little bit of a nicer bread, a bit of a reversal from medieval times to modern. Well, nobles in the well-to-do in England dined on soft white loaves known as manchets, or pain demi-monde, pain being the French word for bread, by the way. It was later called pain de monde. Well, these were often made from the flour sifted to remove all of the bran. The slightly lower grade white bread, often called westel, was made from good wheat flour that was not quite thoroughly sifted. This might be eaten by prosperous town folks and merchants. Meanwhile, the poorest folks sometimes had to make do with what was called horse bread, which, well, was quite aptly named. It was composed of whatever grains or legumes were available: rye, oats, pea or bean flour, or even acorns or chestnuts. You better cut them up a bit small, they're a little bit hard to chew. Of course, a loaf like that was dense, dark, and only lightly leavened, and it meant more to stave off hunger than to be enjoyed. Hard times, I suppose. But bread not only filled stomachs, you see, it also carried a symbolic weight in medieval culture. Sharing bread was an emblem of fellowship, and actually the very word companion derives from the Latin cum panis, meaning with bread, and indicates somebody with whom you break bread with. Of course, the modern French pain, panis, coming from that too. Now, the importance of bread is further evident in how it delineated social status at the table. Think about that phrase, upper crust. It's still used today to denote the elite, and has its roots in a medieval dining practice of literally cutting off the upper part of the loaf, and that is the finest and least burnt portion, to serve lords and distinguished guests. In great households, the lord of the manor would be served with the soft top of a well-baked loaf, while the blackened bottom crust, inevitably sooty from the wood-fired oven floor, might be given to servants or the poor. In fact, bread was so central to meals that it often doubled as dishware. Thick slices of stale bread called trenchers were used as plates for serving food. It's kind of like, I don't know in your country if you have cob loaves, but in Australia we have that. And sometimes they'll hollow out some bread, they'll put some stuff in it. Some of the best Eastern European food is just meat stuffed into bread. You really cannot go wrong with that, can't you? Well, after absorbing the meat juices and sauces during the meal, these trencher slices were usually given to beggars, or perhaps to feed dogs, so they wouldn't actually eat that stale bread. It was just, well, used as a serving apparatus. In any case, it was another efficient way to ensure that nothing edible went to waste. When they say edible, of course, they mean edible to beggars and dogs, not to the normal working man. The ubiquity of bread in the medieval diet did come with its own perils, however. You see, a bad grain harvest, that could spell nothing short of catastrophe, and dependence on certain grains could literally poison people. Rye bread, a mainstay for many peasant communities, carried the risk of developing ergot, a fungus that flourished in damp conditions and turned rye kernels dark and toxic. These unfortunate enough to eat ergot-infected bread fell victim to ergotism, known in medieval times as St. Anthony's fire, for the burning sensations and convulsions it caused. Outbreaks of this affliction could kill or maim thousands. Chroniclers in Germany recorded ghastly scenes of sufferers' limbs turning black and even falling off due to gangrene. Such was the fear of corrupted bread that an order of monks, the Antonines, dedicated themselves to caring for ergotism victims, and the disease itself came to be called after their patron saint. Even when the grain was sound, the hunger of hard times forced people to get creative, or perhaps desperate, with bread ingredients. There are accounts of famine-time loaves being bulked out with sawdust, moss, or chalk. This was not standard practice by any means, but it does show lengths to which people might go to stretch the flour when food was scarce. Well, bread quite literally meant life or death, and so it was little surprise that the craft of the baker was held both in esteem and under close scrutiny by medieval society. So given the fundamental importance of bread, the trade of the baker was a tightly regulated and organized profession in medieval Europe. In towns and cities, bakers typically operated within the framework of guilds, formal associations that oversaw the training, standards, and business practices of their members. You see, a person could not just set up shop as a baker on a whim. You usually had to progress through a prescribed path, from apprentice to journeyman, and finally, master baker. Well, as an apprentice, a youth, usually a boy in his early teens, would be indentured to an experienced master to learn the craft. After years of learning and hard work, the youth would gain the fundamentals of the trade, and only after a long apprenticeship would the candidate become a journeyman baker. Now, a journeyman basically meant that he was free to earn wages and practice the craft, and journeymen often traveled to gain experience in different bakeries, spreading techniques, and sometimes jealously guarding the recipes of their masters. Finally, the most ambitious or talented could attempt to become a master baker, gaining the right to open his own bakery shop after presenting proof of his skill and, of course, paying the requisite fees to the guild. But the rigors of this journey ensured that those calling themselves masters were well versed in the art and science that was bread making. So bakers' guilds, They emerged as early as the High Middle Ages in many cities. London had an organization of bakers by the 12th century. Records show a fraternity of bakers existed there by 1155. In Paris, the Corporation of Bakers, also known by the old term telemaliers, was among the city's oldest and most prominent guilds. The royal provost of Paris, Etienne Boileau, compiled the Livre des Métiers in 1268 at the behest of King Louis IX, which was a comprehensive list of the rules for trades in Paris. And tellingly, it begins with the Statute of the Bakers. Well, this code, running to 61 articles in total, laid out everything from who could enter the trade and how, stressing the proper apprenticeship and honest conduct, to the quality of ingredients, and even the days on which baking was permitted. We learn from these statutes that baking was not a free-for-all business, but a closely supervised public service. For example, Parisian bakers were forbidden to bake on certain holy days and festivals, a reflection of both religious observance and an attempt to prevent unfair competition. Only if dough was already in the oven when a church holiday vigil began could they finish that bake. Otherwise, their ovens had to go cold in deference to the sacred calendar. Guild membership also conferred benefits and protections. As a collective voice, the guild could petition local authorities for favorable treatment or subsidies when hard times hit. Guilds often acted to protect their members, ensuring that no baker would be ruined by arbitrary taxes or predatory nobles, and there were plenty of them. Bakers in some regions banded together to resist onerous fees imposed by feudal lords for the use of mills or ovens, those little creeping taxes that come up. Clear laws and guild oversight helped avoid arbitrary punishment and also fend off competition from unlicensed sellers. The guilds maintained quality control as well. That was another important part. They inspected members' bread, ensured weights were honest, and fined those who cut the corners. You get it? Cut the corners of the bread, Anyway, this self-policing was in the guild's interest, since one deceitful baker's scandal could tarnish the reputation of all. The guild structure also created a tight-knit professional community, too. Members met on regular occasions and participated in religious observances together. Most guilds had patron saints and held an annual feast day. The patron saint of bakers, of course, varied by region. In Paris, for example, bakers initially venerated Saint Lazare, perhaps seeking protection from leprosy due to their constant exposure to heat. But later they adopted Saint Honoré as their chief patron, a 6th century French bishop who, according to legend, had been a baker before he entered the clergy. In many parts of Germany and Alsace, similarly, bakers placed themselves under the care of St. Nicholas, and often used the pretzel, a traditional bread with religious origins, as a symbol on their signs and seals. These religious ties were not merely symbolic, though. They fostered solidarity and spiritual comfort in a very demanding occupation. When a baker fell ill or a family member died, the guild would rally and provide aid, for example, delivering bread to the family or perhaps even covering funeral costs. All these elements, the years of training, the examinations and fees, the shared saints and standards, it gave the guild baker a distinct identity and pride. Bakers were keenly aware that their craft was extremely important. The poet of the Die de Boulanger might have been poetic in claiming bakers support the world, but it rang true in an age where bread comprised the bulk of most people's meals. If you don't eat, you're dead. With this importance, of course, came heavy expectations, lots of pressure, and the Bakers' Guilds knew that the eyes of both the authorities and the public were always upon them. So what about the daily routine, though? What was it actually like? The normal work of a baker? But long before sunrise, the master and his household, which could include apprentices, journeymen, and perhaps other family members, were already hard at work by flickering candlelight and the red glow of the oven's fire. Not bad for a winter job, I suppose. Baking was largely a pre-dawn activity, so that fresh bread could be ready for the markets and customers in the morning. First order of business each night was to prepare the oven. Medieval ovens were typically large, domed constructions made of stone or brick. Think about a wood-fire pizza oven, that kind of thing. But because ovens got extremely hot and posed a serious fire hazard, they were often built as separate structures, sometimes even at the edge of town or outside city walls to mitigate risk. The baker's team would kindle a fire inside the oven and heat it until the masonry was scorching hot, then sweep out the coals and embers with a long-handled broom. Once the oven's interior was adequately heated, the remaining ash was removed. There was no thermometer or thermostat, of course. You just had to judge that heat by experience. The baker would do this by occasionally tossing a bit of flour inside to see if it scorched instantly. While the oven was being fired, other members of the bakery team were busy grinding grain and mixing dough. Flour was the baker's primary ingredient, and obtaining good flour was an ongoing concern. Many bakers purchased their flour ready ground from millers, who were themselves crucial figures in the food supply chain, by the way. Large towns had water mills or windmills that could produce flour in quantity, but in some cases bakers still did a bit of milling or sifting on site. They used hand-driven cairn stones for small batches and passed flour through cloth or hair sieves to achieve a finer purity. The introduction of hair sieves around the 11th century allowed for much finer white flour than previously possible, enabling bakers to create multiple grades of bread for different customers with different needs and resources. So with the flour ready, the baker mixed it with some water and some form of leavening to make dough. Yeast in the medieval bakery was not a packaged commodity, but rather a byproduct of fermentation. A common source was brewer's yeast, a frothy balm from ale brewing, which bakers would collect and add to the dough. Many bakers also maintained a sourdough starter, a bit of old fermented dough kept alive from batch to batch, which naturally leavened the new dough. As for managing yeast, well, that was a delicate art too. Too little and the bread would be dense, too much and the dough might over-ferment and collapse. So it was a gentle balance, and the baker had to time everything just right, coordinating the rising of the dough with the heating of the oven. Kneading the dough was one of the most labor-intensive parts of the process. Contemporary illustrations and accounts often show bakers stripped down to their shirts, sweating over huge wooden kneading troughs. In a busy bakehouse, the dough quantities were enormous, enough to yield dozens upon dozens of loaves, and all it was worked by hand, occasionally by foot or elbow. You wouldn't want to be eating the dough kneaded by someone's dirty old feet, wouldn't you? Well, it could take 15 minutes or more of vigorous heaving and folding to develop the gluten and eventually distribute the yeast. Apprentices and journeymen provided much of this brute labor, developing the baker's muscles needed for the trade. And you could only imagine the forearms that they would get. Very strong. They're not 4 arms, they're 5 arms. Of course, flour dust hung thick in the air, coating the work surfaces and often the bakers themselves in a fine white powder. Well, once the dough was of the right consistency and had risen sufficiently, it was shaped into loaves. Medieval loaves could be round, oblong, or sometimes even ring-shaped, but the typical loaf was a simple round. In French, a standard round loaf was called a miche. The term boulanger for baker actually comes from boule, meaning ball or round loaf. The more you know. Well, bakers made loaves of various sizes, of course, often standardized by weight. For example, in England, the size of bread defined how much a farthing loaf, that is, a loaf sold for a quarter penny, should weigh, when wheat cost a certain amount. To identify their products, bakers would sometimes mark their loaves, scoring a pattern or stamping an emblem onto the dough, so that if an inspector found an underweight loaf, the offending bakery could be recognized by its mark. Pretty clever. Well, in general, bakers took care to produce a uniform, quality product, both out of pride and also to avoid trouble with the authorities, or the guild, rather. Well, when the oven was ready, and the dough had sufficiently risen, the baker skillfully loaded the loaves into the oven, using a long-handled wooden paddle called a peel. This tool was quite similar to those used by pizza makers today. It allowed bakers to reach deep inside the hot oven and place loaves on the hearth, that is the oven floor, without burning themselves. Of course, burning yourself, that was, well, you were pretty much just going to burn yourself at some point or another. Well, it took strength and dexterity to load an oven quickly and efficiently. Dozens of loaves might need to go in for a single bake, and once they were all in, the oven door was closed to retain the heat. There was no precise timing by the clock. Instead, bakers relied on experience and cues like the changing aroma of the bread or the color of a test loaf. After sufficient time, the loaves were drawn out one by one with the peel. Because the oven floor could never be perfectly clean of ash and soot, most loaves emerged with a blackened bottom crust. And the customers expected that. It was just the way it was. In manor houses, the servants routinely slipped off the bottom of each loaf, reserving the upper crust for the Lord's table as noted earlier. Well, after baking, the day's bread was sold, and many bakers ran a small shop just outside where they were doing their work, where customers came each morning to get a little bit of breakfast. Others sold at stalls in the marketplaces, and some sent hawkers through the streets to peddle the bread. Large orders for monasteries or noble households might be delivered by cart. Any unsold loaves were by the day's end given to the poor, ground into breadcrumbs for cooking or dried into rusks to keep longer. And then the baker cleaned up and ready to start the cycle again the next night. Well, because bread was such a critical commodity, medieval authorities paid extraordinary attention to how it was made and also how it was sold. The most famous regulations were the English Assays of Bread and Ale, first promulgated in the 13th century under Henry III. This law was actually one of the earliest pieces of consumer protection legislation in Europe. It regulated the price, the weight, and the quality of bread, as well as ale, of course. This was all to ensure fairness and to prevent profiteering. Well, in effect, the assize fixed how much bread one should get per penny paid, adjusting the required loaf weight as the grain prices rose or fell. If grain became expensive, the baker was allowed to sell smaller loaves at the same price, so that he could recoup his costs. And if grain became cheaper, the loaves were expected to be larger. In theory, this protected consumers from overpricing. and also ensure that even in lean times, the poor could at least get a little bit of bread. Well, the excise of bread was rigorously enforced in England for centuries, and remarkably, it remained on the law books until the 19th century. While other parts of medieval Europe had similar ordinances, many towns on the continent knew that riots could break out over bread if prices skyrocketed or loaves were too small. City councils and princes, therefore, set rules to preempt public unrest. For example, some local laws in Italy and Germany specified standard weights for loaves and fixed maximum prices during shortages. In France, royal edicts and town charters likewise established oversight of bakers. Paris had officials known as boulanger-jures, that is, sworn baker inspectors, tasked with checking bread in the markets and certifying fair weight. Enforcement of bread laws was taken very seriously. Periodically, local authorities, sometimes the mayor, sometimes market inspectors, or even knights appointed as bread wardens, would visit bakeries or examine bread for sale. They would weigh loaves to ensure they matched the legal standard, and we've actually got records of such inspections going on in London, where city officers seized underweight loaves and identified the baker by the stamp on the bread. If a baker was found guilty of giving deficient weight or otherwise violating the assize, punishments followed an escalating scale. Well, for the first offense, you'd probably just get away with a fine. The baker would be immersed, that is, penalized a sum of money proportional to the offense. A second offense could bring a heavier fine and a stern warning. But if a baker was a repeat offender or committed a serious fraud, he would be put into the oven and turned into bread himself. No, I'm joking. But in any case, the consequences became public and very humiliating. English law, for example, prescribed the pillory for persistent, dishonest bakers, and the pillory was basically a wooden framework set up in a public square with holes for the offender's head and hands. You know the one I'm talking about. A convicted baker would be locked in the pillory, exposed for hours to the jeers and occasional throwing of rotten vegetables of the townspeople. But this public shaming was intended as a deterrent and a way to restore trust by making an example of dishonest people. There are colorful accounts of pilloried bakers too. One chronicle recounts a baker who was dragged through the streets with a weight-deficient loaf hung around his neck as a sign of his crime, before being clamped in the pillory. Women bakers, too, could face such punishment. A 1310 record tells of female bakers from outside London who were arrested for sending underweight bread into the city and were duly pilloried for it. In some cases, instead of the pillory, the baker might be paraded on a hurdle or thrown into a tumbril, which is a kind of cart or stool kind of thing. Well, again, to be pelted by the angry customers. And for the truly poor businessman, the one that just cannot stop, authorities could strip a baker of their profession entirely, banishing him from the guild and forbidding him to bake bread for public sale henceforth. Your bread-making days are over. Well, given that baking was one's life trade, this of course was a devastating punishment. These strict measures show how trust was the cornerstone of the baker's relationship with the public. A medieval housewife needed confidence that the loaf she bought for her family was honest in weight and wholesome in quantity. Well, any hint that bakers might cheat could erode social stability, hence the keen interests of city elders and kings in bread regulation. Rulers sometimes issued special edicts against specific abuses. King Edward I of England, for example, in the late 13th century, forbid bakers from using ground bone or chalk to whiten bread flour. Well, the penalty for using such deceptive additives was, quite fittingly, an hour in the public pillory. You better hope that word does not spread quickly. But of course, human nature is what it is, isn't it? Some bakers tried to outsmart the system. Everyone's trying to get something for nothing, aren't they? Medieval records and later commentary give us a sense of the tricks of a bad baker. Some mixed cheaper flours like bean or pea flour into wheat and failed to disclose it, conveniently. Or they used spoiled grain and excess bran in breads meant for the poor. But more deviously, a few scoundrel bakers even attempted to hide unlawful substances in their loaves. There are reports of bread padded with chalk or loaded with a lump of metal to increase its weight, which I assume you would find that out when you bit down on it, right? I mean, pretty obvious. In any case, such extreme frauds were certainly not the norm. They were the medieval equivalent of horror stories. But when they did happen, they were harshly punished when uncovered. In fact, the need to stay on the safe side of the law might have given rise to the tradition of the baker's dozen. Now, a normal dozen is 12, but a baker's dozen means 13. According to tradition, English bakers, wary of being fined or flogged for selling short weight, developed the practice of adding a free extra loaf for every dozen. By giving 13 loaves when a customer ordered 12, the baker provided a safety margin to ensure the total weight was at least what it should be. This practice, recorded since the 13th century, served as a kind of insurance policy for the baker. A small loss in profit to avoid the far greater cost of a brush with the law. Well, despite all these regulations, or indeed probably because of them, many bakers took their responsibilities seriously and cultivated reputations for honesty. Guild records show that upright bakers often supported the enforcement of standards, since it kept rogues from undercutting them. And authorities, for their part, recognized that bakers provided an essential service and needed fair treatment. So during extreme situations like famines, this relationship could become quite strained. Rulers might temporarily suspend the usual rules, ordering bakers to sell bread cheaply or distribute stocks to the hungry even at a personal loss. Guilds sometimes negotiated subsidies or grain allotments in such cases to keep their members from going bankrupt. In the late 14th century, for instance, the city of Florence, during a shortage, fixed bread prices so low that bakers could barely afford to do their job. The Bakers' Guild petitioned for access to cheaper government grain to continue their work. The legal framework around bread was thus a delicate balancing act, ensuring affordable bread and preventing fraud while also keeping bakers in business. The elaborate rules and the longevity of the assays of bread attest that bread was far too important to be left to the whims of the market. It was, in effect, treated as a public utility, with the medieval baker at the center of a centuries-long early experiment in consumer protection. Well, let's look at the social hierarchy of medieval towns. And within that hierarchy, bakers occupied an interesting middle ground. You see, there were skilled tradespeople, and as members of a guild, they ranked among the middling sort. They weren't nobles or high clergy, that's for sure, but they were respectable craftsmen, integral to daily life. A successful master baker could be reasonably well-to-do. Because bread was in constant demand, a busy baker might turn a good profit, enabling the baker to own a comfortable house or contribute to civic projects. And some bakers even served in town councils or took on municipal roles like market supervision, indicating a level of esteem and trust placed in them. However, bakers also face suspicions and stereotypes. Much like millers who are infamous for cheating their customers on weight, bakers had to contend with certain weariness from the public. Common folk might swap stories about the baker who mixed chalk into his flour, or one who sold loaves that were half air. This meant trust had to be earned daily. Bakers did so by establishing a reputation for fairness and consistency. For example, a conscientious baker might always give a little extra, hence the baker's dozen, or make sure his weights were visible to customers. Small gestures that reassured the public. Guild regulations often encourage such behavior. On the feast of their patron saint, bakers' guilds would sometimes distribute extra loaves to the poor as a form of charity and public relations. And not only was this an act of Christian duty, but it also demonstrated the guild's commitment to feeding the community, thereby fostering a bit of goodwill. Now, in times of famine or grain shortage, bakers were often on the front line of public anger. Hungry crowds could easily suspect bakers of hoarding grain or profiteering, making them scapegoats when bread grew scarce. Chronicles recount that in severe crises, authorities sometimes had to protect bakers from mob violence, or compel them to bake at controlled prices to feed the populace. In 1527, during a famine in Lyon, a little bit after the medieval period, but we'll include it, rioters targeted bakers' shops, prompting the city to enforce emergency just price measures. Such incidents were a constant worry for bakers and rulers in earlier centuries as well. You see, they show how politically volatile the food supply could be, and how bakers often bore the brunt of popular frustration when food ran short. But within their own community of the Guildham family, bakers navigated challenges of a different kind. Baking was often a family enterprise. The master's wife and children commonly worked alongside him. In fact, many guilds explicitly allowed a baker's widow to continue operating the bakery if her husband died, at least until she remarried or her children grew old enough to take over, recognizing that she likely knew the business intimately. And indeed, women were deeply involved in baking. A baker's wife often worked in the shop or at the kneading trough, and widows of bakers frequently kept the business running, sometimes being officially licensed by the guild to do so. Illuminated manuscripts from the later Middle Ages even show women working together at the oven and at the dough table, indicating that all female bakeries' workspaces, though not the norm, certainly did exist. While formal guild membership was usually closed to women except through a husband, in practice many bakeries were family operations that relied on labor and management of wives and daughters. In London, for example, women known as brewsters or bakesters, the feminine forms of brewers and bakers, were common in the early medieval period before guild structures strictly became male. Even in later periods, the term bakester survived in English as a surname, Baxter, hinting at the legacy of women bakers. Now, women in a bakery, working in a bakery rather, was physically demanding for anyone, and especially for women in an age where heavy labor was often presumed to be men's work. Yet the historical evidence shows that women did do their share. In some cases, all women teams might run a bakery, particularly in towns where a widow took on apprentices or where sisters inherited a bakery. In Montpellier, France, in the 14th century, Records note a widow who successfully petitioned to continue her late husband's baking business, and another case in which a mother and daughter team managed a village bakery. Now, these examples show that while the public image of the baker was typically male, the reality often involved a husband and wife partnership, or a similar family collaboration. In any case, it was all hands on deck in this enterprise. But bakers were also intimately connected to millers and the broader feudal economy of food. In the countryside, feudal obligations often meant that bakers, or peasants baking themselves, had to use the lord's mill and the lord's oven, both for a fee, of course, due to manorial monopolies. This system, common in medieval times, especially early medieval times with the banal mill and oven, essentially forced a rural people to rely on the lord's baker or oven keeper. By contrast, independent town bakers valued the freedom to grind again and bake in their own facilities without such interference. The rise of guild-regulated baking in free towns can be seen as a part of a larger movement away from feudal controls and toward a market-based urban economy. But what about the baker's personal status within the community? Well, bakers generally enjoyed a reputation as honest, pious folk, or at least they had to in order to keep their customers and avoid scrutiny. Their very schedules set them apart. While others were sleeping, bakers labored by night and were among the first up in the morning, a fact often noted with appreciation by their neighbors. At the same time, a lazy or dishonest baker could very quickly find themselves become a pariah. City records occasionally mention bakers who were boycotted or even driven out of business by collective anger after repeated cheating or a scandal, such as selling bread made from bad flour, getting everybody sick, that kind of thing. But on the whole, though, as long as a baker met the community's expectations, providing fair weight, decent quality, and maybe a little bit of charity, throwing those scraps to the poor, he and his household would be counted perhaps among the most respectable of the common citizenry. Certainly something that the community needs. And so, from the pre-dawn kindling of the oven fire to the careful sale of the day's loaves, the life of a medieval baker was a cycle of labor and service woven tightly into the fabric of their communities. We've seen that bread was certainly the cornerstone of medieval existence, and by extension, bakers were the craftsmen at that cornerstone, sustaining society day by day with their work. The rewards of a baker's life included a steady livelihood and the simple pride of nourishing the community. The hardships, well, they ranged from grueling hours at the oven so hot to the ever-present fear of penalties for any misstep. Whether it was on purpose or not, the result is the same, and so is the punishment. Of course, the whole craft was filled with these intriguing customs and quirks, from the invocation of patron saints to the giving of a baker's dozen to ensure fairness. Behind every loaf of bread was the toil of a baker who often labored through the night so that others could break their fast each morning. And think about it. If you're listening to this at perhaps 3 a.m. in the morning, perhaps some baker in our modern era is getting himself ready, or herself ready, to go off to the bakery and begin their work. So imagine once more a medieval baker shutting his shop up at noon after selling out the day's bread. His arms are sore and tired from all that kneading, and the eyes are hurting from the smoke. But perhaps there's a certain satisfaction in that work. The village or town will eat today, in parts because of his great efforts the night before. In the grand scheme of kings and popes, a baker might seem like a minor character, just a simple craftsman. But to the people lining up for his loaves each dawn, he was nothing less than a lifeline. Everything is connected. Everybody's role is important. Sometimes people don't get written into the history books, but that's what videos like this are for. And it is fitting that in the Lord's Prayer one implores, "Give us this day our daily bread." For in medieval times each day's survival truly depended on those like the baker doing their humble but vital work. And so the life of medieval bakers, with all of its trials and triumphs, ultimately reminds us that even the most ordinary and forgotten of professions can be the very thing that, as we said at the start, supports the world. Let's start with a story. It was a stormy day in the year 815, and the Bishop of Lyon found himself intervening to save 4 prisoners from an angry mob. You see, the local villagers were convinced that these captives had quite literally fallen out of the sky. They believed the strangers were sky sailors from a magical cloud realm called Magonia, come to steal the villagers' crops amid the thunderstorm. The bishop, Agobard of Lyon, later wrote how people, quote, exhibited 4 captives, 3 men and 1 woman, as if they had fallen from these very ships, as if these captives ought to be stoned. It took all of Agobard's persuasion and scriptural arguments to convince his flock that the whole notion of storm-raising sorcerers and cloud ships was just a lie born out of superstition. Now, if that's not a window into the strange superstitions of medieval people, I don't know what is. And it's far from being an odd one-off event. Such beliefs in weather magic, omens, witches, they were widespread in medieval Europe, even in the lofty halls of Byzantium. You see, medieval Europe was a world where religion and folklore intertwined, and daily life teemed with unseen forces. What we might call superstitions today, beliefs in supernatural causation or magical remedies, were just a part of how medieval people understood their world. It was an era before modern science. Any misfortune or marvel begged an explanation, often invoking God or the devil or saints or spirits. Learned churchmen used the term superstitio to label excessive or misguided popular beliefs, and they preached against them as foolish or sinful. Yet, many of these practices persisted stubbornly among high and low classes alike. So from portentous comets blazing in the sky to witches casting curses in the dark, the medieval imagination populated the mysterious cosmos with signs and hidden meanings. And that is what we're here to discuss today. Medieval superstitions, omens, portents, protective charms, ghosts, miracles, witches, and of course, folk cures. Through all of these stories, I think we'll see not only an interesting and amusing medieval life, but quite a spiritual one that carries deep roots in folklore. And of course, all that helps us to understand how the medieval mindset made sense of this mysterious world around them. Now, before we get into that, I'm just going to welcome you to the channel. Anybody new here, I invite you to click that subscribe button. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. Now, this entire video, along with all the other videos in the playlist sections, is ad-free. You won't get any interruptions, so you can enjoy it all the way to the end without having to worry about jarring ads coming in and ruining the whole thing. Well, this is made possible because we are supported on this channel by the generous Patreon members, the YouTube members, the occasional donation on Super Thanks with YouTube and the PayPal link, and of course the merch store. If you're interested in that, well, you'll find the links of where you need to go in the pinned comment, video description rather, or the channel description. Now, with all that being said, let's get on with the video for today. Well, one of the most common forms of medieval superstition was the interpretation of omens, that is, unexpected and random occurrences or natural phenomena, generally seen as indicators of future events. Now, medieval people, especially in folk tradition, believed that the natural world was rich with signs deliberately placed by divine or supernatural forces. Everyday happenings could thus carry a hidden message about fortune or perhaps doom. For example, it was said that if a dog howls inside a house, someone in the house will soon fall ill or perhaps even die. Seeing a magpie bird cawing on your roof meant a visitor would arrive soon, whereas encountering a hare on the road was unlucky and portended misfortune on your journey. But on the other hand, finding a stray horseshoe on the ground was a token of good luck and would ensure your well-being for the day, one of many folk omens recorded in medieval sources. Now, many such omens were highly local or specific, as you might understand. A 15th century English list of superstitions, for instance, which is a golden source for a video like this, of course, advised people never to begin a new project on certain evil days of the year. Notably, 3 perilous Mondays that fell in April, August, and December. Well, if you did begin a project on one of these days, superstition dictates that disaster would soon follow. And even sneezing carried a supernatural risk. A widely repeated belief was that if one sneezed with mouth open, the devil could enter the body at that unguarded moment. The protective response was to quickly utter, "God bless you," a habit that originated, it was said, as a medieval precaution to ward off Satan's intrusion. Well, hence the custom of saying "bless you" after a sneeze. Well, such examples show that how even the smallest incidents of daily life were certainly woven into a larger web of meaning. A medieval farmer or craftsman paid attention to the behavior of animals, the timing of seasons, odd incidents, fearing that they might signal a coming sickness, bad luck, or even death. But beyond the domestic sphere, ordinary portents in nature were taken quite seriously. Medieval chroniclers and histories are full of reports of bizarre phenomena interpreted as omens from heaven. Often such prodigies were believed to presage major calamities or God's judgment. An infamous example of that is Halley's Comet in 1066. When this fiery comet appeared in the sky over Europe, many, including the English, viewed it as a dreadful omen of upheaval. In fact, the Bayeux tapestry, an embroidery created soon after 1066, depicts onlookers marveling at the comet with the inscription, "These men wonder at the star," and it became retrospectively linked to the impending Norman conquest of England that year. Likewise, earlier in 793, Northumbrian observers recorded, quote, "dragons flying through the sky in flames," likely a comet, perhaps an aurora, shortly before a Viking raid struck the monastery of Lindisfarne. Of course, to the medieval eye, the terrifying vision had been a divine warning of the Viking onslaught to come, and certainly the days following it were not very pleasant. Now, it is this mindset that God, or cosmic forces sent signs of future events that had deep roots. Early Christian theologians like St. Augustine had actually cautioned against credulous belief in omens, calling it foolish and, at worst, potentially demonic. Augustine argued that any apparent pattern between an omen and a subsequent event was mere coincidence, or perhaps a trick of the demons. Medieval church authorities echoed this stance in theory, viewing the reading of omens as a superstitio that could lead the faithful astray. And we have a telling anecdote that comes from a 13th century preacher, Stephen of Bourbon, who recounted the fate of an old woman too enamored of omens. This woman heard a cuckoo bird call 5 times one spring, and firmly believed that she had 5 years of life remaining. She ignored the priest's urgings to confess her sins on her sickbed, insisting that she had a few more years left before she was going to die. But she lost her speech, and she perished shortly after, without confessing those final rites. Her misplaced faith in a bird omen, Stephen notes sternly, cost the woman her soul. Well, perhaps it's an apocryphal tale, but it shows how medieval clergy often repeated such cautionary tales to warn against trusting in omens. Yet, the very need for so many sermons and condemnations show how persistent and appealing these beliefs were. The common folk, and indeed many nobles, simply found it natural to see a meaningful pattern in unusual events. If lightning struck the church tower, perhaps it was a sign of God's anger. A child born with a caul, that is, an amniotic membrane over its head, people whispered that the child would have second sight. If a rainbow arced over the village, it might promise peace and good harvest. Every unusual or eerie encounter begged to be interpreted through a kind of supernatural lens. And in an uncertain world of warfare, plague, and early death, reading the runes of fate in this way gave people a kind of semblance of control. Omens and portents thus formed a kind of popular divination in medieval life, a way to peek at God's book of destiny through those little gaps of strange events. But perhaps no superstition in the Middle Ages had more dire consequences than the fear of witchcraft. The belief that certain people, usually women, could harness dark supernatural powers to harm their neighbors. It was widespread in Europe by the later medieval period. While the earliest Middle Ages saw relatively few witch trials, and of course church doctrine often dismissed folk tales of night-flying witches as delusions, by the 14th and 15th century the idea of a witch as a devil-worshipping villain had gripped the popular imagination. This was the most famous medieval superstition, and it led to genuine panic, and of course that panic led to violence. An estimated 200,000 people accused of witchcraft were executed across Europe in the mid-15th century, though the peak of witch hunts did come in the early modern era. In medieval law, witches were blamed for almost any unexplained misfortune. If a sudden storm devastated the crops or sank a ship, villagers might whisper that the local witch had raised the tempest through sorcery. Indeed, as we saw, farmers in Agobard's time were paying supposed weather wizards to prevent hailstorms, and lynching them when storms struck despite the charms. Witches were thought to curse people and livestock, spread diseases, spoil milk and butter, and just generally wreak havoc out of either malice or demonic influence. But even more fantastically, people believed witches could shapeshift into animals. Popular imagination often cast witches as transforming into cats, rabbits, or crows to sneak about and do unseen evil. a raven croaking ominously at night, or bats flitting around the eaves with dreaded signs. It was said to be bad luck if you saw bats in flight or heard their cries, because it meant that witches who were in league with bats were active in the darkness. Similarly, black cats acquired an unlucky reputation precisely because of their association with witches' familiar spirits. Another widespread fear was witches interfering with human fertility and sexuality in rather monstrous ways. Medieval penitential manuals and later witch-hunting guides contained startling references to such beliefs. As early as the 11th century, the churchman Burchard of Worms wrote of superstitious villagers, who believed a witch could magically steal a man's private parts, an illustration created by the devil to sow fear. Well, by the 15th century, this bizarre idea had become quite a lurid legend. The notorious witch hunter's manual, Malleus Maleficarum, in 1487, describes witches who not only make men's members disappear through enchantment, but even keep collections of them as pets. Well, one passage recounts with sober credulity that some witches took members in large numbers, 20 or 30, and shut them up together in a bird's nest, where they moved about like living things, eating oats and feed. According to this tale, a bewitched man seeking to recover his lost organ was directed by a witch to climb a tree and take any one that he fancied from such a nest. Well, when he tried to grab the one that was particularly large, for some reason they'd always go for that one, the witch quipped that it belonged to a local priest and was thus off limits. Now, that's a pretty strange story, isn't it? But it was recorded as fact by Heinrich Kramer, the same one who wrote the Malleus Maleficarum, and it speaks to how powerful and vivid belief in malicious witchcraft had become by this time. But it is important to note that not all medieval authorities were eager to endorse such things. In earlier medieval centuries, church doctrine was actually skeptical about the witch's supposed power. A famous church law from the 900s, often attributed to Regino of Prum or the Canon Episcopi, declared that women who claimed to fly by night with the pagan goddess Diana were suffering, quote, illusory dreams induced by the devil. The law insisted that anyone who believed such flights were real had strayed from the faith. In other words, the official position at this time was that the night rides of the witches and gatherings were nothing but imaginary temptations, very far removed from any reality. Bishops like Agobard, as we saw, flatly denied that any human could conjure storms or truly transform into beasts. Those were the powers of God alone. Nonetheless, the common people's fear of maleficium, that is, evil magic, only persisted, and by the later Middle Ages, the tide had turned. Many theologians and inquisitors came to accept that devil-worshipping witches were a very real and present threat. They conceived of organized conspiracies of witches sworn to Satan, meeting at midnight Sabbaths, casting vile spells, and even desecrating the Christian Eucharist in their rituals. Though exaggerated, these ideas fueled persecution, and by the 15th century, secular and ecclesiastical courts did begin hunting suspected witches in earnest, especially in parts of Switzerland, Germany, and France. The result was quite tragic. Countless women and some men executed due to panic and superstition alone. Of course, where there is fear of evil magic, there was also a thriving array of counter magic and protective superstitions. Medieval people didn't see themselves as helpless victims of dark forces. Rather, they believed there were apotropaic, that is, evil averting measures. A new word for both of us, I suppose. Apotropaic measures that one could take. Now, these often blended folk wisdom with the Christian faith, so older practices now put into a more modern light. So thus, alongside witches' curses, we find horseshoes, herbs, amulets, holy blessings employed to guard against them. Much of daily medieval superstition was about staying safe from the myriad perceived dangers that lurked around the world. Now, a classic example is the horseshoe above the doorway. And we discussed this a little bit in some of the folklore videos that we'd done, but we'll talk about it too today. So as we had noted earlier, finding a discarded horseshoe was lucky. Medieval folk took that further by nailing horseshoes over the thresholds of their homes, and of course barns too, to repel witches and evil spirits. An iron horseshoe, especially one lost by a horse naturally, that is, not removed by human hands, was thought to carry the horse's protective power. Now, as for the witches, it was said that they would hesitate to enter a building guarded by a horseshoe charm, and that's because iron was believed to be a metal that would ward off malign magic. And one can trace the enduring custom of the lucky horseshoe to these medieval roots. Depending on where you're listening from, you probably have something similar if you are a part of the European cultural milieu. Likewise, farmers often hung rowan branches or herbal bundles in their byres and painted crosses on their doors at certain feast days to shield their livestock from a nocturnal visit from a witch. The people of medieval times were also enormously fond of their amulets and talismans. Now, these range from simple folk charms, a wolf's tooth worn on a necklace to protect a child, or a sprig of wolf's bane kept in a pouch, to more explicitly religious items like saints' medals, relics, or prayer scrolls worn on the body. In Byzantine lands, a common amulet was a pendant inscribed with the image of Christ or the Virgin, and a prayer of protection. Then we also had the evil eye, known across Europe and the Mediterranean. There was one of these charms, one of these things that these charms aimed to defeat, rather. People believed that an envious or malicious glare, i.e., the evil eye, could invisibly strike a person. It could cause illness, bad luck, or perhaps even injury. This idea was especially rooted in Byzantine culture and southern Europe, harkening back to antiquity. So what did you do to guard against it? Well, that's where the amulets come in. A person might wear a small blue glass bead, an eye-like stone, or perhaps just a Christian pendant. Byzantine sources describe bloodstone amulets carved with holy figures, used to ward off demons and the evil eye. The church taught that if harm came from a curse, it was really demons at work. So, invoking Christ or Mary on an amulet was a way to enlist divine aid against demonic attacks. Such charms straddled the line between piety and superstition. Officially, trust was to be placed in prayer and God's will, but in practice, many people wanted just that extra little bit of magical security. After all, what harm could it do? But here's another fascinating medieval protection practice, and that is the use of blessed candles and objects. On February 2nd, that being Candlemas, priests would bless all the candles to be used in the church and by the faithful. It became customary for people to keep those holy candles and light them during storms or at a sick bed to ward off evil. And we have an English account that notes that slim, blessed red candles were sometimes burned during childbirth to protect against demons and other threatening spirits, and crosses made of Candlemas wax were affixed to ploughs and barn doors to safeguard crops and animals. There are instances of how Christian sacramentals, that is, blessed items, were employed in a quasi-magical way among the populace. Churchmen often tolerated such uses, even if they worried about it bordering on superstition. Well, because it kept people within a Christian framework, I suppose, rather than just outright turning to pagan magic. Of course, if the people were scared enough of witches and evil eyes and all the rest, they'd turn to anything. At least the amulets they had, while a little bit superstitious in nature, had images of Christ on them, or Mary, or a cross. So, tolerated, I suppose. Yet, folk remedies could veer into the blatantly unorthodox. A good example is the belief in the healing power of an executed criminal's touch. It was a curious superstition in parts of Europe that the hand of a man who had been hanged or otherwise executed could cure diseases, especially swellings or goiters. As morbid as that sounds, people desperate for a cure would sometimes attend public executions and then jostle forward to touch the corpse's hand, hoping to receive magical virtue from the dead criminal. And in some cases, the right hand of an executed man was even dried or preserved as a talisman, not notably the hand of glory, which legend says could be used by thieves to stupefy inhabitants of a house. The church, of course, disapproved of such grisly superstitions, but the practice persisted, albeit quietly, wherever folk healing and magic intermixed. But most people saw no contradiction between using these charms and being devout Christians. After all, they were clutching their charms and praying to God for help. So what harm could it do? They would pray to God and the saints and also carry that amulet just in case. A little bit extra, kind of a dagger in the back pocket in a spiritual sense. It was simply part of the medieval world view that unseen forces and spirits constantly mingled in earthly affairs, whether that be for good or ill. A wise person would take sensible precautions, whether that meant saying a prayer before a journey or tucking a protective herb in one's shoe on a dangerous road. We can view these superstitious protections as a kind of supernatural insurance policy, born out of both hope and anxiety in an age that was very unpredictable. But not all medieval superstitions dealt with preventing misfortune. Some, rather, dealt with confronting the uncanny, particularly the spirits of the dead. Ooh, scary. Medieval folklore and literature abound with ghosts, revenants, that is, reanimated corpses, and other undead beings that kind of blurred the line between our world and the next. Well, far from dismissing ghost stories as old wives' tales, some sober chroniclers reported them with a straight face, treating them as cautionary, real events. Well, one of the earliest and most intriguing accounts of the walking dead comes from the 12th century English historian William of Newburgh. In his History of English Affairs, amidst accounts of political events, William kinda goes off the beaten track a little bit, and pauses to assure the reader that, quote, "It would not be easy to believe that corpses come out of their graves and wander about, did not frequent examples of it in our own times fully testify to it." He then proceeds to recount several hair-raising cases of revenants in England. In one story, a recently deceased man in Yorkshire rises from his grave at night and proceeds to haunt his village. This blood-drinking corpse, for he apparently attacked people, so terrorized the locals that eventually they appealed to the church. The Archbishop of York sent a holy letter of absolution to be laid on the corpse's chest in the tomb. Only after this religious ritual did the revenant cease its nocturnal activities. In another case, William relates, the restless dead body of a sinful priest was seen roaming near his former abbey, howling in anguish because he had been buried without proper penance. A brave monk, armed with an axe, waited by the grave one night. When the revenant emerged, the monk struck, driving it back. The next day, the community exhumed the corpse and found it unnaturally decayed, or rather undecayed, with fresh blood from the wound, confirming that it had indeed been walking around. They promptly burned the body to ashes, and hopefully that put the spirit at rest. Now, such stories, of course, straddled the line between superstition and spiritual lesson. Medieval writers often presented ghost or revenant tales as moral examples. The dead returned to urge the living to do penance, or perhaps as punishment for sins unresolved. Yet it is clear that many ordinary people believed in these nightmarish beings quite literally. The phenomenon of the vampire, though that term was not used in the West until later, overlaps with these medieval revenants who sometimes sucked blood or oppressed the living. William of Newburgh frankly remarked that if he were to record all of the stories the undead he had heard, it would make too long a digression, and that implies that such accounts were indeed numerous. Although rather unfortunate he went back to just talking about the politics, I think we'd rather hear about the supernatural stories than that. A little less dry, of course. Well, another famous spectre in medieval lore was the Wild Hunt, also known as Harlequin's Hunt, a ghostly procession of damned souls sweeping through the night sky. The first known detailed account comes from Orderic Vitalis, a Norman monk writing around 1130. Now he recounts how in 1091 a priest named Walkelin in France encountered a phantom army of men, women, clergy, and knights riding through the darkness. They were burdened with crimes and punishments, and Walkelin realized that he was witnessing the troop of lost souls, Familia Harlequini. He even recognized some recently deceased neighbors among the woeful crowd. One of the ghostly knights seized Walkelin and scorched him for refusing to carry a message to the living, only letting him go when Walkelin cried upon the Virgin Mary for help. The frightened priest found his cloak had been singed by the demon's fiery hand, physical proof of his otherworldly encounter. Tales of this phantom army, or wild hunt, soon spread across Europe, often evolving into local legends involving figures like King Arthur or other folk heroes, leading the furious host. Churchmen interpreted it as a vision of souls in purgatory, a dire warning to sinners on earth. But we can also see it as a classic medieval superstition, the belief that on certain nights, especially around winter feasts, the barrier between the living and the dead grew so thin, the damned rode out in visible form, screaming and warning the living to be a bit more pious, otherwise end up like them. Well, for the medieval populace, ghosts and revenants were not merely entertainment for fireside storytelling, but rather they were part of a cosmology in which the dead could interact with the living. People took measures against troublesome spirits just as they did against witches. For example, burying bodies at crossroads, or with a stake through the heart to prevent them from rising. That is a practice attested in some medieval burials, by the way. the church by and large accepted the appearance of ghosts, usually to convey a moral message or request prayers, though it denied that vampires or corpse devourers had any real power beyond what the devil might fabricate as an illusion. Still, as with other superstitions, the belief of the common people in literal undead beings proved to be quite resilient. It answered deep fears about death and the afterlife, fears that in a pre-scientific age found expression in folklore. So by telling spirits who walked, communities perhaps processed the very real presence of death in daily life, envisioning it and, in some sense, mastering it through their own stories and rituals. But what we can do now is move a little bit away from the illicit and dark sides of things. You see, many were tied to devotion and faith when we look at the realm of superstition. You could certainly drift into that definition. The medieval Catholic Church promoted veneration of saints and their relics, but it struggled to keep that veneration from becoming, let's say, overly credulous or at least magical in its character. That line between piety and superstition was often quite blurry, and since a sincere prayer, to St. Barbara for protection from lightning, for example, might slide into the notion that a medallion of St. Barbara guaranteed one would not be struck by lightning, effectively treating the object as a magical charm. Church writers would call the latter attitude superstitious, but to the layperson it was a part of concrete faith. Well, it just reminds me of a little story. I used to be a kindergarten teacher. If any of you know, I'm not sure if I've mentioned that before. But back in the day, I used to wear a ring to school. It was a ring with a black gem in it. And the kids would sometimes ask me, they'd say, "What is it? What's that ring? What is it?" And I would tell them that it was a ring for keeping dinosaurs away. And they would tell me, "Well, that's ridiculous." I said, "Well, do you see any dinosaurs?" Right. A few of the kids believed it. Anyway, from then on, it was my dinosaur prevention ring. Well, back to the video. Just thought I'd share that little aside with you. Nothing to do with medieval superstition, but it just came into my head. In any case, the cult of relics provides an illustration of this kind of superstition. Throughout medieval Europe and Byzantium, relics, that being physical remnants of saints or objects associated with Christ and the saints, were treasured for miraculous powers. People undertook long pilgrimages to famous shrines to touch the bones of St. Peter in Rome, or the tomb of St. James at Compostela, or perhaps a fragment of the true cross at Constantinople, because they truly believed that these holy objects could cure illness, grant blessings, or at least intercede with God for the soul. There was a telling line from Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales in 1387, or at least around 1387. It describes how pilgrims go to Canterbury to seek the holy, blissful martyr, St. Thomas Becket, that them hath holpen when that they were sick. In short, they travelled to Becket's shrine because they firmly believe that the saint has helped the sick and will do so again. A mindset where miraculous healing is, expected as a matter of course, I suppose. Now, relics were often credited with truly astonishing miracles. In medieval narratives, restoring sight to the blind, resurrecting the dead, stopping plagues and natural disasters. In fact, in the Byzantine capital of Constantinople, the revered relics of the true cross and the Virgin Mary's robe were paraded along the city walls during crises and sieges, with the belief that these holy objects would somehow repel the enemies. And indeed, chroniclers dutifully report that sieges did miraculously lift after such processions, reinforcing public faith in the relic's protective power. Didn't help them very much in the 15th century, but story for another video, of course. In Western Europe, similarly, tales abounded of how a local saint's relic saved a town from famine or perhaps cured an entire village of the Black Death. Now, modern historians might view these accounts with a bit of skepticism, but at the time they were simply an accepted reality. At times, popular fervor around saints spilled over into outright folkloric cults that alarmed church authorities, sort of going into heretical territory here. And there is one extraordinary case, actually, the one of Saint Guinevere, the holy greyhound of France. Yes, that is exactly right. Not a person, but a dog. In the 13th century, peasants in the village of Villars, near Lyon, began venerating a greyhound as a saint and martyrdom for children. Now, it comes with quite an interesting story. The legend goes that this dog Guinevere had saved an infant from a snake, but was unjustly killed by its master, who mistook the bloody dog for having attacked the child. Now, locals, hearing of the dog's noble deed and innocent death, made a shrine of sorts at the well where Guinevere was buried, and mothers with sickly infants started bringing their children there seeking miraculous healing. An old woman would instruct them in a ritual. They would offer salt and certain tokens at the dog's grave, hang the baby's clothes on the surrounding bushes, and then pass the naked infant through a split tree trunk 9 times while reciting incantations, essentially asking the spirit of Guinevere and the forest fairy being, they were called, to take away a changeling and return a healthy child. Well, unsurprisingly, some infants did not survive this dangerous rite, which involved leaving them exposed with lit candles nearby, or immersing them repeatedly in cold water. That was another test to see if the child was a fairy's offspring or human. When word of this occult healing practice reached the ears of the church, they were not very pleased. It was condemned as an insulting superstition, both idolatrous, worshipping a creature, that is, a dog as a saint, and just in practical terms, very dangerous. Well, Stephen of Bourbon, the Dominican preacher who investigated, was horrified. He preached against the cult of St. Guinevere, unearthed, and burned the dog's remains, and had the local lord forbid any future gatherings at the site. Yeah, I tell you what, Stephen of Bourbon, he has lost points with me there. They should have just let the good boy be a saint. In any case, his own report preserved the memory of just how far common people's faith in folk miracles could go, and they were so desperate to cure their children that they blended a Christian saintly veneration with older pagan-like rites, that is, tree magic and fairy lore, creating a syncretic superstition at which the learned could only shake their heads. But come on, they should have just... I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, surely. The tale of the brave dog rescuing the child and fighting the snake, and then getting wrongly accused. I think it's a good story. I suppose we can say that they should have left sleeping dogs lie. Well, in comparing these saint-related beliefs to other superstitions, you can certainly find an interesting difference in tone. When medieval people attributed a marvel to a saint or a god, it was seen as good magic, a miracle, not witchcraft. However, the church worried that when people treated holy things in a excessive way, you see, wearing a relic as a personal charm, for instance, or using the mass or sacramental bread in magical rituals, well, I suppose it was kind of frowned upon, at least in an official capacity. There is one medieval tale, too, that recounts a woman who tried to hide a piece of consecrated Eucharist bread in her purse after communion to use it for sorcery, only to be struck by a vision and affliction until she finally repented. The clergy wanted people to pray to saints with proper devotion, but not to treat saints like pagan deities of a bygone era that could be bribed or coerced. In reality, the popular mentality did often resemble older pagan practice. Medieval Christians might promise votive offerings at a shrine in exchange for a cure, a practice not unlike offering in a pagan temple, I suppose. Or they might just attribute misfortune to neglecting a certain saint's feast day. Attitudes like that, they're kind of hard to distinguish from superstition. But nonetheless, it is worth noting that the Church itself fostered some superstitions in the guise of faith. The ceremony of the royal touch is a case in point. Starting in the late medieval period, kings of England and France claimed the divine gift to heal scrofula, that is a form of tuberculosis, by simply touching sufferers. Crowds of the sick would line up for the monarch's healing touch, convinced that the king's anointed hands could channel the power of God. This quasi-magical royal ritual persisted for centuries, blurring the line between sacred miracle and, I suppose, even little political propaganda. But similarly, the profusion of relics, whether they were authentic and sometimes they were fake, in late medieval times, from vials of the Virgin's milk to splinters of Noah's Ark, testified to an almost insatiable appetite among the faithful for tangible connections to the supernatural. Savvy observers noted the potential for fraud and superstition in this relic mania. The 16th century Protestant critics would later ridicule medieval Catholicism as drowning in superstition, pointing to these flamboyant uses of relics and images as evidence. Carrying home a flask of holy water from a distant shrine was not irrational, but it was rather an act of hope and trust that spiritual forces would care for the physical world. So how do we sum all of this up? Well, the strange superstitions of medieval people from a modern vantage point, they often evoke amazement, or even amusement. How could someone think that a cloud ship of Magonia was stealing crops? Or genuinely fear that a witch might turn into a cat and hex their cow? They seem strange, but don't worry. In a couple hundred years' time, some of our beliefs might seem strange as well. But as we get into these beliefs, we suddenly uncover an internal logic and a window into medieval psychology. Superstition flourished in the Middle Ages precisely because it served a practical emotional need. It offered up explanations for the unexplainable. Why did a harvest fail? Maybe it was a witch that cursed us. Perhaps we neglected a certain saint on their festival. It has to be some reason, right? It provided rituals and responses to cope with dangers, from saying a blessing after a sneeze to marking the door with a cross or a horseshoe against evil. It even gave communities ways to articulate social tensions. For example, the witch stereotype, often targeting outsiders or perhaps inconvenient women as scapegoats when misfortune struck. But it would be wrong to think that medieval people were simply gullible or uniformly ignorant. Not only wrong, but frankly quite rude to think so. Many educated minds then criticize superstitions in terms not unlike our own. We have records of feudal lords mocking auguries, theologians forbidding charms, and physicians attributing lunacy to natural causes rather than the cycles of the moon. The medieval world contains skepticism alongside its belief. But for the majority, given the scientific knowledge of the era, just believing in something, be it malevolent or miraculous, was more comforting than believing in nothing behind events. The bias towards seeing intention or agency, whether divine or diabolic, in life's little twists and turns is a deeply human trait, one that our ancestors exercised liberally. Whether you believe it's God's will, karma, the universe, we still do this today. Or even just saying bad luck, believing in the concept of luck itself, is, well, frankly, superstitious. Now, even within the Christian framework, official doctrine could not answer every question or heal every ill. So the common people had to fill the gaps in with folk tradition, passed down through generations. Much of that tradition predated Christianity itself, rooted in the old pagan customs adapted over time. Medieval Europe and Byzantium thus inherited a rich tapestry of lore, that evil eye from antiquity, the fairy and changeling beliefs from Celtic and Germanic myth, the astrology from the Greco-Arabic learning, and so on. The Church, of course, worked to Christianize these elements, sometimes successfully, sometimes superficially. There's only so far you can Christianize a deeply pagan practice. The result, by the High Middle Ages, was a syncretic culture, where a peasant might pray earnestly to the Virgin Mary at church on Sunday, yet on Monday consult a village wise woman for a love potion perhaps, or maybe even just mutter an old rhyme to ward off elves from the cradle. What we've talked about today, the omens, the witchcraft, the ghosts, miracle beliefs, they all show how the medieval cosmos was enchantingly alive. Every star and storm, every animal's howl in the night, every sickness or stroke of luck, it could carry a deeper significance. Superstition was essentially a way to read and influence that enchanted world. And interestingly, not all medieval superstitions have vanished with time. Many have just transmuted into the little superstitions we still know, saying bless you after a sneeze, avoiding Friday the 13th, knocking on wood, or just hanging up that horseshoe for good fortune. In that sense, I suppose the legacy of the Middle Ages' strange beliefs is still quietly threaded through our own modern cultural habits. And perhaps in a few hundred years' time, some new YouTube historian, when I am long gone, will be making a video about the strange beliefs of the people of the 21st century. Who knows? I suppose we'll have to wait a couple hundred years for that one. In any case, our time together today is over, unless you want to go watch another video, which feel free to do so. I'm going to thank my top-tier patrons who have kept this video ad-free for your enjoyment. Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Gary, Charlene, Lynn Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfanir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuronerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Talvery. Think about the term Dark Age. It conjures an image of a benighted time, cities in ruins, knowledge forgotten, art and progress stalled under the weight of barbarian rule. We imagine a 1,000-year night between the brilliance of Rome and the dawn of the Renaissance. But what if that popular image is wrong? What if those centuries were not as dark as we've been led to believe? Consider a few snapshots from this era. In 537, the colossal dome of the Hagia Sophia was completed in Constantinople, seemingly to float suspended from heaven on a golden chain, as one historian, Procopius, described it, obviously awestruck. And around the same time, in the far west, an educated Roman named Boethius, imprisoned by a Gothic king, composed the Consolation of Philosophy, a profound work fusing classical wisdom with Christian thought. Jump ahead to the late 8th century. The Anglo-Saxon monk Bede teaches that the earth is round, and Charlemagne, the Frankish king, is crowned emperor in Rome on Christmas Day 800, reviving the idea of a Western empire and spurring a renaissance of learning in his lands. And in a monastery off the coast of Ireland, don't forget about those scribes illuminating the Book of Kells, a gospel manuscript of dazzling complexity and beauty. Those are just a few examples that hardly paint a picture of a dark world. They hint at a more vibrant and dynamic age. So why then do we call it the Dark Ages? Well, the term itself was coined long after the fact, famously by the Italian scholar Petrarch in the 14th century, to scorn the post-Roman centuries as an age of darkness between the enlightened ancient world and Petrarch's own time. And Renaissance and Enlightenment thinkers certainly amplified that idea, biased towards the glories of Greece and Rome, and dismissive of medieval achievements. You see, to them, it was just a murky interlude when no great leaders emerged. No art, no science was worth mentioning. And this label stuck in the popular imagination. But with modern scholarship, we can dismantle that myth. And so today, we will explore how Western Europe and the Byzantine East between the 5th and 10th centuries were actually a time of growth, preservation, and innovation. And we'll talk about how the knowledge and culture survived and even thrived in monasteries and courts, how many new forms of art and literature blossomed, and how law and order were re-established by barbarian kingdoms and the church. Of course, technology, agricultural advances, all those little things that quietly improved life. And I think by the end, we'll certainly light up this dark age, and you'll know it's a time much brighter than its reputation suggests. But before we flick the switch on that, let me welcome you to the channel. It is once again a pleasure to welcome you, and if you're new or have yet to click the subscribe button, well, why don't you just do it? If you feel inclined to, of course. Also, a like and a comment certainly helps the algorithm out so more people can enjoy the content. And speaking of enjoying the content, you can enjoy it 100% uninterrupted right here on YouTube. You won't have any pesky mid-rolls. That's because we're supported by the generous people on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through Super Thanks or PayPal, and those who checked out the merch store for all its little goodies. So enjoy this all uninterrupted because of those fine people, and if you want to join that prestigious group, you need only navigate yourself to the pinned comment, video description, or channel description. Now with that being said, let's get to the topic at hand. Well, first it's pretty important to tackle the myth head on. You see, the notion of the Dark Ages implies a sharp break. That with the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476, civilization itself nearly collapsed in Western Europe, plunging into ignorance and chaos. And certainly the fall of Rome was a tumultuous process. Let's not deny that. The empire fragmented into various Germanic kingdoms. Cities like Rome and Trier shrank. Long-distance trade diminished. And warfare that was frequent. There were certainly real hardships. Certainly we're not arguing that the Dark Age was a golden age. We're not romanticizing it that much, that's for sure. But neither was it a civilizational void. Many aspects of Roman culture, lore and knowledge, continued or transformed rather than vanished. The very people decried as barbarians often aspired to Roman ideals themselves. For instance, let's take the Ostrogothic king Theodoric the Great, who, if you're not familiar with him, ruled Italy in the late 5th and early 6th centuries. Well, he maintained Roman administrative systems and infrastructure. He kept learned Romans like Cassiodorus as advisors too. Cassiodorus later founded a monastery, Vivarium, devoted to preserving Roman and Christian texts, an early example of how the torch of learning was kept lit. Now, in Gaul, which is modern-day France, the 6th century historian Gregory of Tours could still write a detailed history of the Franks in Latin, showing that the habit of recording history endured even under Frankish kings. He wrote about wars and miracles, with a more simple Latin style, true. But the very act of writing history, well, that was a continuation of classical tradition. Likewise, let's look at the Byzantine Empire, the eastern half of the Roman world. It did not fall in 476, but rather it thrived. Byzantium preserved a direct continuation of Roman statehood, law, and urban life throughout the period. When later scholars called these centuries dark, they often ignored the Eastern Roman Empire entirely. In reality, when Rome fell in the west, Constantinople was still a beacon of wealth and learning, a city of light, and quite literally too, its streets illuminated at night by torches, its scholars studying ancient Greek texts that would have been lost to the West for centuries. And so that very term, Dark Ages, it's a little misleading, because much of the world at that time, the Byzantine East, the Islamic world in the 7th century, was experiencing anything but darkness. And even in the post-Roman West, there were rays of light that never ceased. I suppose anything is a dark age if the room that you're trapped in has the lights off. But it's also worth noting that historians originally used dark partly because of the scarcity of written sources for some early medieval periods, which made those times dark to our understanding. But archaeological discoveries in the last centuries have certainly shone light on those gaps, revealing continued trade networks, productive farms, and craftsmanship. The more we learn, the less dark the early Middle Ages appear. Modern historians now often avoid the term entirely, or use it only for very limited contexts. The consensus is that while the early medieval period had its challenges, it was a time of transformation and adaptation, certainly not a long night of barbarism. So, as we've done in this first section, we've rather dispelled the simplistic myth and naming conventions. So now let's look at the more positive developments of the era. How exactly did knowledge survive? And what new cultural achievements arose? How was order maintained and improved? Good questions. So let's begin with the realm of learning and literature, the life of the mind in an age of faith. Of course, one of the most crucial achievements of the early Middle Ages was the preservation and cultivation of knowledge. Even as the Western Roman political structure crumbled, education and literacy was a little bit harder to vanish overnight. They found new guardians, chiefly the Christian church and the monastic movement. Monasteries became the libraries and universities of the age. The clerics, the teachers, the scholars, all in one. Now consider monasticism, which spread through Europe, Western Europe rather, from the 6th century onward, and the pivotal figure here is Saint Benedict of Nursia, who around 530 wrote the Rule of Saint Benedict. Now this rule provided guidelines for monastic life. It emphasized prayer, work, study. Benedict's monasteries, like his famous Monte Cassino in Italy, required monks to read and copy text as part of their daily routine. Benedictine monasticism soon took root across Europe. In Italy, Gaul, Spain, Britain, and wherever the monks went, the books went with them. Quiet scriptoria, that is, writing rooms, in these monasteries became workshops of learning, where scribes laboriously copied the Bible, theological treatises, but also many secular Latin works from antiquity. Ever wonder why we still can enjoy Plato, Aristotle, all that sort of stuff? Well, you've got them to thank. Watch my video on Irish monks if you want to know more about that. Of course, thanks to these patient monks, a great deal of classical literature survived. Virtually all the Latin works of authors like Virgil, Cicero, and Ovid as well, that we have today exist because some early medieval copyist preserved them. In the so-called Dark Ages, that torch of knowledge was certainly not extinguished, but rather being carefully tended to by those, well, monks in monastic libraries. An outstanding example of scholarship in this period is the Northumbrian monk Bede, often called the Venerable Bede, who lived in the 7th to 8th centuries. Bede spent his entire life in the monasteries of Wearmouth and Jarrow in northern England, yet his intellectual influence was wide-ranging. He mastered all available liberal arts learning of his time, from the scripture and history to grammar and science. Bede's most famous work, The Ecclesiastical History of the English People, completed in 731, is a monumental history that not only chronicles early English history, but demonstrates rigorous use of sources and dating methods. Bede helped establish the BC-AD system of dating events by calculating years from the birth of Christ. He gave Europe a unified Christian chronology that replaced the old Roman calendar. Well, this is an intellectual innovation that's often overlooked, but it, of course, has had lasting impact on how our history is recorded. And in the realm of science and education, Bede also shatters the myth of medieval ignorance. In his treatise, On the Reckoning of Time, he explained the spherical shape of the earth and the causes of unequal length of days throughout the year. The earth, Bede taught, is round like a ball, not flat like a shield. Clear evidence that educated people of the early Middle Ages understood the basic astronomy inherited from the Greeks. He also described the tides and their relation to the phases of the moon with admittedly impressive accuracy. Bede and scholars like him were inheritors of classical scientific tradition, far from believing in a flat earth or shunning reason. Early medieval scholars integrated classical knowledge with Christian thought to the best of their ability. While elsewhere in Europe, we find similar beacons of learning. In what is now Spain, Isidore of Seville, a 7th century bishop, compiled an entire encyclopedia of knowledge called the Etymologies. Isidore tried to summarize all human knowledge, from theology and natural science to medicine and grammar, preserving many fragments of classical learning in the process. His work became a standard reference for centuries. In fact, the very idea of an encyclopedia of universal knowledge in the early 600s shows the intellectual curiosity that survived the fall of Rome. Education also received attention from kings. A landmark effort was the Carolingian Renaissance in the late 8th and 9th centuries. The Frankish king, later Emperor Charlemagne, was not content to rule over an illiterate populace. Though he himself may have only been semi-literate, there is a famous anecdote from his biographer, Einhard that Charlemagne kept writing tablets under his pillow to practice writing in secret. He deeply valued learning and recognized its importance for governance and religion. In 789, Charlemagne issued an edict called the Admonitio Generalis that, among many other reforms, ordered the establishment of schools at monasteries and cathedrals throughout his realm. Now, these schools were to educate boys in reading, writing, music, and scripture, essentially creating an educated clergy and an administrative class. An early push for universal education. Well, limited to males and within a church context, but I said it was early, right? Well, Charlemagne also gathered the greatest scholars of his age at his palace court in Aachen. He brought Baldwin of York from England to head his palace school. And speaking of Baldwin, he was a brilliant teacher who helped standardize curricula and produce corrected editions of texts. Other luminaries, like the historian Paul the Deacon from Italy and theologian Theodulf from Spain, were also invited to join the court. And together they pored over ancient manuscripts, correcting errors that had crept in over centuries of copying. And they produced new works of theology, poetry, and scholarship. Out of this circle came innovations such as the development of Carolingian minuscule, a clear, new handwriting style that made reading and copying far easier. The script with its neat lowercase letters is the ancestor of fonts that we actually use today. Well, it's also no exaggeration to say that hundreds of manuscripts, both biblical and classical text, were copied in the Carolingian scriptoria, effectively renewing Europe's textual resources. Without this Carolingian push, many works might have just disappeared. Even in areas outside of direct Carolingian influence, learning quietly persisted. In Ireland and Scotland, monasteries not only preserved Latin learning, but also fostered vernacular literacy. The earliest writings in Old Irish date from this period, showing a scholarly culture in the Celtic world. Irish and Scottish monks travelled as missionaries and teachers to the continent. Figures like Columbanus in the 6th centuries, for example, who founded monasteries in Gaul and Italy, bringing Irish learning with them. And by the 9th century, England's King Alfred the Great, another rare example of a, quote, educated king, was lamenting the decline of Latin education in his land. And instead of just doing nothing, he actually took action by having important books translated from Latin into Old English, so that all freeborn youth in England could learn to read English and know its basic knowledge. Alfred personally participated in translating works like Pope Gregory's Pastoral Care and Boethius's Consolation of Philosophy into English of his day. Of course, it's not the English that we have these days, but really the English we have now is not really English, but that's a story for another video. In any case, this is arguably, and this is important, the first state-sponsored literacy campaign in English history. Now, efforts like that indicate far from being complacent in ignorance. Early medieval leaders and churchmen were actively trying to improve learning, and saw it as vital to spiritual but also societal health. Well, let's turn to culture, because that was not a barren field in the Dark Ages either. It simply just took new forms. Art and literature continued to be produced, often with a distinctive early medieval flair that blended Christian, Roman, and, of course, those new barbarian influences. But if one only looks at the gleaming ruins of classical statues or the monumental architecture of Rome, you might think that art had declined. But look a little closer. What was created between the 5th and the 10th centuries? And you'll find masterpieces and innovation that rival anything that preceded them. Well, let's start with literature and language. Far from a period of silence, the early medieval centuries gave us epic poetry, saints' lives, sagas, and more. In Anglo-Saxon England, the epic Beowulf was composed likely between the 8th and early 9th century. Now, this is a magnificent poem. Though written in Old English rather than Latin, it stands as one of the great literary achievements of medieval Europe, rich in symbolism and artistry. Likewise, early medieval Celtic culture produced wonders like the Mabinogion tales in Wales and the saga of Cormac in Ireland. In continental Europe, Latin literature continued with writers like Venatius Fortunatus, that is the 6th century poet and bishop who wrote both hymns and secular poetry, and later with figures like Walafrid Strabo, a 9th century monk who wrote an influential theological epic. Religious literature also abounded. Biographies of saints, which are called hagiographies, circulated widely, providing more inspiration and also, incidentally, preserving historical details of the times. For instance, The Life of St. Columba by Adomnan, written around 700 in Iona, gives fascinating glimpses of early medieval Scottish society while recounting the miracles of a beloved abbot. Far from being culturally stagnant, people were telling stories, writing poems, and documenting events, sometimes in Latin or sometimes in the emerging vernacular languages. In any case, it only serves to enrich Europe's literary heritage. Now, moving on to visual arts, there was an explosion in intricate and small-scale artwork that often gets less attention compared to those grand Roman sculptures, but it is certainly just as impressive in skill. The migration-era barbarian kingdoms produced gorgeous metalwork, jewelry, weapon hilts, belt buckles, other adornments, inlaid with gold and garnet in swirling patterns not seen before. Now let's look at the famous example that is the Sutton Hoo treasure from the early 7th century in England. A royal burial hoard that contained a stunning helmet and exquisite wrought jewelry, combining Anglo-Saxon and Mediterranean motifs. These garnets in these pieces, by the way, likely came all the way from India or Sri Lanka, and that demonstrates trade links, and a little more on trade later. The point here is that an aesthetic of fine detail and interlaced pattern developed, especially in Celtic and Germanic art, which is anything but primitive. And indeed, one of the crown jewels of the early medieval culture is the illuminated manuscript. Monks and scribes turned holy books into works of art by embellishing them with colorful inks, gold leaf, and elaborate illustrations. The Book of Kells, created around 800 in Celtic Britain or Ireland, is often regarded as the peak of illuminated manuscripts. Its pages teem with vibrant knotwork designs and iconography, so detailed that even with modern magnification we marvel at the craftsmanship. Similarly, the Lindisfarne Gospels and the Book of Durrow, from circa 700 Northumbria and 650 Ireland respectively, showcase the fusion of Christian imagery with intricate Celtic patterns. These are not the products of a culturally dark era. They are rather brilliant achievements that required both technical skill and aesthetic imagination. Such manuscripts were luxury items, usually intended for display on altars or use by high clergy, signaling the importance placed on art in the service of religion. And of course, beyond their mere aesthetic beauty, they often preserved the text of the Gospels and other writings, marrying artistic and intellectual preservation into one. But architecture, too, that quietly advanced. While it is true that early medieval Western Europe did not immediately produce buildings on the scale of the Roman Colosseum or the Pantheon, it was far from an age without construction. Churches and monasteries were built everywhere, often repurposing Roman stones or columns, but also developing new styles. Of course, a notable example of that is the 7th century Basilica of St. Apollinar in Classe in Ravenna, then a center of Byzantine influence in Italy. adorned with resplendent mosaics that testified to the continuation of high-quality art. In the Frankish realm, by Charlemagne's time, we see an ambition to build in grand style again. Charlemagne's palace chapel at Aachen, completed around 805, featured a domed octagonal church inspired by Byzantine architecture. And indeed, he imported marble, and columns from Italy, and hired Lombard masons to realize the dream. This Carolingian architecture is a precursor to the later Romanesque style, and shows that the desire for monumental building was very much alive. But even earlier, small but elegant churches like San Juan de Baños in Visigothic Spain, built around 661, or even St. Peter's Church in Weymouth, England, built around 675 under Abbot Benedict Biscop, who imported glass from Gaul for the windows, illustrate that building techniques and artistry continued. In Anglo-Saxon England, timber halls and churches were common early on, but by the 8th century, stone construction became more frequent, indicating growing resources and skills. The Byzantine Empire, on the other hand, never stopped building. We mention Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, the great domed cathedral finished under Emperor Justinian. And that dome, 102 feet across and hovering 180 feet above the floor, was an engineering feat that pushed the boundaries of architecture. It remained the largest church in the world for nearly 1,000 years. The Byzantines also excelled in mosaic art. The golden mosaics of Ravenna in Italy, and later of Thessaloniki and Constantinople itself, show a continuity of Greco-Roman artistic realism blended with a new, transcendent Christian style. Icon painting, that is, holy images of Christ, Mary, and the saints, became a major art form in this era. Despite the little hiccup of the iconoclast controversy in the 8th and 9th centuries. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a religious conflict over the use of images, and that led to the destruction of many early icons. In any case, by the later 9th century, icons were reinstated and produced in massive numbers. These icons and mosaics are visually stunning, rich with symbolism, and they deeply influenced the spiritual life of medieval people. The artistry involved, mixing pigments, gilding halos, capturing expressive faces. It shows a sophisticated cultural milieu, certainly not a dark one. But another cultural pillar of the age was the Christian church itself, which grew to be the unifying institution across Western Europe, pretty much the one-stop shop for everything. The early medieval period was actually an era of massive religious expansion and organization. Pagan tribes in Europe converted to Christianity one by one, and with each new conversion came a whole new cultural package: literacy to read scripture, Latin language for the liturgy, and often church laws and moral codes that reshaped societies. For example, when the Frankish king Clovis converted to Catholic Christianity around 496, it aligned the new Frankish kingdom with the Roman Church. Clovis and his successors issued law codes that, while still quite rough by modern standards, aimed to regulate violence through fines and legal processes rather than blood feuds. The Church held synods and councils that set social norms. For instance, numerous church councils in Gaul and Spain in the 6th and 7th centuries took measures to protect the weak, regulate marriages, and curb abuse. Small steps toward more orderly communities. The concept of morality and order rooted in Christian teaching slowly permeated the new kingdoms and acted as a brand new civilizing force. But monasteries and churches also acted as cultural centers, not only for learning as mentioned, but for music and liturgy. The development of Gregorian chant, for instance, occurred in the early medieval church. By the 9th century, the Frankish and Roman traditions of plainchant merged into what had become the standard liturgical music of the Middle Ages. This musical innovation, preserved in manuscripts with some of the earliest musical notation, is a testament to that era's cultural creativity, and it's quite nice to listen to those sorts of chants. If I want to recommend anyone, I would recommend Divna Lubojevic. I think that's how I pronounce it. Absolutely fantastic. Great to listen to, especially when you're just relaxing, meditating, whatever it is. So here's another important area of growth in the early Middle Ages, and that is the re-establishment of political order and legal structures after the Western Roman Empire fell. The narrative of chaos and lawlessness after Rome is a little bit exaggerated. In fact, new kingdoms arose that, while different from the imperial system, created their own forms of stability and continuity. Various Germanic kingdoms, let's get to them first. Visigoths in Spain, Franks in Gaul, Ostrogoths, and then the Lombards in Italy, Anglo-Saxons in Britain, among others, carved out their own territories. Initially there were power struggles and shifting borders, yes, but by the late 5th and 6th centuries, many of these realms had settled into relative stability. Well, we say relative stability for the Middle Ages, of course. These kings did something crucial. They issued written law codes, often in Latin, for their realms. And this shows an active effort to govern justly and record rules, much like the Roman tradition of law. For instance, the Visigothic Code, also known as Lex Visigothorum, was compiled in the 7th century in the Visigothic Kingdom of Spain. It was a comprehensive set of laws that applied to both the Visigothic nobles and the Roman population under their rule, covering everything from property rights to marriage and crime. And notably, it outlawed marriage between close relatives and set penalties for various offenses, clearly an attempt at civil society norms. In the Frankish realms, which would become France and Germany, King Clovis and his successors put forward the Salic law in the early 6th century, as mentioned, and later kings added to it. Now, the Salic law was famous for its detailed schedule of fines for all sorts of injuries. This was a move to replace cycles of revenge with structured compensation. Similarly, the Anglo-Saxon kings in England released some of their earliest law codes in the vernacular, and the earliest known, by King Ethelbert of Kent around 602, lists fines for crimes and protections for the church. It was written in Old English, the Anglo-Saxon vernacular, making it actually the earliest Germanic language law code that we have. These legal texts, dry as they may seem, are evidence of societies striving for order, justice, and continuity with Roman legal habits, and they also indicate rising administrative capability. Kings had scribes compile and copy these laws, courts to enforce them, and they were promulgated to the people. But as time went on, larger polities formed. The Frankish kingdom expanded, and by the 8th and 9th centuries under the Carolingians had become a new empire covering much of Western and Central Europe. Charlemagne's empire, known of course as the Carolingian Empire, wasn't just about brute force and violence. It had a very strong administrative backbone. Charlemagne sent out royal agents called missi dominici to oversee local authorities, hold general assemblies, and standardize weights and measures. He and his son, Louis the Pious, also enacted many capitularies, that is, royal decrees, to legislate on everything from church reform to the control of taverns to the mismanagement of royal lands. And this indicates a governing mindset at work, a conscious effort to impose a higher order on the patchwork of local customs. It is a direct contradiction to the idea of that anarchic Dark Age. For example, the Admonitio Generalis of 789, mentioned earlier in the education section, also contained provisions for the moral reform of society. urging clergy to lead by example, insisting that Sundays must be respected, that the poor and strangers be protected, and that judges dispense justice without bribes. Well, another vital aspect of the stability was indeed the role of the Church as a unifying institution across different kingdoms. Bishops and abbots often functioned as mediators and administrators, helping to fill the void left by Roman bureaucracy. The Church also provided a moral framework that discouraged some of the worst violence. In the 10th century, slightly later than our core period, but building on earlier efforts, movements like the Peace of God and the Truce of God arose, where bishops rallied communities to limit warfare, forbidding violence against non-combatants and prohibiting fighting on holy days. These movements, of course, had roots in earlier councils and decrees that sought to temper the endemic warfare of the nobility. The idea that even warfare should be subject to moral law was a medieval development, an attempt to civilize behavior through religious pressure. Now, socially, while the stratification of society into nobility, clergy, and peasants, etc., did continue, there were some improvements in how communities functioned. The early medieval period saw the birth or growth of many towns and market centers after an initial post-Roman dip. For example, archaeological evidence shows that by the 8th and 9th century, trading towns like Dorestad in Frisia, which is modern-day Netherlands, and Rouen and Kantovik in northern France, and then we got London in England too. They all became thriving trading hubs. They weren't as large as the big Roman cities, but they were bustling enough to attract merchants from far away. Law codes from the era often dedicate sections to commercial matters, implying active trade, like rules on coinage, weights and measures, this kind of thing. Over time, these small market towns laid the groundwork for the later revival of urban life in the High Middle Ages. But it's also during this period that we see the embryonic form of parliaments or councils in some regions. The kings would hold diets or assemblies. For instance, the early English assembly of the wise men, the Wittenagmot, advised Anglo-Saxon kings, and the Frankish kings held annual Champs de Mars, that is, March fields, when nobles and churchmen discussed affairs. They weren't really democratic by any modern standard, but they established the idea that rulers should at least consult with leading representatives of the realm, a precedent for more formal parliaments in later centuries. So in short, the early medieval West was actively rebuilding political structures. It moved from the unitary empire of Rome to a more pluralistic order of kingdoms. But those kingdoms created laws, enforced justice, and maintained relative peace, especially once they converted to Christianity, which often curbed a little bit of the violence. Well, by the 9th and 10th centuries, Europe was not a lawless wasteland at all. It was a patchwork of states with functioning institutions. Charlemagne's imperial title in 800 signified not the end of darkness, but rather the recognition that the work of statecraft had achieved a new height. A Western European ruler deemed himself, with the Pope's blessing nonetheless, the successor to the Roman Caesars. That moment shows a psychological end to any notion of being in dark times, I think. Charlemagne and his circle certainly believed that they were living in an age of renewal and light. He actively fostered the idea of a renovatio Romani Imperi, that is, renewal of the Roman Empire. I suppose one could argue that the concept of Europe as a distinct civilization coalesced in these early centuries, this fusion of Roman, Christian, and Germanic elements that forged in the aftermath of Rome's fall. Well, perhaps one of the most surprising aspects of this so-called Dark Age is the quiet technological and economic progress that was made. Let me explain. We do often assume that no scientific or technological advances happened until later, but early medieval people were innovative when necessity demanded it. Whether it was agriculture, warfare, just daily life, several improvements were introduced between the 5th and 10th centuries that would prove to be very, very important. Start with agriculture. Of course, that is the backbone of the economy, cannot deny that. As great centralized supply chains of the Roman Empire broke down, communities had to become more self-sufficient to get the most out of local lands. Farming is never easy, of course. This spurred agricultural innovation. One major development was the spread of the heavy plough in northern Europe. The Romans had used a light scratch plough that worked well in the light soils of the Mediterranean, but it was inadequate for the heavy, clay-rich soils of northern Gaul. Germany and England, too, had the same situation. Sometimes around the 7th to 8th centuries, a new type of plough with an iron ploughshare and a mould board emerged in Slavic lands and the eastern Frankish realms. This heavy, wheeled plough could turn over the dense soils and create furrows, significantly improving crop yields in northern climates. By the 9th and 10th centuries, this technology had spread widely in Europe, contributing to more efficient farming and supporting population growth. In conjunction, the use of the horse collar and horseshoe for plough animals, both innovations appearing by the early Middle Ages, allowed horses or oxen to pull ploughs more effectively without choking and work on rough terrain without injury. These may sound like humble inventions, but you must remember how enormous the impact was. More food produced with less labor meant communities could sustain more people and recover quickly from hardships. Another transformative agricultural practice was the three-field crop rotation system. The Romans typically used a two-field system. Plant one field, leave another fallow. Sometime around the 8th or 9th century in parts of Frankish territories, farmers began dividing land into 3 parts. One planted in autumn with winter wheat or rye, one in spring with crops like barley or legumes, and one left fallow to recover. Now each year, the fields rotated. This method left only a third of land fallow at the time, instead of half as in the older system, and it also improved soil fertility by alternating deep-rooted and shallow-rooted plants, and including legumes that fixed nitrogen, whether they knew it or not. The result was certainly a noticeable increase in yield and a better diet variety. By the High Middle Ages, this three-field system was widespread and underpinned the population boom of that era, but its genesis lies in the early experiments of medieval times. In short, medieval peasants were not ignorant of how to improve their farming. They were actively trying new approaches, and they were getting better at it every year. Now consider mechanical technology. One might assume that without the Roman engineering corps, that technology regressed. Not so. Certain technology saw their first large-scale use in the early medieval period, and one prime example is the water mill. Water-powered mills for grinding grain existed in Roman times, but they became truly common in early medieval Europe. The collapse of slave-based agriculture made labor-saving devices attractive. By the 8th century, documents and archaeology show water mills along many rivers and streams, even in far-flung places like Ireland and Anglo-Saxon England. These mills freed people from hours of manual grinding and allowed larger quantities of flour to be produced, supporting the larger communities that would come with time. The Domesday Book, a survey of England in 1086, a little bit later than our period, found thousands of mills across even that relatively small country. many of which had been in operation since centuries before. The spread of the watermill is sometimes called the first industrial revolution in Europe, long before the 18th century one. Relatedly, the early Middle Ages also saw the introduction of the windmill by the 9th and 10th century in Persia, and soon after in Europe, although windmills became common in Europe a bit later. Other inventions improved the mechanical clock. The first mechanical clock appear in Europe by the late 13th century, but they drew on earlier timing devices like water clocks. Interestingly, a legendary early hint of mechanical ingenuity is the water-powered clock sent by Caliph of Baghdad to Charlemagne around 807. It allegedly wowed the Frankish court with its moving figures and chiming hours, showing that advanced technology was certainly being shared across certain cultures. Furthermore, eyeglasses would only be invented in the late 13th century, but the need for visual aids was recognized by scholars copying manuscripts in dim light. So, they used what was called reading stones, a kind of polished glass, as a precursor. And while these particular items fall just outside the traditional Dark Ages, once again, it has its roots in that ethos of medieval problem-solving. In terms of military technology, the early medieval era introduced the stirrup to European warfare, likely brought from Central Asia around the 7th to 8th century. The stirrup seemed simple, but it revolutionized cavalry by giving riders greater stability and the ability to use lances more effectively, paving the way for the emergence of medieval knights and heavy cavalry. Of course, this dramatically changed battle tactics and made cavalry the dominant force for centuries. A small innovation with a huge ramification. Of course, the knightly class and feudal cavalry obligations all tie back to the arrival of the stirrup. But let us not forget navigation and exploration. This period saw the remarkable expansion of the Vikings from the 8th to 10th centuries, who, despite their reputation as fearsome raiders, were also skilled sailors and traders. Viking longships were technological marvels of the time. Fast, durable, able to sail rivers and open sea. Using these ships, Norse mariners explored the North Atlantic, reaching Iceland, Greenland, and even North America. Around the year 1000, Leif Erikson landed in Vinland, today's Newfoundland. This was an incredible navigational feat that predates Columbus by almost 500 years. Meanwhile, in Eastern Europe, Vikings, or the Varangians, opened river routes to the Black Sea and Constantinople, integrating Northern Europe into the broader trade network. These exploits certainly required keen knowledge of star navigation, shipbuilding, and overall adaptation to new lands. Hardly the work of an unenlightened people, that's for sure. Now, economically, as we touched upon earlier, trade never died out. It just retracted and reconfigured. The early Middle Ages saw a shift from the huge interregional trade of the Roman Empire to more localized trade at first, but by the 7th century, international routes were re-emerging. The Silk Road still functioned through the Byzantine and Islamic worlds, bringing luxury goods to Europe. The Franks, for example, obtained silk from Byzantium and spices from the East. In fact, Charlemagne was known to gift silken cloaks, likely imported through the Italian ports. And on the other side, Europe exported raw materials like timber, furs, and slaves too, unfortunately, to more sophisticated economies in the East. Under the Carolingians, a silver coinage economy was revived. Charlemagne's monetary reforms established the silver denier as a standard coin, facilitating commerce. And coins minted in places like Anglo-Saxon England, Carolingian Gaul, and Viking Dublin. That's right, Dublin was a Viking city, show an interconnected economy. A fascinating find is a coin from the English King Offa of Mercia, late 8th century, that is an imitation of an Arabic gold dinar, complete with Arabic inscriptions, although likely without full understanding of them. Archaeology continuously provides vivid evidence of these networks. For instance, beads from as far as the Middle East have been found in 7th century graves in Scandinavia. Byzantine coins turn up in Mediterranean settings too. And all of this shows that goods were moving across long distances. The scale might have been smaller than in Roman times, certainly, but by the 9th and 10th centuries, trade was vigorous enough that some historians speak of a commercial rejuvenation, well before the famous high medieval economic revival. But no evaluation of the Dark Ages would be complete without highlighting the Byzantine Empire, the direct continuation of the Eastern Roman Empire, which serves as a pretty good counterexample to the idea of a Dark Age. While Western Europe was rebuilding and redefining itself, Byzantium, as historians call the Eastern Empire, was a bastion of classical knowledge and a center of economic and cultural life. Focusing mainly on Western Europe often skews our perception when talking about this stuff, but Byzantium between the 5th and 10th centuries was often the richest and most advanced state in the Western Eurasian world. Even as the Western Empire fell in the 5th century, the East persisted. The Emperor Justinian I, who reigned 527 to 565, deserves a special mention. He embarked on ambitious projects that symbolically and practically kept Roman civilization very much alive. Under Justinian, Byzantium produced the Corpus Juris Civilis, the comprehensive code of Roman law published in the 530s. This was effectively a compilation and clarification of a millennium of Roman legal thought, from the edicts of emperors to the opinions of jurists, and all organized into a coherent code. The Corpus Juris not only served Byzantium for centuries, but much later in the 11th century was rediscovered in the West and became the foundation for modern civil law traditions. That debt to the early medieval East is often forgotten. Our legal systems today in many countries owe a lineage to Justinian's codifiers, a monument of legal scholarship. Now, culturally, Constantinople was a powerhouse. It may well have been the largest city in the world around 600, with perhaps 500,000 people at its peak. It featured advanced urban amenities, hospitals, orphanages, public baths, some continued from Roman times, and a famous university, i.e. the University of Constantinople, that during this era maintained instruction in Greek literature, philosophy, medicine, and more. Classical education in rhetoric and philosophy persisted in the East longer than in the Latin West. Byzantines read Homer, Plato, and Aristotle in the original Greek. They wrote commentaries on those works and preserved them in their libraries. In the 9th and 10th centuries, during the so-called Macedonian Renaissance, named for the Macedonian dynasty of emperors, Byzantine scholars like Photius and Arethusa compiled encyclopedias and anthologies of ancient knowledge. Photius, the Patriarch of Constantinople in the 9th century, famously wrote the Bibliotheca, a work summarizing and reviewing hundreds of books he had read, including many classical texts that are now lost except for his sole account of them. It's a shame. Well, it shows a lively intellectual culture, if anything. Now, the Byzantine Empire was also a center of art and learning that influenced its neighbors. Its magnificent art, icons, illuminated manuscript, silks embroidered with imperial motifs was coveted by foreign kings. The empire actively interacted with the new civilization of Islam and with the Slavic peoples to its north. For example, Byzantine played a key role in converting the Slavs to Christianity in the 9th century. The Byzantine missionaries Cyril and Methodius developed the first Slavic alphabet. Glagolitic, which evolved into Cyrillic. That's where we get Cyrillic from Cyril. Well, they also translated the Bible into Old Slavonic. Of course, this was a huge cultural leap for the Slavs, and directly enabled the Byzantine initiatives, a light spreading outward. The Eastern Church and Empire thereby influenced what would become Russia, Bulgaria, and Serbia, pulling them into the orbit of the Greco-Roman Christian civilization. By the 10th century, Prince Olga of Kiev, and later her grandson Vladimir, adopted Christianity for Kievan Rus throughout the contact with Byzantium, profoundly shaping Eastern European history. Now, this transmission of religion, literacy, and art to the Slavs is very much a story of the early Middle Ages, and is anything but a story of decline, but rather one of cultural enrichment. Well, all of this is to say that Byzantium was a continuous shining beacon of the post-classical world that kept many elements of the classical civilizations vibrant. When Western Europeans later journeyed to Constantinople, etc., during the First Crusade and the end of the 11th century, they were astonished by the city's size, wealth, and sophistication. It was beyond anything in the Latin West at the time. The Byzantines themselves certainly didn't view their age as dark. They considered themselves the true Romans and custodians of a great civilization. Of course, if you were to say, "Why are you living like this? Rome has fell," they would probably tell you, "What do you mean Rome's fell? We're right here." But moreover, Byzantine influence seeped back westward gradually. There were instances of scholarly exchange. For example, the 8th century Northumbrian scholar Bede corresponded with a bishop from the Byzantine-ruled south of Italy, receiving the knowledge of Greek hagiographies. The Carolingians sought alliances and marriage ties with Byzantium. One of Charlemagne's daughters was even proposed to a Byzantine prince, and later his grandsons intermarried with the Byzantine imperial family. While a full transmission of Greek learning to the West wouldn't happen until much later, Byzantium still served as a storehouse of knowledge that eventually would flow back. So when we discuss Renaissance in the 12th century, or, of course, the later Italian Renaissance, we often celebrate the rediscovery of the ancient Greek works. Many of those works had existed in Byzantine libraries until savvy Western or Arabic scholars obtained them. So during that so-called Dark Age, the East was holding in trust much of the heritage that the West had thought it had lost. So as we've seen, the Dark Ages were not really that dark, but they were rather just an age of initial transition and then transformation. Western Europe had a bit of a shock after Rome's collapse, but it gradually regenerated itself, preserving some of the old, innovating some of the new. Literacy and learning carried on, and everything just got into a new routine, I suppose. When you cast your mind to the Middle Ages, you think of castles, don't you? Intricate hubs of feudal power and governance that mirror the complexities of their era. But see past it a little bit, and you realize they're more than just military strongholds. Built by kings, lords, and nobles throughout Europe, these massive constructions indeed were symbols of power and had advanced defense systems, including towers, moats, high stone walls, all to fend off invaders and endure protracted sieges. But beyond their use in combat, castles developed into thriving centers of government and culture, housing courts, protecting wealth, and serving as a fulcrum for those local power structures. Their architectural development, which reflected the changes in social organization and military technology breakthroughs, offers another intriguing perspective on the inventive and turbulent medieval period. So, how about we have a look into that today? We know all about the completed structures, but what lies beneath the walls. It's not often that we talk about those who actually had to build them and, frankly, the complete hell they went through to accomplish this task. So, today, if you'd like to come with me, I am going to talk to you about castles, from start to finish. Like and subscribe, and thank you to those supporting on the Patreon. Let us begin. Castles were the recognizable buildings that dominated the European landscape during the Middle Ages. These imposing structures, which were distinguished by their high towers and fortified gateways, had administrative as well as defensive purposes. However, the intricate social and economic dynamic that underpinned their imposing architecture had a significant impact on the communities that were forced to construct and maintain them. With a focus on the material and human cost associated with castle construction, we're going to go into a little bit of detail today about the process and the unspoken unpleasantries about all this. We're going to look into the organization and coercion of labor, the financial burdens on entire regions, and the wider ramifications of castle construction for long-term societal change, economic networks, and even social hierarchies. Of course, as many advances in military engineering and architecture during the Middle Ages, it's equally important to acknowledge that these construction achievements frequently required substantial sacrifices from those at the bottom of the feudal hierarchy. So, in addition to being defensive structures, we know that medieval castles were political markers too. They changed local governance by projecting power outward through their strategic placement. Whether by a newly ascending noble family or a victorious king attempting to extend sovereignty over contested lands, the building of a new fortress often signified the introduction of authority into a region, whether the region liked it or not. But the process needed more than just ambition and vision. To ensure quick and economical construction, it required assembling a sizable labor force made up of skilled craftsmen, peasant conscripts, and occasionally prisoners who worked under admittedly close supervision, certainly subject to a roll call before and after the shifts, I assume. And then we have the demands on materials and labor. In addition to iron, sand, and limestone for mortar, builders required enormous amounts of stone and timber. Additional labor, equipment, and resources, often taken from local residents, and by taken I mean stolen, were needed for the transportation and cutting of materials. Of course, this commandeering of resources generally tends to take different nature depending on where and when you are. But generally, if the nobles wanted to build a castle, they were getting those materials one way or another. Well, besides the physical confiscation of the stone and the timber and all the rest, lords frequently used new or higher taxes, as well as feudal obligation to direct coercion to seize goods and services, because the endeavors were so time-consuming and costly. Peasants often suffered as a result of these practices, since they were taken away from caring for their own lands and means of subsistence, and were subjected to additional financial demands from their rulers. The inability of rural populations to resist elite construction projects was demonstrated by the extreme cases in which entire communities were uprooted or displaced to make room for the new fortress's spatial requirements. Of course, this all goes into the timeless representation of feudal authority that castles were. They emphasized the social hierarchy that defined medieval Europe by giving the nobility a physical haven, quite literally looking down on everyone. With little opposition, garrison soldiers and managers could impose their lord's will and demand labor and rent from the local population. By deterring challenges to authority, the fortress's imposing presence frequently contributed to the stability, or perhaps from a different angle, the stagnation of the dominant social order. I suppose it depends who you ask. But as time went on, the network of castles throughout Europe also promoted trade and the growth of new towns by offering marketplaces and a certain amount of security. So in this way, building castles kind of served as a double-edged sword of sorts. While it exploited serfs and other weaker social groups, it also opened the door for more intricate economic relationships that would eventually weaken the very feudal structures that allowed for this kind of exploitation. I suppose the clock just ticks away. So, we begin by talking about castles and the structure of feudalism. You really can't have one without the other. Understanding that larger feudal framework in which castles were built is crucial to appreciating the significance they had in society. As for the lord, who had legal title to land, and vassals, or perhaps tenants, who were given use of the land in exchange for loyalty or service, well, they formed the foundation of feudalism as it existed in different parts of Europe. The system gave authority to those who could manage and defend vast swaths of land. Castles became both functional and symbolic hubs of this authority. A castle could offer some security to local populations by sheltering them behind its walls during periods of unrest or invasion, but it's not as nice as it sounds. Believe me, that many people, with that little sanitation, you may as well be a little bit safer outside the walls. However, it also functioned as a hub for labor organization, enforcing the law and collecting taxes and rent. As a result, the fortress became this outward representation of the lord's claim to power, representing a social institution as well as defensive tact. Because land ownership and military prowess were so closely associated with power, a lord's legitimacy was symbolized by his ability to build and maintain a strong castle. And that's the kicker of it, maintaining the castle. That's where the costs really come in over a long time. For example, we think about the quick spread of motte and bailey castles following the Norman conquest of England in 1066. It shows how these buildings could quickly help consolidate power. Castles were purposely erected in regions like Wales, Ireland, and even over in the Crusader states, in order to control the local populace and establish supremacy of the conquering classes. Of course, the commoners, they were expected to perform various types of labor and produce for their lord in order to gain access to farmland and protection, all under feudal obligation. Although it's not consistent across regions, and we are speaking in generalities with this video, these impositions gave lords the ability to command sizable workforces whenever they felt that it was necessary. At the snap of a finger, full mobilization, no questions asked. One such need was the building of castles, especially in the area that were under conflict, or where there were imminent military or political dangers. Peasants were forced to comply by the legal and social structure, which was essentially institutionalized exploitation under the pretense of feudal duty. Perhaps a little bit of patriotism as well. You think about it. The whole obey the king, these kinds of things. Well, you wouldn't want to not obey the king, wouldn't you? You get yourself into a bit of trouble. A large portion of medieval Europe followed this pattern in general, even though there were some regional differences in the precise duties expected of peasants and towns. The general pattern is pretty much the same. Castles were both the result and the tool of a system in which power was firmly held by a privileged minority. The possibility of erecting new fortifications, whether legally or illegally, remained an alluring tactic for aristocrats looking to bolster their positions, even after kings issued royal charters prohibiting the unapproved building of castles. In order to establish administrative centers, fortify their borders, and convey an air of invincibility, lords who sought to expand their power over a variety of lands built their own fortresses, of course, on their own expense. But it is a little oversimplified to say that the local population benefited equally from these constructions. Many residents saw the new fortresses as an encroachment on their daily lives, even though some may have felt a sense of protection from having the military and the walls around a place to run if things got bad. Farmers, they were hit the hardest. They were forced to give up the products of their work. Artisans, too, were called up to perform duties that frequently went beyond what was reasonable, and entire communities could simply be uprooted if their land was selected as a strategic location. Now, let's talk about the ones who construct these fortresses. We talk about the serfs, the craftsmen, and of course, the forced labor. A large, diverse, and frequently coerced workforce was required to complete this complex task of building the castle. Workers were recruited from a variety of social classes and were under strict supervision, with an emphasis on cost-cutting and efficiency. Serfs and peasants carrying out their feudal duties, expert artisans offering what technical know-how they could offer, and captives, or forced laborers, compelled to serve in difficult circumstances, were the three main groups involved. And just think about it for a moment. How would you end up in a position of forced labor? Well, we can think of a little bit of a situation where you have things to do. The authorities arrive and say, "Congratulations, sir, you've been selected to work on the castle. Eternal glory and all that. Come with us. Don't bother packing a bag." Well, if you refuse doing that, you'll certainly find yourself behind bars rather. And then, of course, you have no choice but to do the labor anyway. So, of course, the forced labor, perhaps we can use the word coerced, but from the start it was forced labor. You didn't have a choice if they called you up. The majority of medieval peasants were required to perform labor for their lord, at least in some capacity. You might have heard of the practice known as corvée labor. Now, this is it. Landowners might insist that local peasant men work on castle construction sites for weeks or months instead of their own farms in periods of high construction demand. This work included carrying stones from neighboring quarries, digging ditches for moats, cutting wood for scaffolding, and moving supplies in frequently taxing circumstances. The duties were frequently performed for free and were seen as a component of a larger set of services that the lord required in exchange for allowing them to live on his property. Food security and livelihoods could have been at risk due to this diversion of agricultural labor, especially if construction occurs during crucial planting or harvesting seasons. Although lords usually tried to plan significant projects outside of the busiest farming season because, of course, they needed to eat as well, and they don't want to be causing any famines, don't they? The necessity to finish fortifications quickly occasionally overshadowed any consideration for the welfare of peasants. Think about it. If they are at threat of a looming war or some kind of power struggle, priorities might need to be shifted. It always comes at the expense of the lower classes. Of course, if things really hit the fan, those nobles have a ship at the port where they can simply ride their horses down and go to some other more pleasant part. The poor old peasants, well, they couldn't do that. But of course it wasn't all peasants. You had professional engineers and craftspeople of the day. Expert craftsmen provided the specialized knowledge that was necessary to build these enormous fortifications, while the common laborers provided the muscle. For jobs requiring technical accuracy, such as laying foundations on difficult terrain, building sturdy walls, and creating dependable mechanisms for drawbridges, master masons, carpenters, engineers, and other specialists were essential. Due to their expertise, and also their scarcity, these artisans had quite a bit more negotiating power than the peasants. In fact, the nobles needed them more than the other way around. In fact, they occasionally moved from project to project to demand higher wages, and the highest bidder always wins. Their participation gave the building of castles a certain professionalism and consistency, and their expertise frequently dictated how long a structure would last. Sure, you can have 1,000 peasants carrying the stones, but placed in the wrong spot, well, your castle's not going to stand for too long, isn't it? Everyone needed the expert artisans. Those engineers and craftspeople, well, everything was relying on them. The hierarchical pressures of feudal society, however, did not spare these skilled workers. Conditions could become oppressive, with long work hours, high risks of injury, and of course, very little time for breaks. If a king or noble had demanded accelerated work, once bad luck. Artists risked legal repercussions or loss of a future job opportunity if they disobeyed or abandoned a project. The sheer need for specialized labor could attract people from far-off places too, to areas where massive castle-building campaigns took place. Think of the Edwardian castles in Wales or the Crusader fortress in the Levant. Even though these artisans occasionally became wealthy or enjoyed higher social standing, their success was still reliant on the support and interests of their influential patrons, somewhat at their mercy. It's an interesting power dynamic. But when we want to talk about real power dynamics, we can't go past the forced work and the prisoners. Those who worked in even more difficult positions made up the final group of workers in medieval construction. Victorious nobles frequently forced criminals, prisoners of war, or oppressed people to labor on fortifications during wars or conquests. The most difficult and hazardous jobs were typically given to these forced laborers because of the physically taxing nature of building castles and the accidents that come along with it. Their living conditions were also usually appalling, and their mortality rates were high. This type of work made it easier to quickly establish military outposts and guard recently conquered areas in some frontier areas. Despite the paucity of documentation on forced labor, historical allusions suggest that their function was not incidental. The use of forced labor shows the ruling class's desperate need to quickly fortify key areas, as well as the helplessness of those caught in the apparatus of conquest. Although these workers frequently left little documentation behind, their efforts greatly aided in the construction of the formidable fortifications, many of which still remain today. Oh, if only the walls could speak. Of course, it took a lot of money to build a castle, slaves notwithstanding, both to buy raw materials and to pay for the skilled labor. The richest kings and nobles may have been able to directly fund such projects, sure, but they usually reduced their own expenses by placing a large portion of the cost on the local population. Increased taxes, resource expropriation, and the systematic removal of capital and labor from other economic endeavors were particularly clear examples of this. Feudal tenures could also be used by lords and monarchs to compel their vassals to make additional payments. These could be assessed as new or higher rents, and they could be offered as special aids to finance the building of the castle. For peasant families that are already making do with meager resources, the cumulative effort of these impositions could obviously be disastrous. In some instances, officials from the lord or king had the power to conduct audits of towns and villages to determine their level of wealth, establishing exact quotas for the debts owed by each family or community. There was a climate of fear that discouraged open resistance, because failure to meet these quotas, of course, could result in fines or legal ramifications. The taxation of castle construction, of course, was not limited to rural areas. Wherever a ruler wished to fortify a region, levies were also imposed on towns, trade guilds, and even places of worship. That's right, sometimes they taxed the churches. A resolute sovereign frequently found ways to extract the required funds, even though such entities occasionally had privileges and exemptions. Large-scale methodical wealth extraction was necessary for building of famous fortresses like those ordered by English kings, those magnificent ones we still have today. A castle could not be built with money alone, however. It was essential to have access to the raw materials like the lime, metal, wood, and stone. A region's natural resources were exploited by the nobles, who would burn wood to make charcoal or lime and clear forests for beams. At fixed prices, they were typically lower than free market rates. They could force local miners to quarry stone or iron ore. Furthermore, without receiving just compensation, peasants with carts or draft animals might be forced to move these goods over long distances. There were also major logistical issues with housing and feeding the workers. Over a long period of time, soldiers and a large number of artisans and laborers gathered at a castle site. It was necessary to obtain food supplies, frequently making by direct requests of neighboring villages. The ensuing shortages put additional strain on nearby communities, potentially leading to higher costs for basic necessities and worsening peasant poverty. In a similar vein, draft animals and transportation carts were frequently forced into service for construction projects rather than being available for agricultural work, sending the technological situation of this agricultural work back a few centuries. On occasion, the construction of castles forced local communities to undergo direct spatial changes. Existing homesteads or entire villages may have been uprooted if a specific location was judged to be strategically or militarily advantageous. Residents were compelled to move under such conditions, usually to areas with fewer economic opportunities or simply less arable land. This was particularly prevalent when modern Bailey castles were built in key locations next to rivers or along roads, due to the fact that feudal law acknowledged the general rights of land-holding elites. Local populations had limited legal recourse against displacement. Campaigns to build castles have the potential to alter regional geographies and human settlement patterns on a larger scale too. The construction of fortifications in recently conquered areas or along borderlands may have caused waves of populations to migrate as people try to escape the costs and new taxes, or just simply the conscription of labor. But on the other hand, other groups such as craftspeople and merchants may have seen this as an opportunity, moving towards castle towns in quest of business prospects and a sense of security. Castles were powerful representations of feudal power in addition to being these useful fortifications. Frequently, they were towering over the surrounding countryside. This was all by design, of course, serving as a visible reminder that the local population was indeed ruled by a strong individual. But during peacetime, a castle's bailey and gates may have hosted feasts, court cases, and other formal occasions. It developed into a stronghold from which the local lord could launch an army during hostilities too. But it wasn't always down to the dirty business. The contrast between safety and danger highlighted the castle's dual function. On one hand, it offered protection to the wealthy and, occasionally, to a few local residents who might be allowed inside when danger was present. However, it just simply further entrenched this system of power that placed local peasants and lower nobles even in a subservient role. According to its lord's wishes, the castle government upheld justice, kept a garrison, and collected rents and other fees, and good luck getting over the walls to take that back. Armed forces positioned inside the castle could act quickly in the event that villagers rebelled or neglected their responsibilities. Think of the bailiffs, the sheriffs. Definitely not the most popular job. In disputed areas where a series of recently constructed or renovated castles could serve as the foundation of a conqueror's hold on recently conquered territories, this concentration of power was particularly noticeable. In these kinds of situations, the mere existence of a castle frequently denoted the establishment of new administrative and cultural structures. The conquering elite might be able to override or at least reinterpret the local laws, land rights, and customs. As a result, they were essential to the Middle Ages' colonial expansion, if we're going to use that word for it, because they gave military leaders the ability to simply subjugate native populations and take the resources with very little consequence. At least, yeah. We'll talk about some peasant revolts in a later video. But furthermore, by physically separating the nobility from the general populace, castles helped to preserve feudal hierarchies. Layers of division between lords and commoners were established by the fortress's internal defenses, which included keep towers and concentric curtain walls. Access to inner wards was tightly controlled, although peasants might occasionally be asked to deliver goods or attend markets in the outer bailey. Social divisions were strengthened by this spatial segregation, which gave the building an air of exclusivity. The upper wards and keep were occupied by the noble families, esteemed visitors, and reliable retainers who benefited from superior living conditions and prestige. But I will remind you, when we say superior living conditions, this is superior to the living conditions of a medieval peasant. And that's not very good. We're not starting from the most nicest of circumstance, that's for sure. Living in a castle was not like they have in those old Technicolor movies. It was cold, it was stone walls, rats. Not the best place to be. Let us not romanticize it too much. The castle's imposing silhouette served as a continual reminder of the possibility of medieval military force, even though most medieval communities did not experience this violence on a daily basis, particularly in situations where peasants and townspeople lacked the resources to organize or acquire weapons. Such covert coercion left little opportunity for overt rebellion. And added to that, weapons, armor, they were expensive, and blacksmiths generally weren't doing charity runs. So it is very, very difficult. Without any outside help or sophisticated siege technology, it could be extremely difficult to overthrow a well-fortified garrison, even during mass uprisings. Therefore, a castle's architectural power frequently acted as a disincentive to contest feudal authority. The game was simply not worth the candle. Perhaps you could surround the castle, but you better hope that you can get food for you and all your friends, and you better hope that your family back at home isn't starving either. It's just too much to organize. In medieval society, the constructions of castles had a variety of economic effects. Castles could promote some types of economic development in the long run, but all this immediate effect on the local populace was frequently negative. A castle needed constant supplies of food too, fuel and materials as well, which created a further demand that could support nearby farmers, artisans, and traders. So that's one good thing, if the noble is taking them at a fair price. Furthermore, traders and settlers looking for stable environments in which to conduct business may be drawn to a well-garrisoned fortress due to its relative security. However, the beginning of a new castle project was pretty much not good for anybody. Short-term disruptions to local economies were very common. A large percentage of the labor pool was taken, decreasing agricultural output and increased the risk of shortages or even famine if the building took place during important agricultural cycles. Building sites devoured resources, and it even caused inflation in local markets for necessities. Iron, stone, and lumber particularly became more scarce, and prices frequently increased due to the increase in worker demand for food and beverages. While some merchants might profit from increased sales, many others were forced to submit or look for other opportunities as the lord's demands overshadowed their business. A completed castle might eventually serve as a center of economic expansion. Numerous castles functioned as housing treasuries and offices where local matters were managed. Auxiliary services such as scribes, clerks, and skilled craftspeople were frequently drawn to this administrative role. In an effort to increase the flow of goods into the area and make money from tolls and fees, lords occasionally promoted the construction of markets or fairs close to castles. As the site began to stabilize, certain routes became more desirable for trade when traders discovered that the castle's protective presence decreased the dangers posed by bandits or perhaps rival warlords. And this is the way that castle towns arose. These tiny cities usually gathered around the gates of a fortress, or if there was room, inside its outer bailey. They might grow into large towns over many generations, complete with churches, merchant guilds, and a unique cultural life. Thus, the economic dynamism produced by castle towns signified a slow transition from exclusively agrarian modes of production to a more varied economic structure, where skilled crafts and trade were more prevalent. Castle construction also aided the colonization processes in border or frontier towns. The language, laws, and business practices of the invading elites were introduced, and occasionally they encouraged peoples from the ruler's native land to come and settle in the newly fortified areas. To encourage migration, these settlers may be granted advantageous terms on land use or taxes. These policies increased economic activity in the newly fortified area, but I'm sure I don't have to tell you that they disadvantaged rather the indigenous populations, who may have been forced to work harder or pay more taxes to make up for the fewer taxes that the newcomers are paying, or even just relocate to less fertile areas. After all, the priority always goes to the conqueror. For instance, the example of English-built castles in Wales shows how fortresses could serve as a foundation for social and economic institutions that were transplanted. English settlers who were given particular legal privileges frequently lived in the newly formed boroughs that sprang up around these fortifications. These boroughs' existence over time altered property relations, trade routes, and cultural identities. In the end, what started out as an exploitative enterprise produced more integrated markets, and on occasion, chances for local residents to participate in growing regional or global trade. Due to relative abundance of inexpensive labor, frontier expansions, and feudal conflicts, the period of active castle construction peaked between the 11th and 13th centuries. However, over time, a number of factors caused the number of large-scale castle projects to decline. A number of demographic, economic, and technological shifts that occurred in the late medieval era gradually changed the necessity and the viability of building enormous stone fortifications. The demographic crisis was brought on by illnesses like the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century. That was one significant event. Due to the labor pool being drastically reduced by this, labor costs increased, and feudal obligations were completely disrupted. In many cases, surviving employees could move to a new location or bargain for better terms from other landlords. As a result, it became increasingly challenging to maintain the conventional model of enlisting unpaid labor for large-scale construction projects. It became necessary for lords to pay workers or risk losing them to rival estates or cities. Furthermore, the traditional bonds of duty and service that had previously supported castle construction were undermined by the slow waning of feudalism in many regions of Europe. Wealth was no longer solely derived from agricultural rents, but also from trade and manufacturing as commerce grew, and some areas even became very much urbanized. Through charters, cities and towns gained more autonomy and served as a check on the power structures of feudalism. This change resulted in lords and monarchs having less access to resources, such as forced labor, if we're going to call that a resource, I suppose it is. Well, previously this was all available at the snap of a finger, but the world always changes. But also the military value of castles was significantly reduced by technological advancements. Siege warfare changed when gunpowder artillery became widely used in the late medieval era. Once almost impervious to conventional siege engines, thick stone walls were all of a sudden susceptible to continuous cannon fire. Fortifications had to change as a result, and in the early modern era, star forts and other artillery-resistant designs were created. We see a lot of these star forts in colonial times. India has quite a few of them, actually. Although they did not become extinct overnight, more specialized fortifications designed for gunpowder warfare gradually replaced castles as the most effective form of defense. The desire to build new, opulent castles consequently diminished. Rather, many already existing castles were either completely abandoned if their strategic value declined, or upgraded with angled bastions and artillery platforms of their own. Castles continued to serve as aristocratic homes or administrative hubs in some areas, changing in style to include more comfort, and kind of make the military purpose a bit less obvious. Thousands of buildings that later became historical landmarks, or even romantic ruins, were left behind as the grand era of castle-building campaigns that had once dominated the medieval skyline came to an end. Of course, castle construction declined in tandem with a more general shift in medieval society. Merchants and artisans amassed wealth and power that equaled or occasionally exceeded that of older feudal lords. As feudal duties relaxed and urban economies expanded, every local lord no longer needed to keep up a fortress as a political power steadily consolidated in centralized monarchies or emerging nation-states, although certain magnates persisted in funding hunting lodges or fortress-like palaces. The fundamental factors that had previously enabled the construction of enormous castles, specifically the inexpensive labor, were now undermined. Of course, exploitation became more complex during this shift, reflecting the changing nature of economic relations, but it did not completely disappear. And it has not completely disappeared, by the way. In order to finance standing armies and early modern fortifications, authorities levied taxes on expanding trade and production, rather than enlisting an unpaid peasant labor force to construct ramparts. Thus, centralized states with professional militaries, bureaucracies, and new types of fortresses built for gunpowder warfare replaced the private domain of local lords, protected by high walls, as the center of power. So, today, in 2025, or probably whenever you are listening to this, medieval castles serve as these reminders of a time where social stratification, military competition, and these feudal hierarchies were so prevalent. Their construction was never a straightforward process of just piling stones into towers and fortification. Rather, it required a complex balancing act of labor, materials, and capital, on a scale that was usually only possible by exploiting the lower classes. Due to these feudal responsibilities, the peasants were forced to dig the moats, fell the timber, heave the stones. Under these difficult circumstances, the craftspeople had to meet the demands of their aristocratic patrons, constantly cracking the whip. But spare a thought for those poor prisoners and forced laborers who were taken and forced to carry the heaviest burden. Well, learning about medieval castles, it offers more than a glimpse into the style of a bygone era. It sheds light on the more social issues that enable these structures, showing how the physical structures that changed entire communities were used to maintain and exercise power. The engineering and artistic skill of these fortifications might astound us to these days, but we've also got to remember that there was a massive social cost paid by the workers who had basically zero control over their lives, zero choice in their destiny. They're kind of grim monuments. But I, for one, am glad that we have them, regardless of how they came about. Did medieval soldiers get PTSD? We often picture medieval knights as stoic, battle-hardened figures, men-at-arms raised solely on a diet of violence and faith, immune to fear or regret. But the truth is, they were just as human as the rest of us. Take an example from the mid-1300s. A French knight and veteran of the 100 Years' War, Geoffroy de Charnay, wrote a manual for fellow warriors, the Book of Chivalry. And in this book, he warned of unexpected terrors that beset knights off the battlefield. He cautions that, quote, when they would be secure from danger, they will be beset by great terror. Now, that description sounds eerily like the anxiety, hypervigilance, and nightmares that modern PTSD sufferers report. Think about that. A medieval knight openly acknowledging that even far from any physical peril, a soldier might be seized by intense fear. He spoke of the struggle to get through the night, and the feelings as if even nature was going against them. Such words suggest that the medieval fighting man, for all his chainmail and courage, was not psychologically invulnerable. In fact, Charnay implied that mental distress was simply an occupational hazard. This immediately challenges that old notion that pre-modern warriors were too tough or culturally conditioned to suffer trauma. Instead, it invites us to our interesting topic of the day, to dig deeper into chronicles, literature, letters, religious texts of the Middle Ages, and try to find some accounts of haunted nights, fearful hearts, and even a few guilty consciences. But before we get on to that, allow me to welcome you. If you're new here, it's a pleasure to have you in for the first time, and I do hope the video lives up to your expectations. For those who have not yet clicked the subscribe button, I invite you to do so, along with leaving a comment and a like. Tell me your thoughts down below. Let's have a conversation. You will find no ads in this video, thanks to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who donated, keeping the channel going. Thank you very much for your contributions. And those who checked out the merch store. Lots of nice little goodies on there. Now, with warm welcomes out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed and dig into the topic for today. Medieval Europe. It was a world saturated with violence. Wars, whether small or feudal skirmishes, grand crusades, they were all frequent. And that's not to mention the public executions or deadly plague. It all meant that death was a familiar presence in daily life. Now you might argue that people of the Middle Ages were more desensitized to bloodshed than we are today. We're certainly quite coddled in our modern sensibilities, for better or worse. A peasant could witness animal slaughters, or the aftermath of a battle near his village. A nobleman's training from boyhood involved hunting and fighting, potentially inuring him to blood and gore. This cultural conditioning, along with a worldview that often framed warfare in honorable or religious terms, might have offered some psychological armor. For example, knights were taught to see themselves as God's instruments, or as heroes from chivalric legend, a mindset that could reduce feelings of moral conflict when you're bashing somebody's head in. Now, in the Byzantine East, too, soldiers were part of a militarized society, constantly fending off enemies. The Byzantine military manuals emphasized discipline and courage, trying to preempt panic or disorder among troops. Yet, as modern historians have noted, greater exposure to death does not make a medieval warrior superhumanly immune to fear. After all, human physiology and psychology are not things that have changed dramatically. We've still got all the same working parts and ingredients: adrenaline, shock, grief. They all affected medieval people as much as they affect us now. Medieval writers did recognize extreme fear and, quote, madness induced by war. In 15th century France, for instance, there was an understanding that battle could drive a person insane. Contemporaries believed warfare could cause a kind of madness, distinguishing between a good form, that is, when soldiers went berserk in fury against the enemy, which of course was lauded as a kind of ferocious heroism, and then the bad kind, when war trauma shattered someone who was not even a combatant anymore, leading to pity or scorn for the sufferer. Basically, it was good if you were still useful. It was bad if you were not. Funny how that works. Well, this is a pretty telling distinction. It does show that medieval culture did acknowledge the psychological impacts of war, even if they valorized the crazed battle fury of a knight while deriding the shell-shocked stupor of a hapless civilian. But there's another key difference in medieval perspectives, and that was religion. The Christian framework of Europe and the Islamic framework of the Near East profoundly shaped interpretations of trauma. Behaviors we might label as symptoms of PTSD, flashbacks, nightmares, emotional numbing, depression. They could all be explained in supernatural terms. A knight, plagued by horrific night visions of those he killed, might believe he was literally haunted by the vengeful ghosts or demons. And in fact, this idea has roots way before the medieval era. It actually goes back to antiquity. Sources from ancient Mesopotamia around 1300 BCE describe soldiers suffering repeated nightmares of their fallen enemies, which they attribute to angry, ghostly spirits. Medieval Christian clergy, well, they had their own ways of dealing with that. They might interpret a veteran's sleeplessness or hallucinations as either demonic oppression or perhaps divine punishment for sins committed in a war. As we shall see, the Church often prescribed penance, prayer, or ritual, remedies for the spiritual malady that could follow violence. Meanwhile, Islamic societies, they had their own notions. For example, attributing unusual fear or mental disturbances to jinn, or as tests of faith from Allah. Now, jinn, by the way, is kind of like the Islamic forms of devils, malevolent spirits, this kind of thing. Understanding all of this is pretty crucial. A medieval soldier might not say, "I have trauma." There wasn't really that sort of concept around quite yet. But he might speak of being tormented by devils at night, or just a general feeling that his soul was in peril. So what we have to do is try and read between the lines of the testimonies. We don't want to put everything into modern terminology and judge everything with a modern standpoint, but we are going to meet the medieval world halfway. After all, we are beginning with a modern term, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, something from modern psychology. So we have to tread that line somewhat. But before we analyze specific episodes, a quick little caveat. It's not up to us to retroactively diagnose historical figures with PTSD in a clinical sense. It's a modern thing, first formally named in the 1980s, by the way, but terms like shell shock and combat fatigue go back to World War I and II. What we can do is identify those symptoms and behaviors that strongly resemble what we today recognize as the condition. Patterns emerge, and it suggests that combat trauma is certainly a timeless human experience, even if medieval observers understood it through different kind of metaphors. So with that approach in mind, let's travel to the early Middle Ages first. We'll take a bit of a chronological approach, and we'll see how early medieval warriors coped with that aftermath of battle. In the early medieval period, that is the 5th to the 10th centuries, detailed personal accounts of soldiers were pretty scarce. Sorry to disappoint you, but don't worry, we can rely on epic poems, sagas, and a few chroniclers for glimpses into that warrior mindset. These sources, though often literary or legendary, contain revealing hints of psychological strain beneath the heroic veneer. One of the most poignant examples comes not from a chronicle of kings, but from an old English elegiac poem known as The Wanderer. This poem, likely composed around the 9th or 10th century, describes an exiled warrior who has survived the destruction of his lord and fellow comrades. Alone and grieving, the warrior speaks of how memories of battle companions haunt his dreams. In a haunting passage, the poem narrates how the lonely fighter falls asleep and imagines himself right back there in the mead hall with all of his buddies, not to mention his lord. But when he awakes, he only finds cold emptiness. The poem goes like this, a few lines from it at least. Then the friendless man wakes again, sees before him the fallow waves, sea birds bathing, spreading their wings, frost and snow falling mingled with the hail. Then the wounds of the heart are heavier, aching for beloved ones. Sorrow is renewed. Well, that sounds pretty honest in its expression, doesn't it? These lines, they certainly depict what we might call intrusive traumatic memory, followed by a crescendo of crushing grief. The warrior's joyful dream of reunion vanishes, and the reality hits him with an even greater pain. The wounds of the heart opened afresh. He's essentially experiencing a flashback, albeit in a dream, and profound bereavement for his fallen comrades. The sorrow and weary heart of this exiled fighter speak to a form of psychological trauma. He is unable to move past the loss and war that he lived through. While the poem frames it as the universal plight of one who has outlived his friends, we can easily see how this resonates with the modern notion of survivor's guilt, or at least combat-related depression. Notably, the imagery of being surrounded by ghosts, flying spirits of memory. It shows how the past war dead still occupy the survivor's mind. Such a depiction suggests that even in early medieval times, people recognized that a warrior could be haunted by battle experiences long after the fighting had died down. Moving north, we find ourselves in the land of the Norsemen, and we find another early medieval perspective in the Icelandic saga. These prose sagas, written down in the 13th, 14th centuries, but reflecting earlier Viking Age events, often celebrated fearless heroes. But now and then, there is a glimpse of this psychological fallout from the violent encounters they went through. There is a famous case, Grettir Asmundarson, the hero of Grettir's saga. Grettir is a mighty warrior who fights a Draugr, an undead revenant named Glamr. In their terrifying encounter, Grettir manages to slay the monster, but Glamr curses him with his dying breath. The result of this traumatic fight is that the fearless Grettir is suddenly afflicted with an unshakable fear of the dark. The saga plainly states that after battling the monster, Grettir might scarcely be alone, for he so feared the darkness. This is a remarkable admission. A Viking hero, renowned for his strength, develops what we might call a nighttime anxiety and persistent fear, essentially a phobia, due to a horrifying experience. The text even notes that Grettir henceforth always needed someone with him at night, or some kind of light burning, as he was tormented by visions of Glamr's staring eyes in every shadow. In modern terms, Grettir suffers from what is called hyperarousal, that is, constant fear in darkness and visual flashbacks of the traumatic event, seeing the dead Glamr's eyes again. The saga, of course, explains this as a curse, not a psychological condition. But functionally, the effect is the same. The warrior is traumatized to the point of altering his behavior and emotional state permanently, Norse literature also gives us the concept of the berserker, warriors who would enter a frenzied, trance-like rage in battle, feeling no pain and performing superhuman feats. After the frenzy, however, it is said that berserkers would suffer a period of exhaustion and weakness. Some scholars have speculated that the berserker fury might be a culturally sanctioned way to channel and release psychological stresses, or perhaps an altered mental state that could shield the mind from trauma during battle, at a cost to one's stability afterwards, of course. While evidence is scant about what the long-term mental state berserkers had, the sagas aren't exactly sympathetic to them, by the way. The existence of these figures shows that medieval people observed rather unusual psychological behaviors in warriors under extreme stress. Outside of poetry and saga, what do the early medieval historical records say? Well, unfortunately, chronicles from, let's say, the age of Charlemagne or the Viking conquests, they rarely go into the individual soldier's emotions. Rather, they focus on events, victories, losses. They didn't really write down the inner turmoil and feelings of the combatants. However, we do find hints of collective trauma in the way chroniclers describe the aftermath of particularly brutal campaigns. For example, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which I've done a full reading of, by the way, if you want to look in the readings section, and later writers record the Viking raids and wars in England. On account of a gruesome battle, there is mention of many widows making lamentation, and that even survivors were sore wounded in spirit. Phrases like that are pretty general, but they imply that those who lived through the carnage carried deep emotional scars. Similarly, after the Battle of Maldon in 991, a famous Old English poem commemorates the fallen. It celebrates heroic sacrifice, yet one can sense in its elegiac tone an undercurrent of mourning, perhaps the shell-shocked disbelief of a community now decimated by violence. Interestingly, some early medieval warriors sought refuge in religion after experiencing the horrors of war. There are cases of battle-weary fighters who became monks or hermits. A notable example, the Anglo-Saxon nobleman St. Guthlac of the 7th to 8th century. Guthlac had been a warrior in his youth, allegedly leading mercenary war bands that committed violent and bloody raids. According to the legend, Guthlac repented of his violent past, renounced soldiering, and retreated to the wilderness to live as a hermit. In his solitude, he is said to have been tormented by demons, vivid, frightening apparitions that attacked him at night. Some modern readers interpret that these demon attacks were psychological struggles of a kind, perhaps linked to the past violence. These demons, the hagiography tells us, taunted Guthlac with visions of his old comrades and victims, and they tried to drive him to madness. But Guthlac fought them off with prayer. This, of course, can be seen as a spiritualized depiction of what we might call combat trauma, nightmares, or guilt, with the remedy being religious devotion. Whether or not we accept that interpretation, the pattern of a soldier turned saint suggests that moral injury, the guilt from killing and plundering, pushed them to seek a drastic life change. The Church, of course, welcomed such men, offering them penance and absolution. The Church was pretty much the only place they could go. Well, of course, this theme will recur. The idea that a warrior's soul was wounded by violence and needed healing through faith. That was a cornerstone of medieval religious response to trauma. In the Byzantine Empire of the early Middle Ages, sources also hint at awareness of a war's mental toll. Byzantine historians like Procopius of the 6th century recount soldiers struck by fear or inexplicable panic during battles. something we might liken to acute stress reactions. One account from a 10th century Byzantine campaign notes that after a catastrophic defeat, many soldiers were benumbed with terror. Some could not even speak of what they had seen. We see a quasi-clinical term. Byzantine commanders writing about warfare mention nostalgia, in Greek pondos, an intense homesickness and melancholy that could afflict troops on long campaigns. Now this does resemble what early modern doctors later labeled nostalgia in Swiss mercenaries, a condition kind of akin to depression. The Byzantines tried to manage such issues, sometimes by rotating troops home or by using religious icons and ritual to boost morale. And while no Byzantine text explicitly describes the veterans' post-battle nightmares, their military manuals acknowledged that fear is universal, and it needs to be addressed. For an example, the 6th century Byzantine Emperor Maurice, in his handbook on war, the Strategikon, advised commanders to keep men busy after a frightening battle and to reassure and encourage those who had been badly shaken, so that fear would not fester among them. This is strikingly similar to modern ideas of debriefing soldiers to prevent long-term trauma. So as we can see, in the early Middle Ages, those glimpses of PTSD-like experiences are certainly there. A lone survivor, haunted by memories, a hero cursed with a lasting fear, warriors seeking penance for bloodshed, and commanders grappling with their men's morale and mental state. The cultural language was different. They spoke of sorrow, curses, penance, and demons, rather than trauma or nightmares and therapy. But the human reactions of grief, fear, and guilt, well, they're unmistakable. So as we move into the High Middle Ages with a larger scale warfare taking place such as the Crusades, we'll find even more explicit accounts of soldiers struggling with what they witnessed and what they did. The High Middle Ages, 11th to the 13th centuries, ushered in an era of intense and often religiously inspired conflict, most famously the Crusades. I'm sure you've heard of them. Certainly. Well, these were armed pilgrimages, when knights and commoners from Europe marched to the Holy Land, urged on by the Church to reclaim that sacred territory. The Crusades, along with other large wars like the Norman conquest and Mongol invasions, brought unprecedented slaughter and suffering. How did Crusaders and their contemporaries react mentally to such ferocious fighting? Well, here we have a mix of perspectives. Military chroniclers praising the valor while hinting at fatigue, and religious commentators deeply concerned with the spiritual fallout of killing. So let's begin with the Norman conquest of England in 1066, a prelude in some ways to later crusades in its brutality. After William the Conqueror's victory at Hastings, the Normans engaged in the famous harrying of the North, 1069 to 70, crushing the final remnants of English resistance. Medieval chroniclers like Orderic Vitalis describe this harrowing campaign in which villages were burned and people were intentionally starved. Interestingly, Orderic suggests that even some of William's hardened knights were appalled by the scale of the devastation they had to inflict, calling the bloodshed excessive cruelty. Modern historians also note that 4 years after Hastings, there were some Norman soldiers that showed a kind of growing revulsion at these war crimes they had committed, to the point that a few actually rebelled or outright refused orders. Now this can be interpreted as an early sign of moral injury, don't you think? A crisis of conscience in soldiers who realized they had violated basic moral norms. William the Conqueror, astute as ever, recognized the need to address this guilt and legitimize his men's actions. In a remarkable measure, the bishops of Normandy instituted a penitential ordinance in 1067 for all those who fought at Hastings. This ordinance imposed heavy penances. Anyone who knows that he killed a man in the great battle must do 1 year's penance for each man he killed. Anyone who wounded a man and does not know if he killed him must do penance for 40 days for each man he struck. That was the order of the penance. The more seasoned killers, well, they were facing a lifetime of prescribed penance. They were ordered to kill, and now all of a sudden they're being told by the church they had to do 1 year's penalty for each one they killed. Well, what about the archers? They couldn't possibly know. Well, they were let off with a few Lents of fasting. Not a bad deal. And those who simply could not recall how many lives they took, well, they were told to do penance 1 day a week for the rest of their lives. Or, better yet, endow a church as atonement. Well, it's pretty extraordinary, don't you think? Essentially a system of spiritual therapy that shows the medieval church's recognition that killing in war had a moral and psychological cost. While its primary goal was to cleanse souls of sin, it also had a likely pragmatic effect, offering a structured way for warriors to process their guilt. By undertaking penance for each kill, a knight could at least do something to make amends, and thus perhaps alleviate some of that haunting guilt. The Normans, it seems, needed this. Accounts indicate that William's men were disturbed by certain atrocities, one being the mass famine that their campaign had caused, which even hardened soldiers found shocking in its scale. If any Norman soldiers had nightmares of starving peasants, or felt remorse, the church was obliged to give them a path to forgiveness, which in turn might ease their troubled minds. Notably, William himself took advantage of this ordinance. He founded Battle Abbey at the site of Hastings, both to commemorate the victory, but also to atone for the bloodshed. We might call that a bit of a political move, but it also is symbolically a coping mechanism, transforming a violent memory into a brand new and shiny holy monument. When the Crusades to the Holy Land began, that's been the late 11th century, similar dynamics were at play on the much larger picture. The First Crusade, 1096 to 99, was unbelievably violent. Chroniclers like Fulcher of Chartres and Raymond of Aguirre describe scenes at the siege of Jerusalem, where crusaders, after capturing the holy city, massacred its inhabitants. One chronicle famously describes crusaders wading ankle-deep in blood in the temple area. Remarkably, the tone of the Christian chroniclers is often triumphalist. They depict the carnage as God's judgment on the infidels, and they rejoice as the city is cleansed. At first glance, this suggests no trauma at all. The warriors seem elated by the slaughter, not disturbed. But this may just be literary bravado. There are hints that not everyone emerged unscathed in spirit. For instance, some leaders, like Raymond of Toulouse, refused to personally enter Jerusalem immediately after the massacre, perhaps out of a sense of horror or humility at what had been done. And shortly after, many crusaders, having fulfilled their vow, hurried back home. Why would they do that? Some were simply exhausted or ill. Others, perhaps, were deeply shaken. We know that hundreds of crusaders died on the journey home from sickness, or simply collapsed from stress once the adrenaline of holy war had wore off. There's an anonymous account of a knight on the return voyage who would wake up screaming during storms, believing God was punishing him for the lives that he took. Well, if true, that's a classic PTSD nightmare scenario, interpreted, of course, by a religious guilt. And here's a fascinating case. A knight named Radulf of Caen, who participated in the First Crusade and later wrote the Gesta Tancredi. He recounts how, after one particularly savage battle, a Frankish knight went into a frenzy, slaughtering enemies beyond any reason. Radulf suggests that this knight was never the same after, as if he had been consumed by a furor that he could not shake off. This reads almost like a description of a combatant who had a psychotic break, or at least a profound psychological shift due to the extreme violence, while Radulf wraps it in a language of holy zeal, writing that the knight was drunk with God's vengeance. One wonders if fellow soldiers simply saw a man who had snapped under stress. The Crusades also gives us the perspective of the Muslim warriors who fought the invading Franks. One invaluable source is Usama ibn Munkid, a Syrian nobleman, warrior, and poet, who left behind a memoir called The Book of Contemplation. Usama's tone is often witty and observational, and he doesn't dwell on his own fears, but he provides revealing anecdotes. In one story he notes how one of the wonders of the human heart, that a man may face death in battle unflinchingly, yet the same man will scream in terror at the sight of a snake in his tent. This remark shows that Usama recognized how odd triggers and phobia can coexist with bravery. It humanizes the warriors. Even a veteran knight could have a panicked reaction in peacetime that seems to be disproportionate, possibly due to nerves on edge. And here's another anecdote. Usama admits that when tensions were high, he sometimes felt the urge to strike preemptively out of fear of betrayal, essentially describing hypervigilance. He also describes a scene where a crowd nearly lynched him in the Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem, but he was saved by a Frankish friend. Usama writes that in the moment he feared for his life, certain death was imminent. Afterwards, he suffered trembling at the memory of the mob. While not a long-term trauma case, it does indicate how vividly such incidents had stayed with him. Usama also writes lovingly of hunting and raids, but he does mention that older warriors often became quite a bit more anxious. He tells how his father, a seasoned fighter, would insist on over-fortifying their castle at any rumor of a Frankish attack, perhaps showing a kind of anxious overreaction born of many battles. But crusaders also had to attend with extreme physical hardship. Long marches, hunger, disease, which modern research suggests can worsen the risk of PTSD. One first-person account comes from the knight Ralph of Coggeshall, who joined the Third Crusade, 1189 to 1192. In his chronicle, he mentions how after months of siege warfare in the heat, many crusaders were sick in mind and body, seeing visions of their homes or convinced that they were cursed. Though he attributes this to demonic temptations or the desert sun, you can certainly read between the lines. The soldiers were hallucinating or suffering mental breakdowns under the stress. Some deserted, wandering off into the wilderness, a dangerous form of avoidance behavior, perhaps. But now not all was despair. Of course, there was faith, too. That was really the only coping mechanism you had. Better than nothing, I suppose. Many crusaders had found comfort in believing that they were on a holy quest, and that any suffering had a kind of spiritual merit behind it. This conviction, of course, could be a double-edged sword. On one hand, it gave us psychological resilience, If a knight believed that every comrade slain was a martyr destined for heaven, it might alleviate the grief of loss. If he believed his own violent deeds were righteous, perhaps he avoided crippling guilt. In modern psychological terms, this is cognitive framing. Crusaders reframed the horrors of war as the glories of God's work. Contemporary accounts certainly show an exultant mood after victories, with crusaders singing psalms amid the carnage. Their faith acted kind of like a psychological shield. But on the other hand, when things went wrong, defeats, witnessing atrocities that seemed less justifiable, the same faith could become a burden of doubt. The Second Crusade ended in failure, and many returning crusaders were ashamed and confused. Had God abandoned them? Some, like the monk chronicler Odo of Duil, described knights who fell into despondency and felt God was punishing them for their sins. Now that is reminiscent of PTSD sufferers who blame themselves for their trauma, whether it be, I deserve this pain for what I did, or I survived because I'm a bad person, I should be with them. In a medieval key, a knight might think he wasn't pious enough, and that's why he is tormented by inner demons. There is one tragic illustration of Crusader trauma. That's the story of Margaret of Beverley, an English woman who survived the brutal siege of Jerusalem, not as a combatant, of course, but as a civilian caught in war. 1187, by the way, when Saladin retook the city. After her escape, she eventually became a nun. She would wake up fellow sisters at night with her screams, reliving the siege. Her story, recorded by her brother, highlights that it wasn't only the professional soldiers. Non-combatants exposed to war could exhibit the classic symptoms of nightmares and hyper-startled responses. People reportedly pitied her too, yet some found it faintly ridiculous that a nun should behave so, illustrating that medieval attitudes could be unsympathetic to trauma in those expected to endure war, that kind of bad madness ridiculed in non-combatants, a kind of unproductive energy, I suppose. By the 13th century, the Crusades had become quite more institutionalized, with military orders like the Knights Templar and Hospitallers. These knights lived under strict monastic-style rules and intended to keep them spiritually and mentally disciplined. The Order of the Temple, for instance, enforced daily prayer, silence at meals, confession of sins, and a communal lifestyle. One could argue this regimen helped members process the violence they dealt out. Through confession, they could unload guilt. Through prayer, they could seek peace. There's even records of Templar chaplains noting that some brothers were, quote, troubled in spirit after battles, and prescribing penitential psalms to help them. In effect, the Templars and Hospitallers had an early form of a peer support group. The Brotherhood itself, where veterans of many fights supported each other spiritually. This likely mitigated a few of the traumatic effects, although we also hear of Templars who became overly severe or ascetic, possibly a sign of psychological strain manifesting in extreme piety or a kind of emotional numbness, except for religious zeal. Well, in summary, the era of the Crusades furnishes evidence that medieval soldiers indeed did suffer psychological trauma, though it was interpreted through a religious lens. They believed strongly in the justness of their cause, and that gave many of them a resilience, but it did not erase fear, shock, or guilt. When those feelings surfaced, they were often explained as crises of faith or attacks of the devil. The Church's response? Penance, prayer, holy ritual, all aimed to heal the wounds of the soul. We see a clear thread of moral injury, crusaders and knights grappling with the moral implications of killing. Theologians like St. Thomas Aquinas weighed in on this in the 13th century. Aquinas, discussing just war, warned that even in a just war, a soldier could sin if he fought with cruel intent or excessive rage. He acknowledged that war can actually corrupt the soul, and that soldiers must guard against hatred and avoid targeting innocents. Aquinas essentially recognized the potential for psychological harm, but he framed it as spiritual harm that needed repentance. This scholastic acknowledgement that warfare has a moral limit shows an understanding that going beyond that limit could devastate a person internally. And indeed, Aquinas and others advocated that returning warriors undergo purification. In Eastern Christendom, a similar stance existed. St. Basil of Caesarea, though much earlier, actually 4th century, set a precedent followed in medieval Orthodox practice. Basil recommended that any soldier who kills in war, even lawfully, should abstain from communion for 3 years because, quote, his hands are not clean. Now, this wasn't a punishment per se, but rather a time of healing and penance. The Eastern Church in the Byzantine era applied this rule at times, indicating an official recognition that a soldier needed a kind of spiritual rehabilitation after shedding blood. The act of killing was not counted as murder, yet it was treated as something that stains the soul. Think of it as an ancient analogy to counseling and decompression time. Rather than sending a crusader straight back to normal life, the church would impose fasting, prayer, and even a little bit of time just to have exclusion from the Eucharist, effectively forcing him to reflect and spiritually recover. Maybe you can see it as harsh, but perhaps it gave the soldier a structured way to process his wartime experience, at least within a supportive religious framework. Well, as we enter the late Middle Ages, the 14th, 15th centuries, warfare in Europe changed in scale and nature. The 100 Years' War between England and France, 1337 to 1453, dragged on for generations. The Ottoman Wars threatened Byzantium, and mercenary companies roamed the countryside in between wars, often pillaging and spreading violence. Personal accounts became somewhat more common, and we also have literature and plays that provide a good bit of insight. Now, critically, this period gives us explicit testimony from knights themselves about the psychological toll of combat, none more compelling than the aforementioned Geoffroy de Charnay, and the indirect evidence from chronicles like Jean Froissart's. Charnay's reflections in the mid-14th century shows that by this time the concept of chivalry had been developed a keen awareness of knights' inner struggles. Chivalric writers basically expected knights to suffer hardships of the mind and spirit, and they wrapped these up in the mantle of honor. Enduring them was just part of one's duty. Geoffroy de Charnay, who died in 1356 at the Battle of Poitiers, wrote of knights who, when they would be secure, would be beset by great terrors, as we noted earlier. He talks of how even in safe fortifications a knight might find himself fighting an unseen enemy, his own fear and dread. He also mentions that a knight might feel as if nature itself had turned against him, likely describing the profound alienation or numbness that can follow trauma. Importantly, Charnay suggests that part of a knight's courage is in conquering these inner demons. He frames it as a trial sent by God, or as the price of true honor. There can be no bravery without madness, he even implies in one passage. Well, that's a startling phrase, don't you think? It shows that medieval people saw a fine line between heroism and insanity in war. To be a fearless warrior, one had to flirt with a kind of controlled madness, like the fury of the berserkers, for example. Yet if that madness escaped control, it could become a debilitating PTSD-like illness. Shani's work essentially acknowledges that combat stress is real and attempts to advise how to steel oneself against it. For example, by focusing on fighting for a righteous cause as a way to mitigate psychological damage. He believed that if a knight's conscience was clear, knowing that he fought on the right side, whichever one that is, right, he would be less vulnerable to the after effects of violence. Well, this aligns with modern findings. The soldiers who feel morally justified have a lower risk of PTSD in general. Pretty fascinating convergence across the centuries, that's for sure. Now, under chronicler Jean Froissart, who recorded the events of the 100 Years' War, he provides anecdotal evidence of trauma among both soldiers and civilians. Froissart describes, for example, veteran archers in England who were so conditioned by years of conflict that they startled at loud noises and slept uneasily, ever ready to notch an arrow at a sudden cry. He also tells of bands of mercenaries after a peace treaty who, unable to adjust to peacetime, turned to brigandage. While economies played a role, sure, they needed income, many of these men had become inured to violence and restless, possibly an outcome of long-term trauma, where a return to normal society was difficult. They only felt alive or purposeful in conflict, a tragic outcome that we see in some modern veterans as well. But Froissart doesn't use psychological analysis, but he often notes when individuals seem disturbed or broken in spirit, for example after the traumatic Battle of Poitiers of 1356. He writes of one French knight who was found dazed on the battlefield, alive but so shocked by the defeat and the pile of his slain friends that he was, quote, like a man out of his wits, unable to speak or even react. Only after being taken home and tended for weeks did this knight recover his senses. Froissart's matter-of-fact report of this indicates that such battle shock was known to occur. In modern terms, the knight had acute combat stress reaction, what in World War I you would call shell shock, temporarily losing cognitive function due to trauma. And we also have, from the late 14th century, a remarkable literary depiction of a knight's trauma in Shakespeare's play Henry IV, Part 1. While Shakespeare wrote in the 1590s, he portrays the events of 1403. Well, Shakespeare was not medieval, but he did draw on older traditions, and likely real stories passed down about warriors. In the play, Lady Percy describes her husband, Sir Henry Hotspur Percy, a seasoned young war hero in terms that perfectly fit a PTSD profile. Hotspur is an insomniac. He awakes at night, screaming about battle. He is irritable and emotionally distant, and he is no longer finding any joy in the pleasures of home. Lady Percy laments that he is always restless, hearing phantom trumpets and imagining himself on the battlefield even in the middle of the night. While it's a dramatic work, Shakespeare had an acute sense of human nature, and he's essentially saying, this is how a war veteran can behave. His Elizabethan audience would have recognized it too. They themselves lived in a society with warfare. The Wars of the Roses were in living memory, and many had seen soldiers return from those civil wars exhibiting such symptoms. That Shakespeare could so accurately enumerate Hotspur's symptoms suggests these behaviors were observed in real late medieval knights. It's a case of art reflecting life, I suppose. a confirmation that medieval warriors could be psychologically scarred, excuse me. Well, let's go into another late medieval figure, Joan of Arc, who, though not a typical soldier, led armies in the 1420s during the 100 Years' War. She was a young woman of extraordinary faith and claimed divine visions. While Joan is often remembered for her courage and eventual martyrdom, chronicles note that she had a sensitive heart. After battles, Joan was known to weep for the fallen, both friends and the enemy. At the siege of Orleans and other fights when the fighting ceased, she comforted dying enemy soldiers, reportedly shedding tears and praying for them. Some scholars interpret this as Joan having an unusual degree of empathy that made her deeply affected by the violence, despite being an effective leader in combat. One could argue Joan experienced a kind of acute stress. Whenever the adrenaline of battle cooled off, she seemed overwhelmed by the human cost. But her faith sustained her. She of course believed it was all in God's hands. It is revealing, though, that even this icon of medieval bravery was emotionally shaken. In her trial testimony, Joan spoke of how the noise and fury of battle tested her, only to hear voices from God giving her strength to go on. Her case is a bit unique, and hints that without her intense spiritual conviction, the trauma of war might have broken her psyche. With that conviction, she managed to channel it into compassion and resolve. Joan's story is a unique one, but it illustrates that the era's understanding of piety and purpose was still there, and could anchor a person amid the war's chaos, a medieval analogue to psychological resilience. Well, as the Middle Ages waned, some of the last battles fought, like the Battle of Towton, 1461 in England, or the final siege of Constantinople, 1453, left quite a mark on those who survived. Towton, during the Wars of the Roses, was exceptionally brutal. Perhaps 28,000 dead in a single day, and that is, by the way, a bit of trivia, the largest death toll on English soil. Though we have no personal diary of a Towton soldier, later accounts mention that the memory of Towton was like a nightmare. One chronicle says that for years locals spoke of ghosts on the battlefield, and on the battle's anniversary they all seemed to come out at once, a sign that trauma had entered folklore. Whether literal or figurative, sure, this idea of ghostly remnants shows a collective processing of mass death. Perhaps people projected the psychological haunting of such a slaughter onto the landscape itself. In the Byzantine Near East, the final fall of Constantinople in 1453 similarly traumatized the population. Chronicler Niccolo Barbaro, who survived the siege, wrote of the defenders' despair in the final days. Men who had fought for weeks without rest were seen weeping uncontrollably as the Ottoman cannons breached the walls, some falling into a numb silence, while others raged in frenzied courage. A spectrum of psychological reactions to impending doom, I suppose. After the city fell, survivors had nightmares of the walls crashing and the enemy swarming. Some of these accounts came from later collected stories of Greek refugees, indicating long-lasting cultural trauma. One interesting phenomenon in late medieval Europe was the recurrence of veteran insurgencies or robber bands, as mentioned. When peace came, many long-standing soldiers simply couldn't go back to a normal life. For example, after 1453, the end of the 100 Years' War, England was full of unemployed archers and men-at-arms. Some had known nothing but war since their youth. King Henry VI's government tried to buy them off and return to farming, but many refused or just failed at it. Their antisocial behavior and formation of outlaw groups could be partly economically driven, but you've also got to wonder if some also thrived on the violence because they were, well, psychologically not at ease in a peaceful setting. Contemporary observers often label these veterans as ruffians or lost souls, hinting that war had brutalized them. And we might see this in the long-term effects of untreated trauma, aggression, difficulty adapting to normal life, marginalization. It's all there. So how exactly do we sum up the late Middle Ages? Well, we have direct testimony, Shani, Frasa, etc., that fear, nightmares, emotional disturbance certainly affected soldiers. The ethos of chivalry in this era put a high value on enduring mental anguish as part of honor. Knights were expected to be stoic, but the very need to exhort them to stoicism was evidence that many had struggled. The religious perspective remained crucial. Knights continued to be guided towards prayers and penance. One popular late medieval text, Christine de Pizan's Book of Deeds and Arms of Chivalry, in 1410, synthesizes classical and medieval military wisdom. It advises that a good knight should confess his sins and seek God's grace before and after battle, implying that the act of war could endanger one's soul and sanity. It even mentions that knights returning from war should give alms and undertake pilgrimages of thanks, not just to thank God for survival, but to cleanse themselves of war's stains. We can interpret this as a ritualized way to transition back to normalcy, much like modern armies have a decompression period. Pilgrimage in medieval times, well, that often served as another therapeutic journey for veterans. If you don't get ambushed along the way, that is. So, to answer the question posed at the start of the video, did medieval soldiers get PTSD? We can pretty much answer yes, they did. In modern terminology, we would say many medieval warriors undoubtedly experienced that cluster of symptoms that we now define as PTSD, that evidence drawn from a broad span of medieval ages and across cultures. It's pretty compelling. But in saying yes, they had PTSD-like experiences, you've got to also appreciate how medieval society made sense of it all. Unlike the modern era, which treats PTSD as a medical condition to be treated with therapy and medication, medieval people framed these struggles in a moral and spiritual and social lens. A knight's nightmares might be his conscience grappling with sin. His flashbacks might be described as phantoms of those he slew, and his emotional withdrawal could perhaps be seen as a kind of worldly weariness. Of course, it's worth noting that not all medieval soldiers were traumatized. Just as today resilience varies, so do experiences. Some knights relished war their whole lives and left memoirs boasting of slaughter with little indication of remorse. Perhaps they truly did not suffer mentally, which, well, it raises its own questions. Or perhaps they simply did not record their darker nights. Others, like the majority, had more complex reactions. But the vast majority of medieval combatants were not knights, but rather ordinary men-at-arms or levied peasants. Their voices are seldom recorded. We occasionally hear echoes of it, though. A village chronicle mentioning about how the local men who returned from a campaign were changed or meek as lambs, or conversely quick to anger and quarrel. Well, it stands to reason that the trauma of war touched every level of society. The poor archer who lost his friends at Crecy might have nightmares, just as the noble knight would, even if the knight could afford a chantry for solace, while the archer only had ale and time to talk to his wife. Indeed, the impact on families has to be considered. Wives like Shakespeare's Lady Percy noted the personality changes in their soldier husbands. Medieval literature also has many instances of the veteran returned home motif, sometimes positive, but often showing a man grown harsh or taciturn. Let's think of Odysseus, actually, slaying the suitors in rage. That's an old example, a classical one, yeah, sure, but you'll see it retold in a different flavor and context, resonating that archetype of the rough veteran. There are a few figures that capture the imagination, quite like King Baldwin IV, remembered by history as the Leper King. It is a story that reads almost like a paradox. A young monarch, stricken by one of the most feared maladies of the Middle Ages, yet ultimately celebrated for his courage, leadership, and tenacity. Baldwin reigned from 1174 to 1185, a critical period when the Crusader state stood precariously between survival and complete annihilation. Ascending the throne as a boy, and despite steady physical decay brought on by leprosy, eventually leading armies into battle against the formidable Muslim Sultan Saladin. Contemporary chroniclers, both Latin Christian and Muslim, documented his life in vivid detail. From the devoted account of William of Tyre, the archbishop who educated Baldwin, to the observations of Ibn al-Athir and others who noted the kingdom's fate after Baldwin's passing, these near-contemporary sources allow us to piece together a rich chronological story. What emerges is a portrait of a king who, against all odds, became the linchpin of the defense of Christendom. Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. Off we go back onto another exploration of the time of the Crusades. This time, talking about the great King Baldwin IV of Jerusalem. Well, thank you for those who have subscribed. If you haven't, I invite you to do so. And you may enjoy this entire video ad-free here on YouTube due to the generous contributions of the patrons and members. Thank you very much to them. And thank you for checking out the merch store if you feel so inclined. Now, with all that out of the way, introductions done, let us get nice and relaxed. And we're going back to mid-1161. The son of King Amalric I of Jerusalem and his first wife, Agnes of Courtenay, Baldwin IV was born in mid-1161. He had one elder sister, Sibylla, born a year or two earlier. Through his father, Baldwin came from the Frankish house of Anjou, also known as the Amalrikids, which had ruled Jerusalem for a generation, and through his mother, he was a descendant of the Counts of Edessa. Well, the political climate into which Baldwin was born was complex to say the least. The Crusader kingdom, established after the First Crusade of 1099, had reached its zenith in territory. But there was a problem. It was constantly threatened by powerful Muslim neighbors. In Baldwin's infancy, Jerusalem's enemies were divided: the Fatimid Caliphate in Egypt and Nur ad-Din's Zengid dynasty in Syria. But a new leader, Saladin, was on the rise, poised to unite Egypt and Syria into a single caliphate. Internally, the kingdom of Jerusalem was governed by a high court of barons and prelates who jealously guarded their rights. Baldwin's family itself was touched by court politics. His parents' marriage was annulled on grounds of consanguinity, likely due to baronial disapproval of Agnes when Baldwin was just a toddler. Thus, Baldwin and Sibylla were raised apart from their mother for much of their childhood. Sibylla in a convent, under the care of her great-aunt Abbess Lovetta of Bethany, and Baldwin under the watch of his father and the appointed guardians of the court. But what about Baldwin as a young lad? Well, reportedly he showed quite a bit of intellectual promise and a lively spirit. This is before his illness. In 1170, when Baldwin was around 9 years old, King Amalric entrusted his son's education to William of Tyre, a learned cleric, who was then the Archdeacon of Tyre. William would later recall these years fondly and candidly. He described Baldwin as an apt pupil. Quote, Baldwin was adept at literary studies. He had a tenacious memory and loved to talk. He was, like his father, an avid listener to history and very willing to follow good advice. The boy was of striking appearance, too. Handsome, resembling his father Amalric in face and bearing. He quickly learned the knightly skills expected of a Frankish prince. Despite an emerging physical handicap, Baldwin mastered horseback riding and could control his mount skillfully with his knees, compensating for weakness in one of his hands. It was this determination in the face of adversity that would become an early hallmark of his character. But childhood was not the best of times. It was in this time that William had first noticed the ominous signs of Baldwin's illness. He provides a vivid first-hand account of the moment he realized his young charge might be suffering from leprosy, a disease greatly feared in the 12th century. One day, Baldwin was playing rough games with the other noble boys of the court, a group of boisterous children pinching and tussling. Normal stuff. But William noticed something unusual. While the other children yelped in pain when pinched, Baldwin had no reaction. He endured it altogether too patiently, as if he did not feel a thing. This happened repeatedly, enough to raise concern. William writes, At first I thought it was due to his endurance, but I discovered his right arm and hand were partially numb, so that he did not feel pinches or even bites there. The gravity of the discovery weighed on William. He recalls, I began to have doubts, remembering the words of the wise man, a member that is without feeling is far from healthy, and one who does not feel sick is in danger. And indeed, it's that numbness that's a classic early symptom of leprosy, known medically as Hansen's disease, by the way. A diagnosis that carried dreadful implications. Shaken by what he had observed, William reported the matter to King Amalric. Court physicians were consulted. They prescribed remedies for the prince, the best things of the time, warm fomentations, ointments, even toxic herbs. But nothing would help. Months and years passed, and the numbness Baldwin experienced would prove to be a harbinger of an incurable disease. By the time Baldwin neared puberty, the signs of leprosy could no longer be denied. Lesions and blemishes began to appear. The extremities and the face were most affected, as William notes, such that loyal subjects were touched by compassion when they looked at him. Well, I think that's a very polite way of putting people shaking their heads in a mourning before death ritual, perhaps. Either way, it was clear to everyone that Baldwin had contracted the disease that would forever label him a leper. But what's so bad about being a leper anyway? Well, Just quickly, leprosy in the 12th century wasn't just a medical condition. It was a social and often spiritual stigma. Lepers, for fears of contagion and religious notions of impurity, were often segregated from the community, required to live in leper hospitals or colonies, such as those run by the Order of St. Lazarus, a military religious order dedicated to caring for knights afflicted with leprosy. Had Baldwin's illness had been officially diagnosed during his childhood, the law might have demanded that he renounce any claim to the throne and enter the Order of St. Lazarus. We see hints at this understanding in the careful way the matter was handled. The physicians hesitated to diagnose leprosy early on, likely because confirming such a fate for the king's only son would have been a political catastrophe. There was simply no alternative heir of suitable age, and Sibylla, well, she was a girl, and girls can't be king. I know, I don't make the rules, but Amalric's attempts to marry and produce more sons had yet to yield another male heir. His second marriage produced only daughters too. Thus, perhaps by a mix of denial and maybe prudence, Baldwin's condition remained an open secret, but never formally declared on paper. Loopholes. So, King Amalric himself seemed to have been grimly aware of the stakes. According to William of Tyre, Amalric at one point sought to shore up the succession by marrying Sibylla to a powerful European lord. He even negotiated for a French prince, hoping that his brother-in-law might rule as regent if Baldwin's health failed. But all the plans fell through. By early 1174, the 13-year-old Baldwin, though increasingly disfigured by disease, was still the acknowledged heir to the throne. And it was about that time that fate intervened. King Amalric I suddenly died of illness, likely dysentery, on 11th of July, 1174, leaving his kingdom to, guess who, his leprous son. But even by the standard of the day, Baldwin was still a child, scarcely 13 years old by the time his father had died, and by the customs of the realm, he was required a regent to rule until he came of age. Despite hushed concerns about his health, there was no viable alternative to Baldwin as king. Amalric's younger brother had died 3 years before, and the other male relatives in the royal family were far removed or deemed unsuitable. The High Court of Jerusalem convened after Amalric's passing, and all agreed to honor the wishes of the late king. Baldwin would inherit the crown. On the 15th of July, 1174, just 4 days after Amalric's death, Baldwin was anointed and crowned in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Now this date, by the way, is symbolically charged. It was the 75th anniversary of the First Crusade's capture of Jerusalem in 1099. So that's a bit of trivia for you, in case your next trivia night has questions like this. Well, in a grand ceremony led by the Latin patriarch, Amalric of Nesle, the boy king was invested with the regalia of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Those present could not have missed the poignant significance. A frail youth with a bandaged hand and blemished face ascending to the throne of a beleaguered kingdom, on the anniversary of the Crusaders' triumph in the Holy City, no less. The scene was both hopeful and foreboding. And so, with Baldwin now crowned, there was an immediate question. Who would actually govern the kingdom during his minority in the light of his illness? According to the law and precedent of Jerusalem, a regent or bailiff should be appointed until he reached the age of majority, which was 15 years old. Not too far off, but still 2 years shy. Furthermore, as William of Tyre shrewdly observed, given Baldwin's leprosy, quote, the powers of the regent must necessarily become more important as the king's disease ran its inevitable course. In other words, the regent of Baldwin might wield extraordinary influence, potentially for the duration of Baldwin's life if his condition worsened. The realization immediately sharpened the political divisions at court. The nobility of Jerusalem was split broadly into two factions that contemporary observers sometimes characterized as the natives versus the newcomers. So the natives, or Pulani, as the locally born Franks were called, were the established baronial families who had lived in Outremer, that is the Crusade estates, for generations, accruing lands and offices. And the newcomers, well, they were more recent arrivals from Europe, often younger sons of Western nobility, or just people seeking adventures, seeking their fortunes in the East, and frequently found the best posts already occupied by the entrenched local nobility. It's not what you know, it's who you know. Tale as old as time. You know it. Well, these newcomers resented the old guard, and were quick to accuse the natives of having gone soft or even orientalized by local customs. In fact, the chronicler Usama ibn Minkid, I think it's Munkid, excuse me, yes, Munkid, in a Raya side noted the Franks fresh from Europe were ruder in character than those who were long settled, who had learned to get along with the Muslim neighbors. Well, proximity, I suppose. Well, in Baldwin's time, this factional divide took on great significance. Whichever group could control a regency would effectively control a kingdom. And you can see why knives were certainly out at court, that's for sure. Well, immediately after Amalric's death in 1174, the leading candidate for the regent was Count Raymond III of Tripoli, the most senior noble of the royal bloodline. Raymond III was Baldwin's first cousin once removed. That is, Raymond's mother, Hodierna, was sister to Baldwin's grandmother, Queen Melisende, and he had a strong claim by precedent. He was an experienced leader, about 34 years old, and had previously ruled as a regent in Tripoli during Baldwin's minority. Not a bad resume. So, the High Court, indeed, elected Raymond as bailiff to the kingdom as soon as after Baldwin's coronation. But the outcome of this displeased the newcomer faction at court. Of course, either side was going to be annoyed at whatever outcome. Raymond was seen as aligned with the native barons and known for advocating a cautious policy towards the Muslims. He had even made a temporary truce with Saladin after Amalric's death, trying to buy some time for the kingdom. The newcomers, which included influential figures like Agnes of Courtenay, Baldwin's own mother, who had been barred from queenship but now returned to court, and of course a few of her allies. They all mistrusted Raymond. William of Tyre notes the newcomers saw a chance to advance their cause by installing one of their own as regent, thereby crippling the power of the native barons. Well, you imagine Baldwin just being the 12-year-old boy just wondering what all these people are arguing about. Well, I'm sure we'll give him a little bit more credit. He was probably quite switched on. But all of this going on around you doesn't make things easier, that's for sure. Well, tension mounted between Raymond and his opponents, and the first months of Baldwin's reign were Well, say the governance was in flux. An ambitious noble named Miles of Plancy, a newcomer and close associate of Agnes, initially acted as a sort of unofficial regent in Jerusalem. Miles had been a seneschal of the kingdom under Amalric and attempted to dominate the royal council, perhaps hoping to edge out Raymond. Well, this power struggle did not last long. In October of 1174, Miles of Plancy was suddenly assassinated by an unknown assailant in Acre. His removal cleared the way for Raymond III to assume the regency fully, which he did by early 1175. And so for the next 2 years, that is 1175 and 76, Raymond of Tripoli governed in Baldwin's name. Despite factional distrust, Raymond tried to steer a steady course. He recognized, as did many, that the kingdom faced an existential external threat from Saladin's growing empire. Nur ad-Din, the great foe of the Crusaders, had died earlier in 1174. Ironically, the same year that Baldwin had become king, and his empire had fragmented because of it. But Saladin swiftly moved to seize control, declaring himself Sultan of Egypt and Syria. By 1175, Saladin had secured Damascus and was consolidating power, encircling the Crusader states. Raymond brokered a truce with Saladin during these years, judging correctly that the Latins were in no position to invite a major war while the king was a child and their leadership was divided. Within the kingdom, however, intrigue continued. The Queen Mother Agnes of Courtenay, whom William of Tyre tartly calls, quote, a woman hateful to God for her role in sowing discord, worked to increase her influence over her son. By 1176, Baldwin had turned 15 and was declared to have reached a majority. In a symbolic assertion of his personal rule, Baldwin publicly decided to rule in his own right from 1177 onward, thus ending Raymond's formal regency. That's right, you're fired. Well, in truth, and all jokes aside, Baldwin at 15, precocious and determined, did begin to exercise more direct authority. One of his first acts was to invite his mother Agnes back to court and elevate her status. Agnes, now in her late 30s, became one of Baldwin's closest advisors, a backseat driver, I suppose, despite never really holding a queenly title. Observers noted that Baldwin was genuinely affectionate towards his mother and trusted her counsel. Baldwin sounds like a good boy, eh? You've got to be good to your mother. Agnes and her brother, Jocelyn III of Edessa, who was given the important office of seneschal, by the way, formed the core of what some historians dub the court party, or the Courtenay faction. Now guess what? The shift did not sit well with Raymond of Tripoli and the Old Guard. They saw their influence wane as Baldwin, influenced by his mother and her allies, began favoring certain newcomers. The potential for a clash was very high. In early 1180, an incident nearly led to civil war. Raymond III and Bohemond III of Antioch, another relative and ally, marched to Jerusalem with armed followers, perhaps aiming to assert control or arrange a marriage for Baldwin's sister Sibylla that would favor their faction. Sensing a possible coup, Baldwin IV, now about 18, acting decisively, thwarted them by a political masterstroke. He hastily arranged the marriage of Sibylla to Guy de Lusignan, a newcomer, favored by Agnes and King Baldwin. It was a unwelcome surprise, and in April of 1180 it effectively shut out Raymond's plans. Sibylla was now tied to the Courtenay faction through Guy, and any ambitions Raymond had of controlling the succession were completely dashed. Baldwin then pointedly denied Raymond entry to the kingdom for a time, having been convinced by what William calls evil suggestions of troublemakers that Raymond intended treachery. This royal rebuke humiliated Raymond. William writes, "The Count had done nothing to deserve such a reproof," and Raymond returned to Tripoli confused and filled with just indignation. Recognizing, however, that alienating Raymond was dangerous, Baldwin's wiser counselors soon urged reconciliation. Later on, in 1180, Baldwin relented, and he allowed Raymond back. Peace was renewed between him and the king. The balance of power within the kingdom thus seesawed, but Baldwin demonstrated a nascent skill in playing politics, alternating firmness with conciliation when it was needed to maintain unity. Through these early regency struggles, you really can't ignore Baldwin's personal condition. His leprosy was progressive, sure, but by his late teens, the disease had advanced significantly. William of Tyre, writing in the early 1180s, heartbreakingly notes that Baldwin's body grew feebler with each passing year, but the young king's resolve only grew stronger. Baldwin's face and body bore the unmistakable marks of leprosy: ulcers, bandaged appendages, partial blindness. Yet he refused to be removed from public or dwell in activity. Some in his court privately suggested that Baldwin abdicate and retire and live out his days more comfortably on one of his estates, but he rejected the idea outright. Though his body was frail and impotent, his mind was still strong and vigorous, as William attests. The young king labored to perform his duties beyond his strength, concealing pain and infirmity under royal robes. Even at the early stage of his reign, Baldwin was setting an example of fierce dedication, one that earned him admiration among his followers. And, as we shall see, this personal courage would soon be put to the ultimate test. That test is on the battlefield. By 1176, Baldwin had well and truly taken the reins of government, and the kingdom of Jerusalem had to brace for a renewed conflict with Saladin. The relative calm of the early Regency years, when Saladin and the Crusaders observed truces, was coming to an end. Saladin, having solidified his rule over Egypt and most of Syria, was eager to test the young king. For Baldwin's part, despite his illness, he was keen to assert himself as a warrior king in the tradition of his predecessors. At around age 16, Baldwin planned an ambitious offensive strategy. He considered striking at Egypt in conjunction with a fleet from the Byzantine Empire. In 1177, Philip of Alsace, a prominent French crusader count, arrived in the Holy Land, and discussions were held for a joint expedition into Saladin's heartland. But the plans, they ultimately fell through. The Byzantine navy never showed up, and Philip turned his attention north. But they do demonstrate Baldwin's willingness to go on the offensive, even in the most precarious of circumstances. Saladin was soon taking the initiative. In late 1177, learning that the Crusader forces were divided, with Count Philip and many knights gone to attack Muslim targets in Syria, Saladin led a large army from Egypt into the kingdom, aiming straight for Jerusalem. Baldwin's available army was pretty small, and many of its barons were occupied elsewhere. It was at this critical moment that Baldwin really showed his resolve. Though greatly outnumbered and suffering from disease, the 16-year-old king mustered every knight he could, including the ever-bold Reynald of Chatillon, lord of Ultra-Jourdain, who had recently been released from captivity and became Baldwin's close ally. The Latin chroniclers describe Baldwin during his campaign with near reverence. He insisted on accompanying his troops in person, his leprous hands perhaps strapped to the reins of his horse, his body armored, and face wrapped in cloth to cover lesions. The decisive encounter came on the 25th of November, 1177, at a site called Montecassard, near Ramla. Baldwin's forces, perhaps just a few thousand strong, caught Saladin's army in a moment of laxity. The Muslims were surprised, possibly dispersing to raid. The result was one of the most spectacular victories in Crusader history. Baldwin, carried into the battle, fought at the head of his troops under the banner of the True Cross, which was borne by the Bishop of Bethlehem in the absence of the Patriarch. With a cry of Deus vult, God wills it, the Frankish knights charged. The Muslim host, though numbering in the tens of thousands, was thrown into complete confusion by the sudden assault. Chroniclers report that the teenage king, afflicted as he was, refused to stay back. He was in the thick of the combat, bolstering the morale. The rout of Saladin's army was complete. The Muslim forces were quickly routed and pursued for 12 miles, suffering heavy casualties. Saladin himself was lucky to have narrowly escaped the field. According to sources, Saladin fled back to Cairo, reaching the city on the 8th of December, with only a tenth of his army. The rest of his host had been cut down or scattered. It was almost a miraculous triumph for the Franks and for Baldwin personally. But many would later see it as divine providence in the fact that a leper king had defeated the seemingly invincible Saladin, and he did it on St. Catherine's Day nonetheless. So stunned were Saladin's followers by this defeat that, as one historian notes, they considered it redeemed only by Saladin's ultimate victory a decade later at Hattin. And so the Battle of Montecassard of 1177 instantly enhanced Baldwin's reputation. News of the victory spread to east and west. Contemporary Muslim chroniclers, typically reserved about Frankish success, had to acknowledge the severity of Saladin's setback. It was said that Saladin was so shamed by this defeat that he swore not to smile until he avenged it. Legend mentioned in later Arabic sources. In the Christian camp, Baldwin's prestige soared. The victory demonstrated that despite his ailment, he could lead and inspire. William of Tyre, though not present on the battlefield, later praised the king's valor at Montecassard in glowing terms. But the win also brought the kingdom precious respite. Saladin retreated to lick his wounds, and for some time the pressure on the kingdom's borders was eased. The young king, however, did not rest on his laurels. The challenge was now to consolidate and prepare, for the next round was inevitable. In the aftermath of Montecassard, Baldwin sought to strengthen the kingdom's defenses. One strategic initiative, likely advised by his nobles, and perhaps inspired by the aggressive Reynald of Chatillon, was the fortification of the vulnerable frontiers. In 1178, Baldwin ordered the construction of a new castle at a site known as Jacob's Ford. up near the Jordan River, north part of it, only a day's march from Damascus. This castle, called Chastelet, was meant to threaten Saladin's territory and guard a key crossing of the river. Baldwin personally rode north to oversee parts of the project, demonstrating again his willingness to act despite any illness. Saladin, alarmed by a new Frankish stronghold so close to Damascus, reacted swiftly. In August of 1179, he marched on Jacob's Ford with a large force. Baldwin, along with the Knights Templar, rushed to relieve the siege. But they arrived too late. In a fierce assault, Saladin's troops overran the half-finished castle. The garrison of Chastelet, many of whom were Templar knights, were slaughtered or captured, and the castle was razed. This Battle of Jacob's Ford was a painful setback for Baldwin. He himself narrowly avoided danger in that campaign. At one point in 1179, the king was caught in an ambush at Marj Ayun and had to flee with a small escort, further humbling the Franks. Saladin had struck back, negating some of the advantage that the Franks had gained at Montegassard, and perhaps gaining back some of his reputation. Through these trials of 1177 to 79, Baldwin's leadership abilities matured. He learned to deal with both victory and defeat. Importantly, he also recognized the need for capable deputies. But yes, there was the problem, his leprosy. It was worsening year by year, and that meant that he could not personally intervene in every crisis, no matter how much he wanted to. It was just impractical. Around this time, Baldwin began relying more on experienced knights like Balian of Ibelin and the military orders, Knights Templar, Hospitaller, etc., to manage frontline defenses. He also started to think seriously about the kingdom's future beyond his own life, which influenced how he handled the succession and his sister Sibylla's position. Diplomatically, Baldwin attempted to rally support from the broader Christian world. In 1180, for instance, envoys were sent to the west, the kings of France and England, the Holy Roman Empire, all appealing for aid, though no major crusade had materialized yet. The young king's plight, a leper holding the holy city against Islam, a pretty poignant call to arms that resonated in Europe. But it did not immediately translate into action. Nevertheless, Baldwin's courage did inspire individual knights, like the legendary William Marshall, who arrived in Palestine in the early 1180s to come and join the fight. By the end of the 1170s, Baldwin had proven himself in battle and managed to keep his kingdom intact. He had survived political intrigues and the tests of combat, but greater challenges loomed on the horizon. The next phase of his reign would be dominated by internal turmoil over the succession and renewed assaults from Saladin, a convergence of crises that would test whether Baldwin's earlier successes could be sustained. And so we arrive in the early 1180s, and with it, a mix of diplomatic maneuvering, family drama, and sustained military pressure to the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Now Baldwin, he was getting older a bit, entering his 20s now. And I only say he's getting older because his life expectancy was probably about 22. But he was beset by both the relentless advance of his disease and the equally relentless dilemmas of succession. The central question was stark. Who would rule after Baldwin was gone? Who, by all accounts, would not produce an heir of his body? Leprosy had rendered him unable to marry or father children. Certainly wasn't a very eligible bachelor. The obvious candidate was his sister, Sibylla, but her marital situation became a focal point of factional contention, and it nearly tore the kingdom apart. Now, as we mentioned, in 1180 Baldwin had already arranged Sibylla's marriage to Guy de Lusignan, a knight from Poitou. Guy was a newcomer of relatively high birth. His elder brother, Amaric of Lusignan, was a prominent figure at the royal court of Jerusalem, and had quickly gained favor with Baldwin's mother at the time. Well, this marriage was a masterstroke for Baldwin. It neutralized a potential coup by Raymond of Tripoli and Beaumont of Antioch, who may have intended to marry Sibylla into their camp. With Sibylla well and truly wedded to Guy, the newcomer faction solidified its grip on the royal family. Guy was granted the title of Count of Jaffa and Ascalon, effectively placing him next in line for the throne as Sibylla's consort. Contemporary chronicles, like William of Tyre, initially had misgivings about Guy. He was seen as, quote, young, of prominent family, but new to the East. Nevertheless, Baldwin seemed content, at first, with his choice, and for a brief time the court enjoyed modus vivendi. Raymond withdrew to his territories. Baldwin ruled with the support of his mum, Uncle Jocelyn, and the new brother-in-law Guy. Everything was happy. But, as we know, the harmony cannot last. Guy de Lusignan's conduct soon created rifts. Latin historians imply that Guy was opposed by a large fraction of the nobility from the very beginning. The native barons mistrusted Guy's coterie of former Poitevin knights, and felt he even lacked the experience and wisdom needed to lead. Baldwin himself gradually got bought over to that opinion too, little by little souring on Guy. The turning point came during Saladin's renewed invasions in 82 and 83. But before we get to that, in 1181, the volatile Reynald of Chatillon, now firmly part of Baldwin's inner circle, broke the truce with Saladin by attacking a rich caravan traveling from Damascus to Egypt. Reynald's lawless raid, motivated only by greed and, well, maybe a sprinkling of religious zeal too, understandably provoked Saladin's fury. He demanded redress from King Baldwin, but Baldwin, debilitated and unable to punish the powerful Reynald, could do very little beyond offering an apology. And that's not going to work. So in response, Saladin retaliated. He imprisoned some Christian merchants in his land and prepared for war. In 1182, Saladin led an army through the Sinai into Frankish territory, bypassing the usual coastal strongholds by marching a desert route to Damascus. The kingdom mobilized in defense. It didn't help that by this time that Baldwin's condition had dramatically worsened. William of Tyre recounts that in 1182, Baldwin suffered a severe bout of illness, a high fever, and that's just on top of his advanced leprosy. The king had lost his eyesight, and his extremities were so ravaged by the disease that he was unable to use either his hands or feet. In effect, he was now blind and crippled, a king who could neither walk, not to mention hold a sword. And it was at this desperate juncture that Baldwin's advisors urged him again to consider abdication for his own comfort. But he still refused to abandon his responsibilities. Instead, he took an unprecedented step. He appointed Guy de Lusignan as regent of the kingdom in late 1182. Gathering the barons at Nazareth, where he lay ill, Baldwin formally invested Guy with control of the government. The young king would keep only the royal title, the city of Jerusalem, and a small annual income. Guy was to rule everything else on his behalf. Vassals throughout the realm were commanded to do homage to Guy as Baldwin's regent. It was a bold attempt to ensure continuity of command given Baldwin's incapacity, effectively a trial run for Guy as heir. Initially, all went pretty smoothly. The lords swore allegiance to Guy, and Baldwin hoped his brother-in-law would rise to the occasion. Well, let's see how he goes, A great test came very soon after. In 1183, Saladin launched one of his largest invasions yet, aiming to finally crush the Crusader kingdom. He gathered forces from Egypt, Syria, and as far away as Mesopotamia, and moved into Galilee. The Franks, under Guy's leadership, with Baldwin too ill to ride, though he was present nearby carried on a litter, concentrated their army at a defensible position near the springs of Safuria. For days, Saladin maneuvered, attempting to draw the Franks into open battle. This campaign climaxed in a tense confrontation, often referred to as the Battle of Al-Ful, or the stand at the Belvoir Castle. Sources describe the young King Baldwin being carried on a stretcher among his troops, so that his presence would inspire them, even if he could not fight. And indeed, during the siege of Kerak later that year, Baldwin insisted on accompanying the relief force in a litter, so he could barely stand or see, yet continue to direct his men. At Safuria, however, it was Guy de Lusignan effectively in command. Guy adopted a cautious strategy. He kept the army in the camp, refusing to be lured out by Saladin's provocations. The stalemate lasted some days, both sides hesitant. Saladin feared a full frontal assault against his prepared Crusader positions, and Guy feared a rash charge that could lead to disaster. Eventually, with supplies running low, Saladin withdrew his forces back to Damascus without a pitched battle. In one sense, Guy's caution had averted a defeat, but in another, his inaction squandered an opportunity to strike a blow at the Sultan's host. I mean, he was right there. They could have got him, but he just hid in the camp the whole time. It's not really a victory if you don't even fight. Well, King Baldwin was deeply dissatisfied with his performance. In his view, Guy had shown timidity bordering on cowardice by not aggressively confronting Saladin's army when it began to withdraw. The chroniclers suggest personal animosity played a role. Baldwin may have found Guy arrogant and dismissive of advice, and the strain of delegating power to his brother-in-law weighed on the ailing king. By late 1183, Baldwin resolved to remove Guy from the regency. His disenchantment was so great that he even sought to annul Sibylla's marriage to Guy, a drastic step that reveals Baldwin's desperation to prevent him from ever becoming king. William of Tyre notes that Baldwin's enmity burst out at this time, and the king was actively looking for legal pretext to procure a separation of his sister from her husband. Well, the immediate trigger for Baldwin's break with Guy was an incident of Guy's misrule. In early 1184, after the tense standoff with Saladin, Guy allegedly attacked a party of Bedouin nomads under the royal protection near Darum, seizing their flocks, an act of greed, not to mention bad faith, This violation of Baldwin's orders outraged the king. It proved to Baldwin and the High Court that Guy could not be trusted to uphold the kingdom's interests or his sovereign's commands. Thus Baldwin convened his barons and officially stripped Guy of the regency in 1184. Once again, you're fired. In Guy's place, Baldwin turned once more to the reliable Raymond III of Tripoli, restoring him as regent to oversee the kingdom and Baldwin's designated heir. The chronicler Ernol suggests that Baldwin even forced Guy to swear an oath accepting these decisions, more of a public humiliation than anything else. Certainly works. But crucially, Baldwin took measures to secure the succession at this juncture. He understood that his own death was not far off. Baldwin had in 1183 already performed a pretty remarkable act. He had his 6-year-old nephew Baldwin V crowned co-king. In a solemn ceremony at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, little Baldwin V was anointed and crowned alongside his uncle. The kingdom thus briefly had 2 Baldwins on the throne, the leper king and the child king. This unprecedented step was Baldwin's insurance policy to guard against a succession dispute. The High Court swore to recognize Baldwin V as the next king, and a regency council with Raymond at its head, and with checks involving the Pope and the kings of England and France as arbiters, was established to govern during Baldwin V's minority. By these acts, Baldwin IV hoped to block Guy de Lusignan's path to power and ensure the continuity of rule by passing the crown to his nephew, in whom the blood of the previous king, via Sibylla and Amalric, had continued. Meanwhile, one more notable event of this period showcased Baldwin's commitment, despite his physical decline, and that was the siege of Kerak in Moab of 1183. Now, the story of this is in late 1183, Saladin targeted the fortress of Kerak in Transjordan, held by Reynald of Chatillon, in retaliation for Reynald's provocations, including an audacious raid into the Red Sea threatening Islam's holy cities. By coincidence, a royal wedding was taking place inside Kerak during the siege. Sibylla's half-sister, the young Princess Isabella of Jerusalem, was marrying Humphrey IV of Turon. Congratulations. A perfect day. What could go wrong? As Saladin's siege engines bombarded the castle, an almost chivalric exchange occurred. Stephanie of Milly, Lady of Kerak and mother of the groom, sent out a pleading gift of food to Saladin, along with a request that he spare the tower housing newlyweds. Moved either by gallantry or the hope of capturing highborn hostiles intact, Saladin agreed not to target that specific tower. Amid the siege, Baldwin IV once again took action. Gravely ill, he nonetheless rode, or rather was carried to the rescue. The king gathered a relief army and marched from Jerusalem to Kerak's aid. It is recorded that Baldwin was in terrible health. He could barely stand up or see. He continued to fight against Saladin and was carried on a stretcher by his troops. The arrival of King Baldwin's forces near Kerak forced Saladin to lift the siege and retreat. His mere approach had saved the castle and the nobles within. A year later, in 1184, Saladin attempted to besiege Kerak again. And again, Baldwin, with Raymond and Guy, despite their differences, all cooperating, drove him off in another relief effort. These episodes cemented his legacy among his contemporaries. Here was a king almost completely incapacitated, blind, carried around on a stretcher, flesh slowly melting off his bones, yet still leading the armies in defense of his realm. The image of Baldwin at Kerak, wrapped in bandages and borne aloft a shield or stretcher so that his troops could see their king at the head, left a powerful impression. Muslim chroniclers noted the resilience of the Franks under his rule. Ibn al-Athir remarked that the Crusaders, after Baldwin's death, had, quote, nobody more influential, none braver, and none more excellent in counsel. To the Muslims, Raymond of Tripoli was the devil among the Franks, a testament to how formidable the Muslim world found the leaders groomed during Baldwin's reign. By 1184, Baldwin had done everything he could to secure the kingdom's future. He had marginalized Guy, elevated his young nephew as co-king, and reappointed Raymond as regent. The final diplomatic mission was dispatched in late 1184. The Patriarch of Jerusalem, Heraclius, led a grand embassy to Western Europe, bearing urgent pleas for a new crusade, and even reportedly carrying the true cross and keys to the Holy Sepulchre as tokens to beg for aid. Although this mission was received with honor in the courts of England and France, it ultimately failed to elicit the immediate military assistance. The great monarchs of Europe were all busy with their own conflicts. Baldwin likely knew that the kingdom would largely have to fend for itself with whatever resources it had. Worn out by continuous exertion and the ravages of disease, Baldwin did not have long to live once these plans were laid. The end was approaching, and with it, the close of an era that many later saw as the last heroic chapter of Jerusalem before its downfall. The year 1184 saw Baldwin IV almost entirely bedridden in the city of Jerusalem. He had moments of rally, enough to preside over councils or greet the return of envoys, but for the most part, the governance was in the hands of Raymond and the High Court. Baldwin's stepmother, Queen Dowager Maria Comnene, and others attended to the young Baldwin V, who had been crowned co-king. Baldwin IV's once active mind must have been quite troubled in these final months. He had done what he could, but the future was still uncertain. Still, contemporaries noted his clear-eyed acceptance of God's will. He spent his last days in prayer, preparing his soul, comforted by the rites of the church. In early 1185, his condition deteriorated sharply. The exact date of his death is not recorded in all sources, but it is known that by March 1185, the 24-year-old monarch was well and truly knocking on heaven's door. William of Tyre, who unfortunately ends his chronicle around 1184, before describing Baldwin's death, had written movingly that he could not keep his eyes dry when speaking of Baldwin's affliction and fate. We can imagine that in Jerusalem, Baldwin's impending death elicited both deep sorrow and grave anxiety. According to the Oracle's continuation of William's chronicle and other accounts, Baldwin died in the spring of 1185, likely in March. He was attended by his vassals to the end, meaning the leading barons were by his side, swearing to uphold his final wishes. The Patriarch Heraclius would have administered the last sacraments to the dying king. In his will, Baldwin reaffirmed the arrangements for his nephew's succession and Raymond's regency. He specifically charged the barons to remain united and observed the truce with Saladin that Raymond of Tripoli had recently negotiated. Indeed, one of Baldwin's final acts of king was concluding a truce with Saladin in 1185, meant to last for 4 years. Saladin, whose own young son had died around that time, perhaps felt a bit of empathy, and he agreed to the truce, giving the kingdom a desperately needed breathing spell. Well, he passed away. In the holy city he defended all his life. His body, wrapped in fine linen, would have been carried in solemn procession to the venerable Church of the Holy Sepulchre, where he was entombed alongside his father, King Amalric, and his illustrious ancestors. The grief at his funeral was profound. Even those magnates who had opposed some of his policies recognized the loss of an extraordinary leader. The High Court and Raymond of Tripoli immediately recognized King Baldwin V, now a boy of 8, as the sole king. Raymond assumed the regency officially, and Jocelyn of Edessa became the guardian of the child, all according to Baldwin's careful plan. Latin chroniclers remark that Baldwin IV's passing was the first in a chain of events that would soon bring calamity. The stability he had managed to enforce began to quickly unravel after his death. During Baldwin V's short reign, 1185 to 1186, the kingdom remained at peace thanks to the truce. But Baldwin IV's fears about the succession were tragically vindicated when poor little Baldwin V himself died in summer of 1186, possibly of illness, or, as some later alleged, by foul play. With the child's death, the delicate arrangements that Baldwin IV had set up completely collapsed. Sibylla, Baldwin IV's beloved sister, seized the throne in Jerusalem with the support of the faction loyal to her, and crowned her husband, Guy de Lusignan, as king. The exact thing that Baldwin IV did not want. He must have been rolling in his grave. Well, the old factional divide re-emerged violently. Raymond of Tripoli and others refused to acknowledge Guy, seeing this as the very outcome that Baldwin had labored to prevent. The kingdom split into camps at the worst possible moment. By 1187, King Guy's regime faced the full onslaught of Saladin, without the internal unity that had characterized Baldwin IV's tenure. The subsequent disaster at the Battle of Hattin, July 1187, where Saladin annihilated the Frankish army and captured Guy, and the fall of Jerusalem a few months later, cast a retrospective glow on Baldwin IV's reign. If you're looking for someone to blame for losing Jerusalem, it's pretty much Guy of Lusignan. Don't blame Saladin. He's just playing his own game. Well, many who survived those events looked back to Baldwin's time as a lost golden age, when the kingdom had been held together by the will of a leper king. Well, how do we sum it all up? What do we even say about Baldwin IV, the King of Jerusalem? Medieval annals sometimes likened him to the biblical figure of Job, who kept his faith amid suffering, or to Constantine the Great, who is rumored in legend to have contracted leprosy and been miraculously cured by faith, though Baldwin, of course, received no earthly quarter. In the Crusader genealogical histories, known as the lineages of Outremer, Baldwin is fondly remembered as Baldwin the Leper, and that's not a term of insult, but almost endearment and marvel. It's as if to say, yeah, that's right, Baldwin the Leper, our king, and a bloody great king at that. His epithet, the Leper King, which could have been a mark of shame in a less remarkable life, instead became a title of honor in the lore of the Crusades. In the long view, Baldwin's life illustrates the precariousness of the Crusader states in the late 12th century. He was a king who reigned at the nexus of an immense historical force, the rise of Saladin and the coming climax of the Crusader era. Baldwin's successors, Montecasard, the stabilization of the kingdom, the diplomatic wrangling to secure succession, all significant, but ultimately fragile. After his death, the lack of comparative unifying figures led to a factional collapse, the thing that he wanted to prevent the most. The subsequent loss of Jerusalem in 1187 profoundly shaped both Muslim and Christian consciousness, making Baldwin's reign appear in hindsight as a final stand of an ailing kingdom under an ailing king. Yet the legacy is not merely one of tragedy. It's an inspiration, a testament to how courage and devotion can transcend our physical limitations. The mental image of Baldwin IV, clad in armor to hide his deformities, charging into battle with the relic of the true cross held aloft, became emblematic of the chivalric ideal in later chronicles, and even in modern storytelling. In an age when rulers were expected to be the epitome of physical prowess, Baldwin turned the concept completely on its head. His moral and spiritual fortitude defined his kingship. And he was a king not because of the strength of his body, but because of the will and the loyalty he commanded. As William of Tyre eulogized in a passage written when Baldwin was still alive, but with William sensing the inevitable. Each day he grew more ill, yet each day he grew in virtue. Well, it's a chronicle of heroism under adversity. From his childhood games where numb flesh betrayed that terrible secret, to the grand battles where he stood as the unyielding bulwark of his people, all the way to their delicate negotiations and plans made on death's door. Every chapter of Baldwin's life is an insight into the complexities of Crusader kingship. He died young, way before his time, and his kingdom would face its darkest hour soon after. But his example endured. The Leper King, leaving behind that legacy of resilience and faith that has echoed through the centuries, ensuring his name, like the holy city he once ruled, will never be forgotten. Knights, often celebrated for their martial prowess alone, led multi-faceted lives beyond the battlefield, deeply intertwined with feudal responsibilities, courtly culture, and the pursuit of chivalric ideals. In times of peace, they managed vast estates, administered local justice, and served as patrons of the arts, contributing to the culture and economic development of medieval society. Of course, their daily routines included rigorous training to maintain physical fitness and mastery of skills, participation in tournaments that showcased their valor and refined combat techniques, and engagement in religious observance, which reinforced that moral framework of chivalry. It's through the diversity of these roles that knights not only upheld the social order of the feudal system, but also played a part in shaping the cultural and political landscape of their time. Now, today we're going to learn all about what knights were doing when they weren't charging headlong into the fray. If you like this kind of content, and if you want to learn more, like and subscribe, tell me your thoughts in the comments, and perhaps check out the Patreon if you feel the need to do so. But let's get nice and relaxed first. Go back to the Middle Ages for an hour or so. The image of the knight, wearing armor, charging bravely into battle. That's typically what we think of when someone brings up the topic. But it wasn't always like that. During times of peace, these warriors performed a wide range of tasks and activities, spending large portions of their lives away from the battlefield. In fact, in peacetime, a knight's day-to-day activities were anything but idle or frivolous. Knights maintained the cultural religious standards of their class, while juggling their roles as warriors, landowners, vassals, and of course, don't forget, family men. When there was no war to fight, a knight's days were filled with both utilitarian duties and also sophisticated hobbies. A normal day might consist of a hunt in the afternoon, administrative meetings by noon, weapons practice in the morning, and prayers in the evening. Knights, of course, engaged in courtly life, diplomacy, and local government, in addition to maintaining their physical health and fighting skill. As members of the nobility, they were supposed to be patrons of the church, leaders of their communities, and let's not forget, models of chivalry. So, over the following hour, we'll examine the various aspects of the everyday life in peacetime. What was it like to be a knight off the field? Ranging from family life, to cultural interests, to training regiments, and even their estate administration. First, let's talk about the physical conditioning and training. Knights continued, of course, to be committed to martial art training and physical fitness even during times of peace. After all, a time of peace, for a knight, is just a time to prepare for war. There's always another one around the corner in medieval times, that's for sure. They were aware that maintaining their combat skills was essential as professional warriors. Many knights practiced their swordplay in drills for hours each day. To prevent severe injuries, they used wooden swords or blunted weapons when sparring with partners, who were frequently other knights or their own squires. They improved their skills with swords, axes, and maces through these simulated battles. Horsemanship was equally important in a knight's everyday life. Group practice melees were also common, allowing knights to mimic battlefield conditions and maintain coordination when fighting alongside their comrades. In order to strengthen their relationship with their war horses and hone their riding abilities, knights would also practice this each day. On horseback, they rehearsed skills like charges, sharp turns, and leaps. Tilting at quintain, a rotating target used to practice lance strikes, was a common training exercise too. A knight would charge at a mannequin or spinning shield and attempt to strike it directly with his lance. The weighted arm of the device could swing around and knock him off his saddle if the strike was improper or too slow. Of course, it's one way to learn the hard way and encourage him to increase his timing and accuracy. A knight's ability to couch a lance and aim accurately at an opponent while riding at full speed was refined in these exercises. In addition to weapons drills, knights underwent intense physical training to increase their strength and stamina. To increase one's overall physical strength and close fight skills, wrestling and grappling were popular practices. Knights also trained in heavy armor to get used to it so their bodies wouldn't become too tired from the weight of it in actual combat. Hunting was a sport, but also a form of exercise for them too. A knight's endurances and reflexes were put to the test while pursuing a stag or boar on horseback, which served as beneficial war training. The habit of regular exercise was ingrained in knights since the majority of them started their combat training as boys. Knights made sure that they were always prepared for the demands of the battle by maintaining a rigorous training regimen during peacetime. Notably, this commitment to training started early, noble boys joined knightly training as pages and squires, where they learned combat arts and discipline from an early age. This regiment of martial practice not only maintained their fighting edge, but also gave them a way to release their energy and competitive spirit during extended periods of peace, not to be too softened up by these times. A knight's daily workouts as an adult were merely just a continuation of his childhood routines, keeping him constantly prepared for battle. And of course, moving on from this, we also have the social duties, the proper conduct of a knight. After all, there were expectations. Knights were supposed to participate actively in noble society when they weren't fighting. Vassals carried out a number of social duties that maintained the feudal order as they were sworn to lords and, eventually, the king. Whenever called upon for significant occasions or councils, a knight would routinely appear at his lord's court, whether it was his king's palace or a local baron's hall. Knights were supposed to represent chivalry and proper conduct at court. The extent to which they did, well, that depends on the actual knight himself, as some found these codes to be a little bit too stifling, too many rules. At banquets and ceremonies, they wanted to adhere to rigorous protocol, which included using appropriate titles, bowing to superiors, and acting politely. Particular attention was paid to a knight's behavior towards women. He was supposed to be honorable, brave, and protective. As part of the courtly love tradition, he might, for example, give a noble lady a token of respect, or dedicate a contest victory to her. Knights were distinguished as civilized gentlemen, rather than just fighters, by their refined behavior. After all, anyone can beat somebody up, drag them off their horse, but it takes a special somebody to give them a hand up afterwards, and teach them how to do it better. It reminds me of being in a mosh pit at a metal concert, actually. It's kind of the same thing, perhaps not. Well, back to the topic. There was a practical aspect to court life as well. Knights would socialize with other nobility and form networks of friendship and loyalty by attending feasts, festivals, and other celebrations that their lords threw. These meetings provided a forum for local politics, distant news, and alliance building. By attending a neighboring lord's daughter's wedding, or his liege's lord's festive feast, a knight was strengthening his ties of duty and allegiance. Being present and polite at these events was part of a knight's duty during a period when interpersonal relationships were the glue that held politics together. During peacetime, knights occasionally functioned as advisors and diplomats. A lord may designate a trusted knight to represent him at a far-off court, deliver messages to another noble, or negotiate a small treaty. Knight statuses allowed them to speak to other nobles as peers, perhaps not as equals all the time, but at least in the same or around about the same level. Their word also carried weight, as they were bound by honor. In local affairs, a knight could mediate conflicts between families or nearby landowners in an effort to keep feuds from turning violent. In addition, knights advised their superiors during councils or parliaments. The council of seasoned knights on matters of military or local concern was respected, but the ultimate decisions were made by a baron or king. Throughout these encounters, a knight maintained awareness of his honor and reputation. He would also witness charters and legal agreements, effectively attesting to transactions or settlements by the presence and sworn word. In a society where interpersonal relationships were valued highly, loyalty, respect, and keeping one's word were essential. Perhaps we can learn a little bit from that society. An insult at court or a diplomatic blunder could damage a knight's reputation or even start a feud. Thus maintaining knightly qualities of integrity, courtesy, and honesty was another way that peacetime social duties were exercised. After all, not getting on the wrong side of the wrong people, that is a battle in itself. Of course, in addition to being landowners, the majority of medieval knights possessed fiefs or estates, which were given to them in return for their years of military service. During times of peace, a knight's daily activity revolved around managing these lands. In actuality, a knight's main source of wealth was usually the money he received from his estates, which he used to maintain his equipment, provide for his family, and carry out feudal obligations. A knight's estate typically comprised of one or more villagers with peasants, serfs, or perhaps free tenants who worked the land. As a result, in the absence of war, a knight frequently served as a land manager, or lord of the manager supervising agriculture, finances, and justice on his domain. A knight would oversee the agricultural cycle, frequently with the assistance of a steward or a bailiff. On a daily basis, this meant making sure that crops were harvested effectively, that livestock were taken care of, and that fields were plowed and sown in the appropriate season. Knights were informed about crop yields, grain stocks, and any problems that affected plants or animals such as drought, floods, or disease. They had to decide how best to manage their resources, such as whether to clear new land for farming or when to rotate crops. Peasants performed the physical labor, but a watchful knight would ride among the fields to check on the work, be present, and answer any questions his tenants might have. The manor's economy also depended on livestock, including pigs, sheep, and cattle, so the knight also monitored animal husbandry. Since a thriving estate meant more money to support his knightly duties, he essentially served as an agricultural manager. Doesn't sound like much for a knight to do, but it's important work. Another important duty, of course, was financial management. The people who lived on the knight's land paid him rent and feudal duties. These payments may take the form of cash, livestock, other goods, or a share of the harvest. In times of peace, a knight monitored the accounts of his manor to determine the health of his estate. This included counting livestock heads, tallying grain in storage, or going over income and expense records. Illiterate knights might consult written account rolls, while illiterate knights who would depend on stewards or clerics to keep track of them. So, in any case, the lord of the manor needed a clear picture of his finances to make plans for the future, whether those plans included funding a daughter's dowry, or buying a new suit of armor, or getting ready for a possible lean year. Land ownership also came with administrative and legal responsibilities. Knights' estates had a manorial court. The knight or his designated representative would arbitrate disputes between the peasants and uphold the rights of the lord in these local courts, which were held on a regular basis, possibly monthly or seasonally. Common issues could be disputes over property lines, inheritance issues, and instances of small-time theft and misbehavior. To administer justice equitably, the knight needed to be knowledgeable about local laws and customs. Everyday problems were settled at the manor level, but major crimes might be reported to higher authorities. Maintaining the estate's infrastructure was another daily concern. By serving as judge and protector, the knight strengthened his authority and ideally gained the respect of the people living on his land, or perhaps risked their resentment if he was perceived as unfair or harsh. Since mills, bakeries, smithies, and other crucial establishments were frequent sources of revenue or essential services for the community, Knights made sure they were kept in good condition on their properties. If the knight lived in a castle or other fortified manor house, he was also responsible for maintaining it. This covered everything from fixing gates, walls, or moats to keeping enough food in storage. Castles required upkeep and a small garrison to be prepared for any trouble, such as banditry or local unrest, even in times of peace, because in times of peace, the banditry does not stop. His fortifications, and the men who guarded them, were routinely examined by a conscientious knight. Traveling between properties could be a regular occurrence for knights who owned several estates. They might spend a few weeks at one manor before relocating to another to see how things were going there. But not every knight was wealthy enough to own many manors or big castles. That's ridiculous. There were different kinds of knights, of course, and they were not all as well off as the other. Of course, the knight's estate also had to support his feudal obligations upward, and some only had a small manor house and one village under their lordship. Still not bad, but they largely had to run these alone. For instance, the knight's effective management of agriculture and rents allowed him to fulfill his obligations to his liege lord, who might have demanded a period of military service or a payment known as a scutage in lieu of service. A knight who practiced good stewardship in peacetime was able to support his household and prepare for battle when the time came, if the time came. Doing all this without placing an undue burden on the peasants. But of course, it's not all business. They gotta have a little bit of fun, don't they? In peacetime, knights engaged in a wide range of recreational pursuits. Despite their numerous duties, you must find time to relax. Of course, hunting was the most popular noble activity among them. In order to find deer, wild boar, or other game, knights would plan hunts in game parks and forests on their estates. They would frequently do this while riding horses and using trained hounds. Exciting activities like riding, tracking, and archery or spear throwing were all well practiced during a hunt. It was a source of fresh meat, too, for the table, and an exciting sport. A successful hunt was a source of pride. Hunting with trained birds of prey, or falconry, that was another esteemed pastime, and quite a skill on its own. In an exciting demonstration of skill, a knight may spend his mornings wearing a hawk or falcon on his glove, releasing it to swoop after ducks or rabbits. These outdoor activities were also social occasions, kind of like the modern equivalent of playing golf in our modern era. A lord could call nearby knights together for a large hunt, transforming the wilderness chase into a chance for friendly competition and camaraderie. While knights resorted to indoor entertainment and socializing on festive days or after sunset, feasts were typically to commemorate family holidays or holy days. A knight and his guests were treated to a sumptuous feast that included several courses of delectable food and beverages, as well as storytelling and musical entertainment. Can't go without the lute player, by the way. In the great hall, minstrels or troubadours performed romantic epics and sung ballads of valiant acts. Chivalric ideals the knights aspired to were reinforced and entertained by tales of noble love and legendary warriors, such as Charlemagne's paladins or King Arthur's Round Table, this kind of thing. Additionally, jesters might be there to lighten the mood and make people laugh with jokes. Following a meal, knights and women would dance together in stately medieval dances, which gave the knights to show off a chance to show off their civility and grace rather than fighting skills. For more subdued activities, knights engaged in games and other entertainment. Chess was particularly well liked by the nobility, who saw it as a strategic exercise similar to warfare. Knights playing chess could be a miniature version of a serious intellectual duel. Other board games, such as backgammon and drafts, as well as different dice games, provided entertainment and opportunity for friendly bets on long nights. Other popular leisure pursuits were reading and listening to literature. If a knight was literate, he might read for his own edification from an illuminated manuscript, which could be a religious devotional, a romance, or a chronicle. Having a cleric or knowledgeable companion read aloud from books would be enjoyable even for knights who were illiterate. Professional entertainers like jugglers or acrobats may come to a castle on special occasions to perform risky stunts and tricks, enhancing the spectacle of the host knight's hospitality. That all sounds very wonderful, doesn't it? Jesters, musicians, all that nights drinking and feasting together at the table, swapping stories. Fascination of a bygone era. Knights managed to strike this balance between their demanding responsibilities, leisure time, and cultural activities. In the midst of the routines of peacetime, this leisure kept their spirits uplifted and also their minds active. Now, of course, we have the mind, the spirit, and the soul. Of course, the church had their own obligations for knights. Medieval life was heavily influenced by religion, and knights were supposed to be both skilled fighters and devoted Christians. A knight's daily and weekly routine was interwoven with religious obligations and observances. A knight would frequently attend Mass and start his day with prayer. Within their castle or manor, many knights had a small chapel where services were led by a local priest or resident chaplain. If not, particularly on Sundays and significant holy days, the knight and his household would ride to the closest church. The knight would publicly display his piety at church by kneeling in prayer alongside his vassals and family. The year was punctuated by feast days and festivals of the numerous saints of the church calendar. Following religious ceremonies, knights frequently sponsored or hosted feasts for the villagers, joining their communities in commemorating important holy days like Easter and Christmas. Beyond regular worship, knights were expected to support and uphold the church and society. The knight strengthened his spiritual devotion and his ties to the community through these acts of worship and charity. They took an oath to uphold the teachings of the church and to protect the defenseless, which was regarded as a divinely mandated responsibility of knighthood. But in actuality, knights supported religious organizations by providing funds or land to churches and monasteries, building chapels, or protecting nearby abbeys. Sincere faith, a sense of feudal duty, and the conviction that these good deeds would contribute to the knight's soul's salvation were the driving forces behind this generosity. Knights made time for personal devotion on a regular basis. They frequently prayed at specific times of the day and read the Bible or a book of saints' lives, or at least had it read to them if they were illiterate. Many would confess their sins to a priest to be absolved, and many observed fasts on specific holy days. Given the inherent violence of his line of work, a knight was frequently especially concerned with obtaining forgiveness and upholding his rightful place in God's eyes. During protracted times of peace, however, some knights made pilgrimages to sacred shrines in their homeland or overseas, in places like Canterbury, Santiago de Compostela, or Jerusalem. They did this in order to perform penance, keep their promises, and strengthen their faith. Most maintained close ties to local clergy and saw themselves as lay champions of Christian values, even though only a small number joined military religious orders such as the Knights Templar or Hospitaller, which required monastic vows. For instance, The knighthood ceremony was full of religious symbolism. A squire would usually keep vigil through the night in a church on the eve of being dubbed, praying for guidance and purity before he was officially made a knight. In medieval literature, knights were occasionally referred to as soldiers of Christ, implying that they would be defenders of Christian principles. In times of peace, you had to do this too, and that meant making an effort to be faithful, benevolent, and just, so their swords served both the realm and righteousness. And then we have the tournament. Taking part in tournaments was one of the most well-known manifestations of knightly energy during peacetime. Knights engaged in combat in front of spectators during tournaments, which were elaborate affairs. A tournament may be held by a king or a strong lord to commemorate a milestone, or just simply to let the knights show off their skills, blow off a bit of steam perhaps. Knights from far and wide would travel to the tournament field with their armor, war horses, and squires. They would frequently dress magnificently to leave a lasting impression. Of course, when we think of a tournament, you can't go past the joust, that hallmark competition of these events. During a joust, two knights in armor mounted on horses charged at one another with lances, each attempting to hit the other's shield or dismount his competitor. Points were given for strong hits, and they rode along a divider, the lists, to avoid collisions. Knocking the opponent off the saddle was the ultimate goal. Jousting demanded exceptional courage too, not to mention aim and horsemanship. Even though lances were typically blunted for safety, mishaps did occur. I'm sure you can imagine. But like any sport, it has its dangers. A knight could be hurt by splintered lances or an unfortunate blow. Occasionally it was fatal. The melee, a fictitious conflict in which teams of knights engaged in combat, or it was every man for himself, was another important component of tournaments. Dozens of knights may engage in combat with maces and swords in a disorderly yet regulated setting. It's kind of the same as what we have these days if you've not looked at that medieval combat they have in Europe now. I believe they might have it in the United States, but it's quite entertaining. Although they had marshals directing the battle and adhered to established regulations, the melee still gave knights a taste of the ferocity of battle. Knights could win by being the last fighter standing or by capturing opponents, who would then surrender and be ransomed in accordance with tournament rules. Tournaments were as much social and cultural celebrations as they were combat contests. Both nobles and commoners flocked to see the spectacle in great numbers. Announced by heralds and applauded by supporters, knights would frequently parade into the grounds with vibrant banners and heraldic shields on display. As a source of motivation and pride, they might wear a lady's token of favor, like a ribbon. A tournament victory carried a lot of prestige, too. A winner of a tournament would receive cash payouts, expensive weapons or armor, or exquisite horses as prizes. Certainly something worth fighting for. But more importantly, he gained respect from the general public and recognition from his peers. A successful knight would frequently receive invitations to significant courts, or attract attention of aristocratic families seeking eminent sons-in-law. Another obvious financial advantage was that, in accordance with chivalric tradition, a knight who unhorsed a rival during a joust was entitled to the rival's armor and horse, unless the opponent had paid a ransom to get them back. As a result, talented fighters competing in tournaments might increase their wealth. Tournaments were occasions for celebration in addition to actual combat. Knights and nobles had an opportunity to socialize during the feasts, dances, and ceremonies that accompanied these events. In contrast to war, young knights could learn from veterans, develop friendships, or perhaps rivalries, and establish themselves in a setting that was comparatively safe. Tournaments were valued by their rulers too, as ways of keeping knights occupied and entertained while honing their actual skills for combat. To put it briefly, it was a good thing for them. They enjoyed the competition, excitement, and the platform to exhibit the martial skills that characterized knighthood through jousting and tournaments. It also kept them from getting drunk down at the tavern and causing trouble. Although knights are typically thought of as action-oriented, rather than being intellectually inclined, you might be surprised they were not without education or intellectual pursuits. The upbringing of many knights included at least a basic education, and in their spare time, some of them developed sophisticated intellectual and cultural interests. Noble children raised to be knights frequently learned more than just fighting skills, even though formal education was uncommon. As squires and pages in noble homes, they learned how to run a household, how to be courteous, and occasionally how to read and write, which was a big deal back then. A young page might read simple texts or religious prayers, with a tutor or the castle's noblewoman to learn his letters. A squire's ability to read simple texts in his native tongue and keep, possibly, accounts by the time in his mid-teens would be helpful to a future landowner. By the beginning of their knighthood, many knights might have what we'd call at least a functional literacy and a familiarity with courtly culture, though not all of them achieved full literacy. As adults, knights frequently continued to pursue intellectual and cultural endeavors, particularly in times of peace. In noble society, a knight was expected to value the arts, music, and literature in addition to fighting. Manuscripts of well-known chivalric romances and epics might be owned or borrowed by knights with literacy. Among the works they enjoyed were heroic, romantic, and adventurous stories about the old characters. Think of Lancelot, Roland, and other mythical heroes. Knights and their families often spent their evenings listening to a cleric or minstrel read aloud these stories. For example, in medieval France, some knights were troubadours who wrote about poetry and songs honoring love and chivalry. In other places, knights themselves became patrons or authors of literature. Knights appreciated practical knowledge in addition to poetry. In order to navigate the intricate web of nobility and identify friends and enemies in combat, they studied heraldry, which includes coats of arms and family ancestry. Since managing a manor required knowledge of legal contracts, feudal rights, and fundamental finance, they also studied law and administration. A knight with an intellectual bent might occasionally go deeper into learning, studying classical works of history or philosophy, or learning additional languages. A popular one, of course, was Latin for official matters, but perhaps even foreign tongues encountered during travel. A knight frequently sought advice, too, from educated clerks, gaining insights into topics such as estate management, local customs, and even the fundamentals of politics and philosophy. Although warriors rarely attended formal universities, knights could learn by reading any books in their lord's library or talking to an educated clergyman. The characteristics of a courtier, and even a scholar, were being incorporated into the ideal of a knighthood by the late Middle Ages. Therefore, a truly successful knight embodied the idea of the gentleman warrior, being as at ease discussing literature or law as he was brandishing a sword. But on to a little bit of the community relations. As we mentioned at the start, knights had families too. A knight's private life, of course, focused on his family and his home, while public life was dominated by battle and feudal service. In order to gain alliances or property, knights were usually married to women of similarly noble birth. During times of peace, a knight and his spouse collaborated to manage their property and bring up the kids. When the knight was not present, the lady of the house frequently assumed responsibility for managing the household, and that includes supervising the servants, keeping an eye on the food and supplies, and occasionally even managing the finances of the estate. A solid alliance was crucial. In order to maintain daily operations, the knight's wife would step in for him when he had to travel to court or perhaps to a far-off tournament, hopefully not without giving him a little ribbon for good luck. Children were raised to maintain the family's prestige and carry on noble heritage. It was customary for sons of knights to pursue knighthood themselves. A boy may be sent as a page to another lord's castle at an early age, starting a journey akin to his father's. It would be there that he would learn riding, basic literacy, manners, and maybe some combat skills here and there. He became then a squire when he was a teenager, and frequently returned to work for his father or another knight. He assumed greater responsibility as a squire too, taking care of horses, polishing armor, and honing his weaponry skills, until he was judged ready or not to be knighted, which usually happened when he was around 21 years old. A knight took pride in watching his son grow, of course, and making sure he learned the qualities that characterized knighthood, such as bravery, loyalty, and courtesy. Knights' daughters, on the other hand, received education in the expected skills of noble women, including household management, needlework, and fine crafts, possibly too reading and writing, though it's a little hard to tell. When they reached adulthood, their unions would be planned to strengthen the family's ties and reputation. Beyond the immediate family, a knight was the head of a larger household and community. He took great care to ensure his daughters had happy marriages, negotiating with other noble families to secure matches that brought prestige or new connections. Pages, squires, men-at-arms, and domestic servants were all members of his extended family who shared his home. Everyone owed the knight loyalty, and he was in charge of their welfare in exchange. They gave their labor and service, whether it was cleaning the castle, serving at the table, or standing ready in arms, and he gave them food, shelter, protection, and direction. Close ties could exist within a knight's household. Squires and men-at-arms frequently developed a loving, almost paternal attachment to their lord, particularly if he was kind and generous. The knight ruled over the peasant families who cultivated his estates as part of his lordship. He dealt with them on a regular basis during peacetime, collecting rents, hearing petitions, and seeing to their welfare. A shrewd knight recognized that a stable and fruitful realm was synonymous with happy peasants. Protecting the weak and impoverished was one of these chivalric ideals, and many knights took this seriously when it came to local government. In order to prevent oppression or conflict among their people, they attempted to administer justice fairly in the manorial court, and would step in if outside soldiers or bandits threatened their villagers. This could range from something as basic as personally settling a dispute between neighbors to something as significant as planning relief efforts during a famine or plague, i.e., opening the Lord's granary to feed the starving villagers. Together with their household and tenants, knights attended the village church and shared in the worship of holy days, further demonstrating their involvement in the community's spiritual life and well-being. Generous deeds like providing alms to the underprivileged, organizing a festival meal for the entire village, or financing a new parish church roof, perhaps, served to strengthen the bonds of friendship and allegiance between the knight and his subjects. Essentially, a knight served as a protector and caretaker of everyone in his territory during times of peace. His reputation was based on his ability to be a just lord, a good husband, and a responsible father, in addition to his valor in combat. These connections, fostered during times of peace, established a solid base of loyalty and support that would endure the storm of war if it finally returned. In times of peace, a knight's everyday existence was of course a patchwork of duties and roles. When they weren't engaged in combat, they had a wide variety of tasks on the table, managing the lands that supported their livelihoods, and undergoing that intense training to keep their skills sharp. Through polite behavior and devotion to their lords, they participated in courtly society and upheld the chivalric code. In order to make sure their homes and communities thrived, they worked closely with their wives and advisors as estate stewards, and, of course, did their best to be good family men at home. They continued to be pious people who based their deeds on their faith and looked to the church for honor and direction. In their leisure time, they pursued activities that bolstered their minds and spirits, hunting, jousting, supporting arts and education. In addition to being essentially to the stability of medieval society, all of these pursuits helped them to define their own identity. Thus the reputation of the knight as a noble leader and protector was developed through everyday duties and behavior as much as it was through brutal combat. The quiet heroism of a knight's daily labor, training, governing, and caring for those under his charge, was just as important to the medieval world as was in times of war. They upheld the structure of feudal life and embodied the ideals that we associate with chivalry through their peacetime roles. Even when the swords were all put away, medieval knights earned their place in history by carrying out their duties, preserving the stability and morals of their time. Thank you very much for listening. Didn't we have fun learning about knights? I did. I always have fun recording ones like this. Of course, if you like this sort of content, then you better hit the subscribe button, like the video, and consider supporting on Patreon. A wide green field at dawn, banners fluttering, trumpets blaring. On either side, knights in gleaming armor sit astride restless war horses, while a crowd of onlookers gathers. On one side, a noble's retinue clusters under his banner. Opposite them, another troop of armored horsemen awaits. A medieval tournament is about to begin. Accounts of the time allow us to paint the scene quite vividly. One 13th century poet describes on the morning of a tournament that knights appeared and stood before their lodgings, carefully, splendidly armed, then rode out in tight, well-ordered companies, with no private jousts discussed, only the challenge to win or lose it all. There would be no half measures today. Every knight would stake his pride, his body, even his life, on the field of honor. That's what we're going to talk about today, these living events of the medieval tournament. We'll explore what actually happened in a historical context, not quite what you see in the movies. From the 10th through to the 15th centuries, the golden age of these events, stepping beyond the stylized versions, getting into the real experience and all the gritty details the chaotic melees of the early Middle Ages, the elegance and danger of the joust, and even the theatrical extravagance of the padam. Along the way, there's plenty of true stories and anecdotes drawn from knights' own chronicles and medieval observers. You'll find champions, crafty underdogs, exalted victors, and battered losers. I hope that by the end, you'll feel as if you, too, had spent a day amid all the colourful pageantry, the deafening cheers, and the clashing steel. So let's enter the list. What really happened at the tournament? Well, allow me first to welcome you, as that is good manners. Newcomers to the channel, it's good to meet you. Those coming back, thank you once again for meeting me back here on this platform. Thank you very much to those supporting on the Patreon, and those who decided to check out the merch store. Now, with all that being said and done, let's get down to the details. Nice and relaxed, as always. In the earliest forms of medieval tournaments, the main event was not the gentlemanly joust of later fame, but rather it was the melee, essentially a mock battle royale. Two teams of knights, sometimes numbering even in the hundreds, charged at each other on horseback and fought in groups, very much like a real skirmish, just like the simulations. There were minimal formal rules at first, so these melees could sprawl for miles beyond the initial field. Chroniclers describe combats roving across huge swaths of the countryside, occasionally even crashing into towns and villages. Early tournaments were essentially war games. Victory was decided by prowess, and sometimes by sheer numbers or cunning on the field. Well, you could only imagine the breadth of that field for those poor souls who decided not to show up to the tournament. Well, perhaps you don't want to go to the tournament, but the tournament is going to you. Now, what about weight classes? Bad luck. It was more about the strongest would survive. There were really not very many fair fights. Knights could gang up on opponents, and even infantry archers might join the fray in some cases. It doesn't sound very chivalrous, doesn't it? In fact, one 12th century account notes that the Count of Flanders once bolstered his team with 300 infantrymen to ambush the opposition and cover a retreat. Clearly, the chivalry of the tournament was often more apparent in poetry than in practice during these free-for-alls, and like I did say, we're not sparing the gritty details. But what motivated knights to fight with such ferocity, at least outside of an actual war? Beyond the glory and the training, one powerful incentive was as old as time. Profit. They wanted to make money. In melee tournaments, you see, a knight who managed to capture an opponent could demand a ransom, or claim the loser's horse and armor as his own prize. This turned tournaments into lucrative ventures for the skilled and lucky. The career of the famed knight William Marshall illustrates this quite well. Marshall, a landless younger son, made his name on the 12th century tournament circuit largely by capturing other knights. At one tournament in 1177, at the village of O, Marshall personally captured 10 knights and 12 horses in a single day, a haul of ransoms and war gear that greatly enriched him. Not bad for a morning's work, especially in those times. In fact, William and a comrade formed a sort of tournament partnership, pooling their efforts and spoil, and in just 10 months of touring the melee fields, they captured 103 knights for ransom, a most unbelievable number. In fact, such exploits earned Marshall fame as the greatest knight, and on his deathbed decades later, he allegedly recalled having unhorsed 500 knights over his tournament career. Clearly, for knights like Marshall, tournaments were not mere sport. They were high-stakes competitions, where one could win fortune and reputation. Of course, the action in melee was intense, unpredictable, and quite dangerous. The knights would thunder together in a grand charge, lances leveled, trying to smash through the opposing line. After the initial collision, the field dissolved into dozens of swirling duels and small group fights. They fought with blunted weapons at times, but in earlier days, just as often with normal swords, maces, and even lances tipped with iron. A contemporary observer noted that in the 12th century tournaments, mounted knights fought with lance, sword, and mace, while some dismounted men even used bows and pikes, blurring the line between sport and real war. The melee could last for hours, typically from morning until dusk. Knights who were unhorsed or exhausted might try to withdraw to a safe area. By the 13th century, there were often designated reset zones on the field, where a combatant could catch his breath or negotiate surrender without being attacked. If captured, a knight gave his word as a prisoner was expected to yield up his arms and pay a ransom. In some cases, a captured knight would be escorted off to a team's camp until he paid, or at least surrender his horse as surety. Enterprising fighters like William Marshall became experts at seizing horses' bridles to lead away unlucky opponents. To get a flavor of the chaos, let's recount an eyewitness anecdote from the 1170s. William Marshall's biography, a verse chronicle written by those who knew him, relates one tournament that spilled out of control into the streets of a town called Annet. Marshall and his patron, the young King Henry, found themselves pursuing a group of enemy knights right into the town's main street. In the melee of alleyways, Marshall charged Sir Simon de Neufel, grabbed the bridle of Simon's horse, and began dragging the hapless knight away as his prisoner. Sir Simon, desperate not to be taken, suddenly reached up and caught hold of a low-hanging house gutter, overhead, and literally yanked himself off his horse. The astonished Marshal galloped on, not realizing his captive had cleverly hooked himself onto a building. King Henry, following behind, saw Simon dangling from the eaves, but chose not to alert Marshall. Perhaps as a bit of a joke. Marshall trotted back to his camp, leading the riderless horse and proudly handing it to his squire, saying, "Take charge of this knight." The young king burst out laughing and quipped, "I think you'll find that you've lost him." He decided to hang around back there, suspended from a gutter. Only then did Marshall look back and see his would-be prisoner nowhere in sight, and he had roared with laughter at the trick. Fantastic little story, isn't it? It shows the unpredictability of melee combat, and certainly a human touch to the story. 1 minute a knight is a victor, leading off a captive. The next, he's holding an empty bridle and laughing at himself. Even in the thick of competition, medieval knights appreciated a good joke when fate played a hand. Of course, it wasn't all fun and games. The danger of melees was very real. While many combats ended with knights bruised or with dented armor, serious injuries and fatalities were not uncommon. Perhaps the most famous tournament fatality of the 13th century was Sir Gilbert Marshall, the Earl of Pembroke, ironically, by the way, one of William Marshall's own sons. In 1241, Gilbert took part in a tournament at Ware against King Henry III's express prohibition, and he met a quite gruesome end. Chroniclers report that he was thrown from his horse, and his foot hung up in the stirrup. The panicked horse dragged Gilbert violently across the field for a long distance, little by little inflicting mortal injuries. The Earl died from the incident, and King Henry was, understandably, quite furious, even refusing to immediately allow Gilbert's brother to inherit the title because the family had disobeyed royal orders. By attending that ill-fated tournament, Henry was, well, furious at the whole situation. Well, especially in the early melee-type tournaments, they truly walked the line between sport and slaughter. It's no wonder that the medieval church looked askance at these bloody games. Really, were they that far removed from the gladiatorial combats of ancient Rome? Sure, there were rules, but there were still fatalities. The church feared for knights' souls, of course, and their lives. In 1130, Pope Innocent II actually issued a ban on tournaments, declaring that those killed in such, quote, abominable jousts and tournaments should be denied a Christian burial. Many devout commentators argued that the only justifiable use of knightly violence was war in the service of God, not reckless mock battles for vanity and coin. Yet, despite clerical disapproval and the occasional royal bans, the tournament melee survived, and it thrived. It simply had too strong a hold on knightly culture, and everybody was just having way too much fun. Over time, however, the chaotic melee did begin to civilize itself somewhat. By the 13th century, official rules were introduced in some regions to reduce the mayhem. For example, in England, King Richard the Lionheart decided to allow tournaments, which his father had banned, by the way, but only under strict regulation. In 1194, Richard designated specific sites where tournaments could be held, and even charged entry fees based on a knight's rank. A clever little way to fill the royal coffers on the side, that's for sure. Knights had to swear to keep the peace, and not murder or pillage during the event. Later, in 1292, Edward I of England's Statute of Arms took regulation even further. Knights were forbidden from using pointed swords or lethal weapons in the lists, and striking a fallen opponent was also prohibited, not to mention bad form. Special care was taken to prevent general brawls. Only a knight's own squire could help him up if unhorsed, and any outsider who interfered would face harsh penalties. The rules aimed to tame the melee into a more gentlemanly contest, and to assure that a tournament didn't accidentally escalate into a private war. By the late Middle Ages, melees were often fought with a plaisance, blunted weapons, rather than a l'outrance to the death. This doesn't mean that they became gentle pajama parties. I suppose it was far from it. Knights could still be knocked unconscious, gashed, or have bones broken. We've certainly seen that. Fatalities still occurred, but gradually the emphasis shifted toward display and skill over just blood-drenched carnage. And the rise of the joust, a more controlled combat event, was part of this big shift, as we'll see next. But before we do leave the melee, consider its lasting appeal. For all the risks, a group melee offered a knight something that the joust did not: the thrill of open combat with tactical and team elements. Much like a real battle, it was proving ground for leadership and courage. In some periods, the melee was the feature attraction, and the joust was just a sideshow. Knights like William Marshall owed their fame to success in melees. Even in later centuries, when jousting had become all the rage, many tournaments still ended with a grand melee as a finale. The controlled chaos of 100 knights fighting in earnest, the roar of the crowd as one side began to give way, the shouts of heralds trying to stop the combat at sundown. That was the heartbeat of medieval tournament. And as a contemporary might say, it was chivalry's playground and battlefield, all in one. How about a quick little joke before we move on? You know, you don't find many people named Lance these days, but in the Middle Ages, people were named Lance a lot. Well, let's move on now to the joust. By the High Middle Ages, a new form of contest had come to rival and eventually overtake the melee in popularity, believe it or not, and that is the joust. Unlike the free-for-all melee, the joust was a single combat between two knights, fighting one-on-one with lances, and sometimes swords if the lance broke. Early on, jousts were often held on the side, either before the main melee to entertain spectators, or after as a sort of encore. But by the 14th and 15th centuries, entire tournaments were sometimes organized purely as jousting competitions, with elaborate rules and pageantry all focused on these knightly duels. But what made jousting so popular? Well, for one, it was much easier to follow. The format was simple. Two men charge at each other, and try to unhorse or strike the other. The spectacle of two armored knights clashing at full gallop was incredibly thrilling, and of course much safer to watch from a fixed arena than a roving melee. It also fit the ideals of chivalry and romantic honor that blossomed in late medieval culture. A joust framed the combat as an individual test of courage, skill, and courtly virtue, often dedicated to a lady's favor or to honor one's lord. In literature and art, the joust became the iconic image of the tournament, epitomizing chivalrous combat. But in practice, jousting could be just as fierce and rough as the melee could. But it did develop its own sophisticated rituals and equipment. By around 1300, specialized jousting armor was evolving. Heavier helmets, like the frog-mouthed helm, and reinforced breastplates designed to withstand lance impacts. Lances, for jousting, were often made to break on impact to absorb force, and by the 14th century, many had blunted tips, sometimes fitted with a coronal head, a small crown-shaped tip to prevent spearing. In some jousts, the aim was explicitly not to unhorse your foe, which could of course be very dangerous, but to score points by shattering lances on each other's shields or armor. The lists, jousting arenas, were usually enclosed by fences, and eventually a wooden barrier called a tilt down the middle became common by the 15th century to keep the charging horses separated, minimizing collisions and making jousts a lot more controlled. These innovations reflect an ongoing trend, turning violent combat into an organized sport. But, lest we think that jousting was all safe, it really wasn't. Knights certainly still risked life and limb. Being hit by a wooden lance at high speed, even a blunt one, could be like being struck by a heavy pole in a car crash. And I hope no one has to figure out what that feels like. Many knights were injured at jousting. Some were even killed, including, later on, kings. The French king Henri II's death in a joust in 1559 is one example, but that's just one outside our period. Within our time frame, one dramatic jousting injury happened to the French knight Jean de Carroget, famous from a later judicial duel in 1386. At a 1380s tournament, he took a lance blow that splintered and drove wood into his groin, causing serious injury. Now, if that's not a gruesome way to go, I don't know what is. But Carroget survived. It certainly does show the potential brutality of a joust gone wrong. And who knows if his lance was still functional afterwards. Well, yet knights and spectators alike were enchanted by the joust. Perhaps even more so because of its dangers. Whole careers were built on jousting prowess. Take the case of Ulrich von Liechtenstein, a 13th century Styrian knight who left us one of the most colourful, if perhaps exaggerated, memoirs of jousting in his book, The Service of Ladies. Ulrich was so devoted to the ideals of courtly love that he undertook what can only be described as a jousting roadshow in honour of the lady he adored. In the year 1227, Ulrich donned a costume to impersonate Lady Venus, the goddess of love, complete with lady's garb, and travelled from Venice through various towns, challenging all knights he met to joust with Frau Venus. He sent advance notices to each of the towns, announcing that the goddess of love would joust with any knight for the honour of his lady. Astonishingly, this was not just a fanciful tale. Ulrich really did ride around dressed up like a woman, distributing gold rings as prizes to any knight that managed to break a lance against him. For over a month, he paraded through Central Europe, fighting countless jousts. At one stop, a skeptical countess insisted that this mysterious Lady Venus lift the veil at Mass, upon which she and the congregation discovered Ulrich's mustached face underneath and burst into laughter. The countesses good-naturedly gave Ulrich, still dressed as Venus, a kiss of peace, despite the ruse. Certainly reveals the theatrical flair that jousts could take on, and it reminds us that medieval people could have a sense of humour. Ulrich's outlandish adventures was one extreme example, to be sure. Part love-mad escapade, part publicity stunt. But it shows that by the 13th century, jousting wasn't just training for war. It was becoming a performance, an art. Knights would go to incredible lengths to win renown in the jousts and favour of noble ladies watching. In more typical jousts, knights might wear their best heraldic attire, brightly painted shields and surcoats bearing their coat of arms, flowing crests on their helmets, sometimes fantastical papier-mâché animals or wings, and their horses draped in embroidered caparisons. They often rode out saluting the presiding nobles and ladies, perhaps displaying a lady's token, a scarf or sleeve on their arm. Before a joust began, there was quite a bit of ceremony. Heralds would announce the names and titles of opponents to the crowd. Each knight might touch the tip of his lance to a symbolic target or shout a dedication. Well, for example, they might say, "Lance to joust for the honour of Queen so-and-so," something like that. And then the trumpets would sound, and with the blast of a herald's cry, "Laissez-aller, let them go," the two would spur their horses and thunder towards each other. Now, if you didn't catch it, doesn't this sound quite similar to how a modern boxing match would go? Perhaps the old traditions carry forth. Maybe it's more like a UFC match. But the actual clash didn't go in rounds like our modern boxing. It was really over in seconds. A shattering crack as the lancers struck armour or shield, Perhaps the gasp of the crowd if a rider was unhorsed or a horse stumbled. If both kept their seats and neither was unhelmed or carried to the ground, they would wheel about, receive fresh lances, and charge again for another pass. Jousts were often decided by a scoring system, points for hits on the opponent's shield or helmet, extra points for breaking one's lance cleanly, and automatic victory if your foe was unhorsed. Some jousts, however, continued until one knight was dehorsed, or unable to continue, if the joust was à outrance, or to the uttermost. They might continue on foot with swords until one yielded. But this was more common in feud-driven duels or later pas d'armes than in friendly sporting jousts. One of the most famous jousting bouts of the 15th century exemplifies the grandeur of jousting as an international spectacle. The 1467 Smithfield tournament between the Burgundian knight Antoine, the Bastard of Burgundy, and the English champion Lord Scales, also known as Anthony Woodville, slightly less intimidating name than the Bastard of Burgundy. Well, this was a prearranged joust of peace, intended to honor the new alliance between Burgundy and England. Over several days, these two knights jousted with various weapons, lances, axes, swords, before King Edward IV and a lavish crowd. The pageantry was enormous, with each knight entering the lists accompanied by courtiers and trumpeters. Chroniclers revel in describing the brilliant armor and compliments exchanged. In one pass, Lord Scales broke several lances cleanly, demonstrating superior skill. But the Bastard of Burgundy stubbornly continued. Eventually, he suffered a heavy blow to the face that broke his visor. He was nearly skewered and had to retire with a bleeding head wound. Both claimed great honor from the encounter nonetheless, and feasting followed. The story, which is, well, way too long to recount in all of its details now, shows how by the 15th century, the joust had become a spectator sport of the highest order, a vehicle for diplomacy, personal honor, and of course entertainment. It was like a world championship of a boxing match of its day, except with a lot more armor and a few horses added in. Well, to further illustrate the joust's pageantry, consider a grand tournament held in 1390 at St. Inglevier in France, an event which actually combined the joust with the pas d'armes style, drawing participants from across all Europe. Three renowned French knights, one of whom was the famous Jean de Bossecourt, soon to be Marshal of France, issued an open challenge to all comers. They would hold the field at St. Inglevier for 30 days, jousting any knight who wished to face them. Knights from England, Germany, and elsewhere flocked to test themselves. Over 100 knights and squires reportedly took up the challenge. The French champions made elaborate preparations. They set up 3 rich vermilion tents on the field as their pavilions, each adorned with their coat of arms. Outside each pavilion hung 2 shields, one signifying a joust of peace with blunted lance, and the other a joust of war with sharp lance. Any challenger could ride up and tap the shield of his choice with a ceremonial wand, indicating which type of joust he was after. A herald at the pavilion would then record the knight's name, lineage, and homeland, and the joust would be scheduled. This shield-touching ritual was a brilliant bit of theatre and organization. It gave knights control over the risk level. Some preferred the safer, blunted contests. The bold opted for the sharp combat, and tightened the drama for spectators, as each contestant literally rang the bell for battle. Over the month, dozens upon dozens of jousts were held at St. Inglevier. Froissart, the chronicler, describes splintered lances littering the field and roaring crowds as French and English knights clashed day after day. King Charles VI of France even came in disguise to watch incognito, mingling with the onlookers. And in the end, the three French tenons, holders of the field, acquitted themselves magnificently in what became one of the greatest displays of chivalry of the age. This event had all the events that made jousting splendid: international camaraderie, chivalric theatre, heraldic pageantry, and genuine tests of arms, but fortunately, seemingly without deadly result, at least in this case. Thus, the joust evolved into the perfectly packaged chivalric sport. It was dangerous, yet usually non-lethal. It was structured, but exciting, and it allowed knights to showcase individual heroism. For noble spectators, especially ladies watching, a joust was a much more comfortable and enjoyable thing to witness, rather than the chaotic melee. And so by the 14th century, we see aristocratic women regularly attending jousts, even presiding over them by giving prizes or tokens to champions. This was a marked change from the earlier times when, as noted, women often avoided melees for safety. As one 12th century source bluntly put it, tournaments then were too violent to be viewed by women. Well, that's all good and well, until the melee bursts into your town and all of a sudden the tournament comes to you, as previously said. The presence of high-born ladies as spectators only spurred knights to greater displays of courtesy and courage. Jousting became intertwined with courtly love. Knights would declare they rode in the name of a lady, hoping to impress her with valor. One celebrated late medieval knight, Jacques de Lelang of Burgundy, travelled around Europe in the mid-15th century, issuing challenges to joust in honor of his prince and ladies. His feats and the chivalric vows he undertook were recorded admiringly by contemporaries. Jousts could also be staged as allegories. Knights might appear in costumes symbolizing virtues or classical heroes before shedding them to fight. Take this for an example. At a 15th century Burgundian banquet known as the Feast of the Pheasant in 1454, a pseudo-tournament was proposed, where knights would dress as crusading figures. Of course, the days of the Crusades were long gone at that time. Although that particular spectacle remained more pageant than joust, it reflects how theatrical and symbolic the joust could become. So, to sum it all up, the joust added precision and polish to tournament combat. It distilled the action down to just 2 men, 2 horses, and a couple of lancers, in a clash that embodied the chivalric ideal. Yet for all its formality, it retained the visceral thrill of potential disaster at every charge. This tension between ideal and reality, knights vying in noble combat, yet at risk of splintered wood and shattered bone, made the joust a centerpiece of late medieval aristocratic life. It was the sport of nobles, the grand pastime of chivalry, and it set the stage for even more elaborate martial pageants of the 14th and 15th centuries, known as the padam. Tournaments had become increasingly ceremonial, and as they did, knights and nobles with a flair for drama developed the padam, or in English, passage of arms. Now, the padam was a kind of themed tournament or chivalric stunt popular in the 14th and 15th centuries, when knights would create an imaginative scenario and challenge others to participate under the rules of that story. Think of it as a live-action role-play version of a tournament, but with real weapons and real risk. but wrapped in layers of pageantry and knightly myth. A bit of a show. In a typical padam, a knight or a group of knights called the tenants, those who hold the field, would declare that they have taken up a defensive position that they will stoutly maintain against all challengers. This position could be a bridge, a city gate, or even an imaginary castle or garden. Anything, really. Just needed to have an objective. They might give the padam a romantic name like the Pass of the Golden Tree or the Garden of Honor. They'd often send out heralds or letters to courts far and wide announcing the challenge. Any knight who passes this way must joust or fight them to gain passage in the name of knightly honor. Sounds just like the books by Mallory, doesn't it? Well, these challenges sometimes coincided with great feasts or royal occasions, ensuring a crowd of spectators and ample challengers. The organizers would establish elaborate rules, sometimes even styling themselves as characters, for example, knights pretending to be knights of the Round Table, etc. It was chivalric idealism turned into a great performance piece, yet with authentic combat at the core. Now, we already heard of one of the famous padam, the month-long joust at St. Ingilvair in 1390, which had elements of a padam, the 3 French knights holding the fields as if it were their pass to defend. But even more quintessential was the spectacular Passo Honroso, the honorable passage held at a bridge in Spain in 1434. This was one knight's extravagant gesture of love and honor. Suero de Quignone, a nobleman of Leon, was passionately in love with the lady Dona Leonor. To prove himself worthy, and perhaps earn his freedom from love's chains, Suero vowed to hold the bridge over the Orbigo River against all knights for a single month. He and 9 companions obtained permission from King Juan II of Castile and issued a challenge to all the knights of Christendom during the holy month of July, any knight journeying to Santiago de Compostela, a common pilgrimage route, who wished to cross the Orbigo must first joust Suero and his team on the bridge. The declared goal was to break 300 lances in the course of the enterprise, after which Suero's obligation to love would be considered honorably discharged. Suero dramatized his romantic suffering by wearing an iron collar around his neck every Thursday, symbolizing the chains of his affection, and he proclaimed that the only victory in this pass of honor would release him from that metaphorical bondage. The Paso Honroso at Orbigo was one of the best documented tournaments of the age. A notary named Pero Rodriguez was appointed to record every detail for posterity. And so, for 30 days, from July 10th to August the 9th, 1434, Suero and his 9 fellow defenders jousted all knights who came to the bridge. And came they did. From all over Europe, 68 in total, came to try their skill. Day after day, lances splintered on steel. The rules were clear. Each encounter would be a joust with standard arms. The padam format meant Suero's team didn't fight all at once, but rather rotated interface challenges one by one, or one after the other. The event attracted pilgrims and nobles as spectators, turning the bridge and nearby field into a month-long festival. By the end, an astonishing 166 jousting matches had been fought. Not quite the 300 lances hoped for, but certainly a tremendous number. Well, people did have to travel. It's hard to get all the way down there from England in 30 days, I suppose. Now, what about Suero? Well, he and his friends were badly bruised and injured. Imagine the accumulated damage of dozens of bouts, day after day, and no weekends either, that's for sure. One account says that on the final day, each of the defenders bore grievous wounds, yet none of the challengers had succeeded in forcing passage across the bridge. And so, the judges declared Suero de Quiñones and his men the victors, a vow fulfilled, and Suero ceremonially removed the iron collar from his neck, finally free of his romantic enslavement. In celebration, the exhausted victors then proceeded, limping, no doubt, on a pilgrimage to Santiago to give thanks, even leaving the iron collar and chain at the shrine as an offering. But there was a final, happy note. The lady for whom Suero had done all this for did agree to marry him a year later. But chivalric tales often have twists. Incredibly, 24 years later, an old adversary from the 1434 tournament, a knight who felt that he had been bested unfairly, challenged Suero to rematch and killed him in a joust. The Pass d'Orbigo, for all its idealism, literally led to a blood feud that ended in death decades later. Old grudges die hard, I suppose. Another example of in the most theatrical of tournaments could have very real consequences. Other padams were held throughout the 15th century, especially in the Burgundian realm, where chivalry was almost a civic religion. Duke Philip the Good of Burgundy famously encouraged such events. In 1443, for instance, a padam called the Pass of the Golden Tree was staged during a great feast at Lille. An elaborately made golden tree, laden with shields, stood in the banquet hall. Knights who took up the shield committed to themselves to joust or fight on foot to defend the honor of the golden tree and the lady it represented. At a signal, the company moved outside to the lists, and promised combatants were carried out before the gathered court. These padams blended masquerade, allegory, and sport. Knights might dress as pilgrims, or as figures from Arthurian legend, or even as wild men, or Moors, depending on the theme. Challenges were often couched in flowery language. For example, a knight would publish a notice saying, "Sir So-and-so and his companions will guard the path of love by the fountain of tears. Any knight who wishes to pass must prove his worth in arms." During the Burgundian padam of the Bridge of Tears in 1453, one knight famously went into the lists wearing a lady's veil around one eye, declaring he would fight half-blind until inspired to remove it by some truly worthy deed he witnessed. Though sometimes dismissed as chivalric theatrics, padams had real utility for knights. They provided opportunities for young knights to test themselves and gain renown in a relatively controlled setting. Because these events drew large audiences of nobles, a knight who excelled could catapult his reputation overnight. Padams also fostered international camaraderie. Knights from different realms would travel far to participate, creating a pan-European fellowship of chivalry. At the same time, the scripted courtesy of padams, the elaborate salutes, prearranged narratives, it helped to keep the violence contained and tempered by a good amount of mutual respect. In a way, the padams was the apotheosis of the tournament. Combat was no longer a means to an end, that is, profit or resolving disputes, but an end in itself, as a showcase of virtuoso knightly performance. So before moving on, let's remember that even in these styled events, the combat could be fierce. An impressive example At the Padams in 1386, known as the Challenge of the Barriers, the French knight Boucicaut, again the same Boucicaut as Saint Inglever, now a celebrated marshal, fought so furiously in a joust and foot combat that he defeated multiple English knights one after the other. Froissart relates how Boucicaut, despite the courteous context, aimed to prove French superiority in arms, and indeed he was lauded unbeatable that day. It shows that beneath the layers of showmanship, knights took the martial aspect very seriously. After all, honor was always on the line. So in summary, the Padams turned tournaments into a form of medieval performance art, blend of imagination and reality, events that amplified the social-cultural dimensions of the tournaments, which of course now leads us to consider what was happening around and beyond the fights themselves. While the knights fought for glory on the field, there was a whole world of activity around the tournament grounds. A medieval tournament was not just a sporting event, it was a major social festival. Part fair, part political summit, part carnival. Understanding the day-to-day happenings of a tournament helps put a human touch on the events, beyond the clash of steel. So what exactly was it like to attend or participate in a tournament, aside from the fighting? Travel and arrival. Knights would often travel long distances to join a famed tournament, and travel back then, well, it wasn't easy. They might spend weeks on the road with their retinues of squires, grooms, and pack horses laden with armor and provisions. As they arrived near the host town or castle, many knights chose to make dramatic entrances. It was pretty common for groups of knights to ride in together under the Lord's banner, as William Marshall did with his Lord's company in his youth. Some would send a squire ahead to announce their coming to the heralds. Townsfolk likely turned out to watch the parade of arrivals. It was a chance to see exotic arms and armors, and knights in all their finery. For local merchants and innkeepers, the tournament influx was a boon. They would lodge and feed many extra mouths. We even have records of towns buying up vast quantities of food and drink in preparation for the tournaments, knowing that hundreds of visitors would need meals and wine and ale. The night before the tournament, the area would be lively with campfires and tavern revelry as knights and their followers mingled. Temporary pavilions or tents sprung up around the field, serving as knights' quarters, armories, social lounges too. In fact, some knights decorated their tents with banners and painted devices to advertise their presence. You know, all the colors and finery that you see. Now, what about the opening ceremony? There had to be one of them, too. Most tournaments began with some form of ceremonial opening. Often there was a church service, a mass in the morning, where knights prayed for protection and vowed to behave honorably. Though the church was critical of tournaments, by the later Middle Ages it often participated in its blessings of the proceedings. Perhaps a pragmatic concession to this entrenched custom. If you can't beat them, join them. After Mass there might be a procession, knights on horseback circling the lists, saluting the dignitaries and ladies present. At the tournament of St. Inglever, for instance, the 3 defending knights rode out each day from their tents in a little parade with trumpeters, before taking their stations. The heralds would then formally announce the tournament's rules and the day's program, ensuring everyone, participants and spectators, knew exactly what to expect. A tournament's rules could be pretty complex. They specified the allowed weapons, how many courses of jousting, what constituted a victory, and so on. At Richard II's court in England, detailed ordinances for the tournaments were written, including how fallen knights were off limits to further attack, and how ransom should be handled, reflecting a very organized affair. A long way from the old melee days, that's for sure. Now, what about the roles of heralds? Well, heralds were effectively the referees, the masters of ceremonies, and the record keepers of the tournament. Having evolved from simple trumpeters into a professional caste, heralds by the 14th century knew all the knightly lineages and coats of arms by heart. They orchestrated the proceedings, starting bouts with trumpet signals, enforcing rules, for example, stopping a fight if a knight was disarmed or in danger of serious harm, and also adjudicating disputes. Heralds also kept track of the hits and falls to decide the winners, essentially keeping score in the jousts. But perhaps most importantly, they identified the combatants for the audience. In an age when each knight was encased in steel from head to toe, individual identity rested on the colorful coats of arms painted on the shields and surcoats. The heralds could read these symbols like modern sports commentators read jersey numbers. They would announce, "Here comes Sir Guillaume of Beaujeu, bearing argent a lion gules," and the crowd would know exactly who was who. After a day of combat, the heralds might confer to determine who had fought best. We have accounts, actually, of tournaments where heralds or appointed judges declared one knight the champion of the day. In one tournament in France, the judges decided to give an award to the worthiest, the most deserving, the one whose weapons had been used to great effect. They chose William Marshall for this honor. He was presented with a ceremonial lance or pike as a trophy. Amusingly, when the knights went to deliver this prize, they found Marshall not preening at his tent, but over at the blacksmith's forge. You see, his helmet had been smashed so badly onto his head that he needed a smith to pry it off with hammers. They literally found him with his head laid on the anvil, being freed from his battered helm. Only once he was out of his steel prison could he graciously accept his prize. Well, what about the spectators? The audience at a tournament ran the gamut from kings and queens to peasants who sneaked a view from a distant hillside. For the nobility, special stands or viewing galleries were erected. These were often decorated with tapestry and ribbons, placed at a safe vantage point where they could see the field. High-ranking ladies and lords occupied the best spots, sometimes under a canopy, with heralds or squires in attendance to explain the action. The presence of ladies in these stands was significant. Chroniclers frequently comment on the knights performing in the sight of their ladies. A knight might fight even more fiercely if he knew his beloved, or perhaps even more fiercely than that prospective love interest was watching. In many tournaments, a particular high-born lady, and being a princess or countess, was given the honor of awarding the grand prize to the victor, essentially presiding as the queen of beauty and love for the event. This prize could be a wreath of flowers, a jeweled brooch, or a fine piece of cloth, or if you were lucky, perhaps a purse of gold. For example, at the Night of the Golden Tree Padam in 1468, prizes awarded included a golden jeweled brooch presented by a noble lady to the best jouster. Common folk also attended tournaments in droves, where they were open to the public. Some royal tournaments were admittedly more exclusive. It was a day of merrymaking. Vendors would sell food, drink, trinkets. Much like at a fair, jugglers, minstrels, and dancers often performed on the sidelines or between bouts. The whole affair had an atmosphere of a festival or carnival. Games of chance might spring up. One can imagine enterprising folks placing bets on which knight would win each joust, although direct evidence of medieval betting at tournaments is pretty scant. But if we're going to take human nature as a bit of a reference, you could probably assume that it happened. For the hosting town, a tournament was a spectacle and an economic boom. For the knightly participants, it was as much as a social event as a competition. When not in the saddle, knights networked. They courted favor with the powerful, made friendships or rivalries with their peers, and basked in the limelight. A young knight hoping to attract a patron's attention would certainly want to shine at the tournament, and then mingle at the banquets afterwards. In a sense, tournaments were the networking conferences of the chivalric world. And then, of course, after the day's combats were done, usually at sunset or earlier if the schedule was filled, the revelry continued into the evening. The hosting lord would typically put on a lavish feast for all the noble guests and combatants. Picture a great hall, with trestle tables groaning under roasted meats, pies, and subtleties, sugar sculptures and decorated dishes, wine and ale flowing freely. The chronicles often mentioned celebratory drinking, in moderation ideally, since more jousting might come the next day, and you'd need to be on your game for that. Entertainment at night could include minstrel songs, poetry, or even short plays. Often there was dancing, with knights now out of armor and dressed in their finest court attire, vying to partner the ladies. This was a prime time for courtly flirtation and forging alliances. The knight who impressed on the field might receive a token of esteem from the lady during the feast. Perhaps she would send him a ribbon or her veil as a sign of favor to wear in the following day's competition. In the history of William Marshall, there was a charming scene during a tournament at Joigny. While waiting for their opponents to arrive, William Marshall and the other knights, still in their armor, passed the time by dancing with the local countess and her ladies who had come out to support them. So do imagine the scene of mail-clad knights clanking around, trying as gracefully as they could to dance a carol. It was such a rare sight that a minstrel in attendance composed a song on the spot about it, teasing Marshall to give me a good horse. Marshall good-naturedly obliged the performer. Once the combat had begun, and he unhorsed an opponent, he gifted that very horse to the bold minstrel as a reward. At some tournaments, the evening banquet included a ceremony of prize-giving. The heralds or judges would announce the tournament's standout performers. The assembly hall would applaud, and prizes would be rewarded. For instance, in one 15th century Burgundian joust, the Duke himself gave a heavy gold chain to the knight who had unhorsed the most opponents. There might also be informal honors. A lady might crown a knight as her champion with a laurel wreath. Such moments were certainly highly sought after. They conferred almost as much prestige as winning a battle in war. But keep in mind, tournaments were a very expensive thing. The lord had to cover the cost of the feasts, the prizes, and sometimes even repairs to the town if things got really out of hand. But there were also an investment in prestige, and prestige is worth more than money can buy. A successful grand tournament could put a lord's court on the map and attract the best knights to his service. King Edward III of England famously used tournaments as tools of statecraft, organizing lavishly themed events, like the Round Table Tournament of 1344 at Windsor, to solidify camaraderie among his nobles and advertise the glory of his reign. Knights themselves often spent lavishly to upgrade their armor and attire for the tournaments. One could not appear shabbily in front of the discerning eyes of peers and ladies. This spurred advances in armor craftsmanship and the textile arts, for splendid heraldic surcoats and banners. The culture of heraldry itself was greatly stimulated by tournaments. Knights needed unique and striking arms to be known in lists, and heralds compiled rolls of arms listing who appeared at which tournament. Many extant medieval rolls of arms, essentially pictorial directories of noble coats of arms, were originally created for tournament record keeping. Now we should also mention the atmosphere of camaraderie, but sometimes grudges that tournaments generated. During the fights, knights who fought honorably might develop a mutual respect. We read of opponents embracing after a particularly good joust, praising each other's skill. A knight defeated in the melee might be invited to dine at the tent of the one who captured him, after ransoming back his horse, of course. These interactions softened the edges of international or inter-family rivalries. A French and an English knight who became friends at a tournament might think twice before treating each other cruelly in wartime. In contrast, a dispute or perceived cheating at a tournament could spark feuds. The story of Suero de Quinones being killed years later by a knight he beat at Paso Honroso shows how tournament outcomes could certainly fester in the memory. Generally, though, the chivalric code urged knights to treat the tournament as separate from real enmity, an ideal space where they could compete fiercely and then make merry together afterwards, leaving those old grudges behind on the field. And so by the end of the multi-day tournament, the town would have a party-like atmosphere. Imagine the streets decorated with banners and torches, knights riding through the town with the populace cheering them on. A 15th century description of a tournament in Brussels mentioned the townsfolk singing songs about their favorite knights as they departed, and children, too, play-acting the jousts in the streets for weeks after. The legend and gossip from a big tournament would persist long after the event. Chroniclers would write chapters about it, and tales of great deeds, or perhaps amusing mishaps, as we've certainly talked about plenty of them, would spread across the courts. In this way, tournaments were certainly a key part of the medieval popular culture, as well as the aristocratic. There were stories in the making. A knight who performed brilliantly could become a local hero, or in some respects, a cross-border celebrity. And so, our tour of medieval knightly tournaments, from the wild melees of the 12th century to the staged padams of the 15th, reveal a world both familiar and alien. Familiar because we still recognize the competitive spirit, the love of spectacle, and the way sporting events can hold this deep cultural meaning. But alien because where today we have our games and our sports, medieval folk did it with armored men and war horses, risking their life for honor and applause. Of course, we still have the reenactments of the melees today. You can find them in Europe. I believe they have them in the United States as well. I think it's called Ultimate Medieval Fighting or something. It's quite entertaining. Well, as we conclude today, let's briefly recall a final human moment from the many that we discussed. I want you to picture the Knight William Marshall, late in life, now a venerable statesman, reflecting on his youth. According to a eulogy, the old marshal said that no one could untangle all the exploits he'd done in tournaments. There were so many They blurred together. But the glory he gained there carried him to the highest heights. The sentiment might be true of many nights. The tournaments were where legends could be made. And they were fun. Dangerous, yes, and sometimes deadly. Serious, but also fun. An outlet for joy in skill and camaraderie. A German knight, after a long day of jousting in the 1480s, reportedly exclaimed, "What a fine game we have played today." And one can almost imagine a grin through that visor. In the end, what happened at medieval knight tournaments? Well, the same thing that happened at sporting events today. Life happened. Young men chasing fortune and fame, or failure. Friends drinking and singing together. Enemies met with grudging respect on neutral ground. Communities celebrated. The mighty showed their splendor, and the humble could, for a moment, touch glory. Herald recorded the names, ladies bestowed their smiles, and the crowds cheered or groaned with each clash of lance on steel. It was the Super Bowl, or the World Cup of the age, with an extra dash of danger and romance thrown in. To the medieval tournament, it's a unique window into the heart of chivalry. Equal parts combat and camaraderie, ritual and revelry, honor and humility. And that's where we close. That very word, Inquisition, it conjures up a grim image. For centuries, the various Inquisitions, medieval, Spanish, Roman, Portuguese, sought to root out heresy and unbelief, with methods that struck terror across Europe and its colonies. Yet even in those dark times, there were individuals and communities who dared to question the Inquisition's power. Their acts of resistance, whether through words, deeds, or even armed revolt, often came at a terrible cost. But still, these defiant souls, from outspoken peasants and learned scholars to rebellious princes and the common folk, left their own mark on history. So that is the question. What happened when people stood up to the Inquisition? Fortunately, we have a panorama of historical episodes, spanning from medieval France all the way to colonial Mexico, in which courageous dissenters confronted the inquisitors. We'll see saints and heretics, scientists, mystics, nobles, and beggars, all testing the limits of conscience against the institution that claimed divine sanction. And through their stories, some tragic, some triumphant, I think we can gain a deeper understanding of how resistance to the Inquisition helped shape the course of a religious and intellectual freedom. And so, with all that being said, let's go back, journey through the burnings, the trials, the whispered prayers and shouted rebellions. It's a history of defiance in the face of persecution. Well, let me welcome you to the channel first, because that's always good manners, isn't it? If you are new here, or if you're yet to click the subscribe button, well, I invite you to do so. And thank you to those who are supporting on the Patreon and the YouTube memberships and those who checked out the merch store. The reason that you enjoy this entire video completely ad-free is because of their generous contributions. So consider becoming a member if you feel inclined to. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get on to our topic for today then. Nice and relaxed. And so we begin where the Inquisition begins, and that is in the 13th century. The medieval Inquisition was the papacy's response to popular heresies. In Languedoc, the southern region of France, the Cathars, also known as the Albigensians, had won many adherents of their own with their dualistic Christian teachings. Well, the church's eyebrows were certainly raised, and the answer was ferocious. It came in the form of a crusade launched in 1209, and soon after, inquisitors were dispatched to interrogate and convert, or, worst comes to worst, condemn any remaining Cathars. Of course, many of the Cathars yielded under the threat of fire, but some stood up to the inquisitors with unflinching faith. At the remote redoubt of Montsegur in 1244, over 200 Cathars chose death over recantation. They marched voluntarily onto a colossal bonfire after months of siege, choosing to do this rather than renounce their beliefs. This mass martyrdom demonstrated a form of resistance by endurance. The Cathars' steadfast refusal to surrender their creed, even when faced with certain death, was a powerful statement of spiritual defiance. But not all resistance was so passive. In medieval Germany, the papal inquisitor Conrad von Marburg became infamous for his ruthless zeal. Appointed to hunt heretics in the 1230s, Conrad spared no one. Legend says that he even condemned a noble simply for alleged satanic orgies. I don't know how they found evidence for that, but I suppose it doesn't really matter. Well, what we do know is his overreach provoked fierce anger among the local nobility. When Conrad accused the influential Count Sayn without solid proof, the backlash was swift. German bishops hesitated to convict the Count, so Conrad stormed off, only to be ambushed on the road. In 1233, a band of knights attacked and murdered Conrad von Marburg, hacking him to death alongside his assistant. This was a literal blow against the Inquisition's authority. Noblemen who felt wrong, taking justice into their own hands. As for Pope Gregory IX, he was outraged. He called Conrad a martyr for the faith and demanded his killers be punished. But nothing was going to bring Conrad back from the grave, punishment or not. As for the Germans, many of them breathed a sigh of relief. Conrad's terrifying campaign was finally over. The demise even tarnished the Inquisition's reputation locally. Contemporaries noted that the memory of Conrad's excesses, quote, turned opinion against the Inquisition for many years in German lands. In this instance, violence answered violence. The persecutor paid with his life when the accuser fought back. And around the same time period in northern Italy, an outlaw religious sect took arms in open rebellion. Fra Dolcino, a radical preacher, led the Apostolic Brethren, a movement preaching apostolic poverty and spiritual freedom. Branded heretics by the church, Dolcino and his followers retreated to the hills and defended themselves against the Crusades for many, many years. They issued defiant letters denouncing the corrupt clergy and refused to surrender. Ultimately, starvation and winter broke their resistance. In 1307, Fra Dolcino was captured and condemned. He endured a horrific execution, a day-long public torture, ending in the burning at the stake. His rebellion was crushed utterly, but his very existence showed that the Inquisition could be met with armed resistance. Unfortunately, they had to make an example of him, I suppose. The friar's fate was so notable that Dante Alighieri, writing his Divine Comedy around that time, put a warning in the mouth of a damned soul for Fra Dolcino to, quote, supply himself with food, lest hunger undo him in the siege. In other words, Dolcino's defiance had entered legend. Though brutally suppressed, the uprising exposed deep social tensions, a sign that some would rather go down fighting than submit to what they saw was unjust. One of the most striking examples of people standing up to the Inquisition, in the Middle Ages at least, is the story of Bernard de Lisieux, a Franciscan friar in Languedoc. Around 1299, de Lisieux witnessed how the Inquisitor's agents in south of France were abusing their power, locking people up randomly on flimsy accusations, and then extorting and terrifying the populace in the aftermath of the Albigensian Crusade. But Bernard would not stay silent. This courageous friar became an agitator against the inquisitors. While serving as prior of the Franciscan convent in Carcassonne, de Lisieux led a revolt to protect two men accused of heresy, who had sought sanctuary in his monastery. He rallied the townsfolk to prevent the inquisitors from arresting these alleged Cathars. In essence, a Franciscan, one of the Church's own, dared to obstruct the operations of the Dominican-led Inquisition, a bold act that could easily be deemed heresy in and of itself. But that wasn't the end of the story for Bernard. He didn't stop there. In 1300, he publicly denounced the local inquisitors' records as fraudulent, claiming they invented accusations with, quote, non-existent informants to justify arrests. His vocal criticism was so effective that the inquisitors fled Carcassonne temporarily in fear. And just imagine that scene, I suppose. The dreaded inquisitors, accustomed to instilling fear, were themselves driven out by an enraged community, led by a fearless leader. Well, of course, this was rather emboldening, so de Lisieux took his case to the higher authorities. In 1301, he traveled to appeal directly to the King of France, that's Philip IV or Philip the Fair. There, alongside a royal official ally, de Lisieux laid out how the Inquisitor of Carcassonne and even the local bishop were corrupt and tyrannical, abusing their power and endangering loyalty to the French kingdom. It was a pretty savvy argument that the Inquisition's overzealousness was a threat to public order and the crown's authority, and it certainly struck a chord with the king. King Philip, who often clashed with church power himself, took the complaints very seriously. The offending inquisitor was removed from his post, and the scandalous bishop fined and stripped of secular authority. For the first time, a secular monarch decisively sided with an anti-Inquisition campaign. Bernard de Lisieux succeeded, albeit briefly, in crippling the Inquisition's operations in Languedoc by enlisting royal intervention. However, the triumph had its limits. The Inquisition was down, but not out. By 1303, the Inquisitors attempted to reassert themselves, and de Lisieux once again stirred up the populace. When a secret agreement emerged suggesting that all residents of Carcassonne had been considered relapsed heretics liable to burning, de Lisieux preached a fiery sermon exposing this injustice. The result was an open riot. Townsfolk, inflamed by his words, rioted in Carcassonne. The royal viceroy had to step in with troops on Delicio's side, transferring prisoners from the Inquisition's dungeons to the king's jail to reduce tensions. It was an extraordinary scenario. A local uprising essentially forced the authorities to take custody away from the Inquisition, explicitly acknowledging the people's distrust of the Inquisitor's prisons. Such was the power of Bernard Delicio's advocacy. But in the end, the friars' crusade against the Inquisition met a tragic fate. The wheels of high justice turned against him once the Pope and conservative forces caught up. In 1317, Bernard Delicio was arrested by order of Pope John XXII. After enduring torture, he was put on trial by inquisitors, including the famous Bernard Guay, and charged with a litany of offenses from treason to obstructing the Inquisition. Even the church that Delicio served could not tolerate his brand of internal dissent. He ultimately confessed, under torture of course, to impeding the holy office, and was sentenced to life imprisonment in solitary confinement. Chained in a tiny cell on a diet of bread and water, the once fired-up friar died in 1320, broken by the institution that he had defied. Bernard Delicio's story is a pretty good example of how standing up to the Inquisition could yield short-term gains and inspire popular support. Yet also how formidable the Inquisition was in punishing its challengers. He managed to shake the Inquisition's hold on a region for a few years, a remarkable achievement, but he paid for this with his life. In hindsight, Delicio is sometimes hailed as a medieval champion of justice, a rare voice who spoke truth to power in an age of repression. His rebellion shows both the possibility and peril of resistance. Even a humble friar, armed with enough moral courage, could rally an entire community against tyranny. Yet ultimately, the entrenched powers of church and pope crushed the revolt. While some medieval resistors fought or rioted, others engaged in moral and intellectual resistance during their trials. The inquisitorial courtroom itself could become a stage for brave dissent. A famous early example, of course, is Joan of Arc, not tried by the Spanish or Papal Inquisition per se, but by an English-backed church court for heresy in 1431. Joan, a teenage peasant who led French armies and claimed divine guidance, found herself interrogated for her unusual claims of faith. When a panel of theologians asked if she was in God's grace, a trick question, a yes would be heresy, a no would be self-condemnation, Joan gave a pretty good answer. She said, "If I am not, may God put me there, and if I am, may God so keep me." Now this clever reply astonished the judges. One recorded that they were stupefied by her words. In that moment, this illiterate farm girl outwitted the learned inquisitors. Refusing to be caught up in this doctrinal trap. Joan's trial transcripts preserve many such bold exchanges. Under immense pressure, deprived of counsel, she mostly held firm to her visions, although she did momentarily sign an abjuration out of fear of execution. She quickly reasserted that her voices were true. Ultimately, Joan of Arc was condemned and burned at the stake. Killed but not conquered, rather, to borrow Montaigne's phrase. Indeed, a generation later, the church overturned her verdict and declared her a martyr. But her courageous testimony shows that even in an inquisitional trial, utterly stacked against the accused, the human spirit could shine through. Her voice, resolute, shrewd, and faithful, still echoes as an example of standing one's ground to the very end. Another pre-Reformation dissident who stood up during his trial was Jan Hus of Bohemia, an early church reformer influenced by Wycliffe's ideas. Hus was summoned to the Council of Constance in 1415 to answer for charges of heresy. Despite a promise of safe conduct, he was arrested and trialed by church authorities. Well, not exactly the Inquisition, but a similar process against heresy. But Hus refused to renounce his criticisms of ecclesiastical corruption and the sale of indulgences. He declared he would not betray the truth that he understood from Scripture. And as the trial progressed, Hus could see that his fate was well and truly sealed, yet he persisted in defending his conscience. In July of 1415, he was burned alive, dying while singing hymns. But Hus's story did not end in silence. His execution sparked outrage among his followers, leading to the Hussite Wars in Bohemia. For years, the Hussite rebels, composed of commoners and nobles loyal to his memory, fended off successive crusades sent by the Church and Empire. Armed with novel tactics and religious fervor, these Bohemians essentially made war on the inquisitorial impulse to stamp out their beliefs. They succeeded, to the extent that a compromise was reached. The Church allowed the Hussites to have a form of tolerated worship, communion in both kinds, in 1436. Thus, Hus's stance at Constance, although it cost him his life, ignited a popular resistance that actually forced the medieval church to negotiate and grant concessions. It's a pretty striking case, where collective defiance of inquisitorial persecution led to a measure of religious freedom, a precursor to later reformations. But of course, I'm sure you've heard of Jan Hus and Joan of Arc. But not all who defied the Inquisition were famous leaders. Some were ordinary folk whose names barely survive. The Inquisitors' registers from villages sometimes reveal humble individuals. One such figure was Domenico Scandella, known as Menocchio, a 16th century miller from Friuli in Italy. He was tried by the Roman Inquisition for his bizarre but thoughtful religious ideas formed in wide reading. During his trial, Menocchio argued theology with his interrogators unflinchingly. He told them that many church teachings were merely human inventions designed to exploit people. He even dared to say, quote, "The only sin was to harm one's neighbor." Blasphemy, he insisted, didn't truly hurt anyone except for the blasphemer. He dismissed the church's authority, claiming the clergy make their living by selling sacraments and indulgences. At one point, Menocchio burst out to the priests judging him, saying, quote, "You want to know more than God. You are like the devil. The more one thinks he knows, the less he knows." Well, as you can imagine, the Inquisitors did not like that little comment. A little bit too cheeky for them. Such audacious words in an inquisitorial trial were almost unheard of for some random peasant. After all, they were meant to be scared, shaking, frightened. But Menocchio effectively stood up to the Inquisition with ideas and words, articulating a proto-radical critique of the Church. Unfortunately, the outcome was quite grim. Initially, he was given a lenient sentence in the 1580s, perhaps because he recounted some of his opinions. But he just could not keep quiet. He relapsed into heretical talk, and he was right back there in the trial room. In 1599, he was declared an obstinate heresiarch and was executed by burning. His fate illustrates the pattern of many ordinary dissenters: a brave stand, followed by punishment. Yet thanks to detailed court records that survived, Pinocchio's spirited defense of his personal cosmology has come down to us, allowing us to marvel at this miller who was debating with monks. His story, although it ends in ashes, helps enrich our understanding of her common people's resistance. Not only princes and theologians, but even millers in remote villages could question and resist, albeit at the ultimate cost. Okay, well, we're finally here at the Spanish Inquisition, and when we turn to them, starting in 1478, by the way, the center of gravity somewhat shifts. Here was an Inquisition under royal authority, the Catholic monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella and their successors. They grew notorious for targeting conversos, that is, Jewish or Muslim converts to Christianity suspected of secret apostasy, and later Protestants and other dissenters. The Spanish Inquisition operated with formidable powers across Spain and its empire. Even so, from its very inception, were those who stood up against it. Opposition began at the highest levels of society. In the Kingdom of Aragon, many elites were of Jewish converso lineage, or at least sympathetic to them, and they resented the encroachment of the new Inquisition, which was actually seen as a Castilian import. This discontent turned violent in 1485 with the assassination of Pedro de Arbues, the Inquisitor of Aragon. Arbues was attacked while praying in the Cathedral of Zaragoza, struck down by a group of converso conspirators seeking revenge for the Inquisition's persecutions. Mortally wounded by multiple stabs, Arbues died of his injuries. The assassination of an inquisitor was a shocking event. It showed that some conversos, pushed to desperation, were willing to strike back. However, the aftermath, I'm sure you've already imagined, was quite brutal. The Inquisition used the murder as a justification to intensify the repression in Aragon. Dozens of converso prominent citizens were rounded up, tortured, and executed for their supposed complicity in the crime. In essence, the resistance in this case provoked a harsher crackdown. The Crown and Inquisition made an example of the plotters. Arbues was later canonized as a saintly martyr, and the converso community of Aragon was decimated. This pattern, an act of defiance followed by ruthless retribution, recurred in the Spanish Inquisition's history. It sends a clear message. Killing an inquisitor was not killing the Inquisition. Instead, it was just going to make them even more fanatical. Nonetheless, the very fact that high-placed conversos dared mount a conspiracy reveals the intense hatred the Inquisition had sown. It was not accepted meekly by all. From its beginning, it faced underground resistance and also resentment. But common people, too, engaged in subtler forms of resistance. In villages, neighbors sometimes warned secret Jews or Protestants to flee when the inquisitors were coming. There were instances of peasants helping suspects escape or refusing to inform on friends, despite the threat of torture. To stand silent under torture was perhaps the most heroic stance an accused person could take, effectively resisting by refusing to implicate others. For example, during the trials of the clandestine Protestants in Seville and Valladolid in the 1550s, a few brave souls like Julian Hernandez, a Bible smuggler, never betrayed his networks. He went to the stake, steadfast, clinging to his faith. Several Protestant women in Seville, accused of Lutheran heresy, likewise declined to recant. One, Maria de Borges, only in her early 20s, reportedly declared that she would gladly die for God's truth, and proceeded to the stake singing psalm verses. Such conduct, singing hymns on the way to execution, was noted with astonishment by onlookers. It was a direct affront to the Inquisition's purpose. These victims refused to give the Inquisition the satisfaction of public penitence. Instead, they turned their executions into moments of triumph in faith, as if a martyrdom rather than a punishment. While the Inquisition succeeded in silencing those individuals in flesh, it could not prevent the powerful impression such courage made on witnesses and later readers of these accounts. Interestingly, opposition to the Spanish Inquisition also emerged from within the political establishment as time went on. In the late 16th century, King Philip II attempted to use the Inquisition for political ends in Aragon against his enemy, Antonio Perez, a move that backfired spectacularly. Perez, a former royal secretary, had fled to Aragon where local law protected him. Philip induced the Inquisition to charge Perez with heresy, a pretty convenient pretext to bypass Aragonese courts. The Aragonese, fiercely proud of their religious liberties, saw this as a royal affront and rose in revolt in 1591, with mobs in Zaragoza shouting against the Inquisition's interference. They even broke into the Inquisition's jail and freed Perez. Though the revolt was suppressed by Philip's troops, it demonstrated that even devout Catholics in Aragon could turn against the Inquisition when it threatened their rights. And beyond Spain's borders, the Dutch revolt against Spanish rule, 1560s to 70s, was fueled in part by hatred of the Inquisition. The Protestant Dutch called Philip II the new Nebuchadnezzar and decried the Inquisition's bloodshed. Dutch propaganda tales, some exaggerated, about Inquisition tortures galvanized public opinion. In 1556, a league of Dutch nobles petitioned the regent to suspend the Inquisition, arguing for relief from religious persecution. Although this started as a polite request, it became somewhat of a revolution. When Spanish armies under the Duke of Alva instituted a blood council, executing hundreds of Dutch Protestants, a sort of martial law inquisition, I suppose, the Dutch resistance only hardened. Prince William of Orange, in his 1581 apology, enumerated the Inquisition's cruelties to justify Dutch independence, asserting that no people could tolerate such tyranny. In this case, standing up to the Inquisition took the form of a national liberation struggle. The Dutch not only stood up, they broke free. The northern Netherlands successfully threw off Spanish and inquisitorial rule, establishing a republic that became a haven for religious refugees, including those escaping the Inquisitions of other lands. Thus, the Spanish Inquisition inadvertently spurred the creation of one of Europe's first bastions of religious toleration, the exact opposite of what they wanted, I suppose. Well, this grand historical turn shows a bit of a paradox of repression. The more fiercely the Inquisition tried to stamp out heresy, the more unified and determined the resistance became, ultimately with time winning against the odds. I often think, I wonder what those inquisitors would think about our modern world. Good Lord. Well, within Spain itself, by the 18th century, the once dreaded tribunal was facing increasing criticism and pushback from enlightened Spaniards. Figures such as Friar Luis de Leon, a renowned 16th century scholar, had earlier hinted that defiance by maintaining his innocence and serenity during years of Inquisition in the cell, he famously resumed teaching with, "as we were saying yesterday upon release," as if the Inquisition had not broken him. By the 18th century, even some within the church and government viewed the Inquisition as an embarrassment. In 1770, the reformist monarch Charles III and his ministers curtailed the Inquisition's independence. They banned the worst torture practices and censored the censor, prohibiting the Inquisition from banning certain scientific and philosophical works that the Crown actually wanted to encourage. Finally, during the Napoleonic occupation and subsequent liberal revolts, the Spanish Inquisition was suspended and permanently abolished in 1834. Crowds in 19th century Spain reportedly celebrated the end of the tribunal, sometimes storming Inquisition buildings and liberating the last prisoners. It took centuries, but the accumulated effect of all those who had stood up, through writings, revolt, and through martyrdom, helped delegitimize the Inquisition. By the time of its abolition, even many clergy agreed with the statesman Juan Antonio Llorente, a former inquisitorial secretary turned historian, that the Inquisition had been a grievous error. In Llorente's own scathing account published in 1817, after he fled to France, he exposed the secret archives and excesses of the Spanish Inquisition, effectively turning its own record into an indictment of the system. Thus, the pen of a disillusioned insider became the final act of defiance, dismantling the Inquisition's mystique with cold fact. Well, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We still need to talk about the intellectuals in earlier times. So let's go back to Italy during the Roman Inquisition established in 1542. Well, that took a name at theologians, scientists, free thinkers, anyone's ideas who challenged the Catholic doctrine. Some of the most famous run-ins between individuals in the Inquisition are occurring in this period. These were the battles of intellect and principle, often fought in written arguments and inquisitorial hearings. Consider one case, an especially tragic one of Giordano Bruno, a brilliant and erratic philosopher-monk. Bruno had wandered through Europe for many years, promulgating daring ideas, an infinite universe with innumerable worlds, a cosmic divinity present in all things, and various unorthodox theological views. The Roman Inquisition eventually caught him and hauled him before its tribunal. For 7 grueling years, he was interrogated and pressured to recount his teachings, but he stood firm. He refused to renounce his philosophy, even as the noose tightened. On February the 8th, 1800, the Inquisition condemned him as an impenitent heretic and handed him over to secular authorities for execution. At the pronouncement of his death sentence, he delivered a quite legendary retort, turning to his judges and calmly saying, "Perhaps you pronounce this sentence with greater fear than I receive it." Those chilling words, reported by a witness, show Bruno's defiance at the final moment. He suggested that the inquisitors were more fearful in condemning him than he was in accepting his own martyrdom. After this last act of rebellion, Bruno was led to Campo de Fioro in Rome. The Inquisition, in a final indignity, had his tongue gagged to prevent any further speech. And then they burned him alive. Bruno's steadfastness, refusing to abjure even under threat of the stake, made him a martyr for freedom of thought in the eyes of the later generations. At the time, it was a stark warning that the Roman Inquisition would show no mercy to those who persisted in unorthodox beliefs. But Bruno's death also became one of the black marks that gradually undermined the moral authority of the Inquisition. But no account of intellectual resistance to the Inquisition is complete without Galileo Galilei, the astronomer whose name is virtually synonymous with the clash between science and church. Well, Galileo's story is a little more nuanced, for he initially tried to work within the system. In 1610, he publicized his telescope discoveries supporting Copernicus's sun-centered astronomy. The idea of the Earth orbiting the sun was controversial and evidently deemed vehement suspect of heresy. Well, Galileo did not openly defy the 1616 decree. Instead, he bided his time. But as an intellectual, he was internally standing up for truth. He wrote a masterful treatise, The Dialogue on the Two Chief World Systems, in 1632, which defended heliocentrism, indirectly through a clever fictional debate. This was Galileo's way of challenging the Inquisition's ban without overtly breaking it. A calculated, brave gambit to advance science. The Roman Inquisition, however, saw through the ruse. Galileo was summoned to Rome and put on trial in 1633. At nearly 70 years old, threatened with torture, Galileo capitulated outwardly. He kneeled and recanted the Copernican doctrine, declaring he abjured, cursed, and detested the idea of a moving earth. According to popular legend, after rising from his knees, he muttered, "Eppur si muove," and yet it moves, indicating his true belief that the earth does move indeed. Whether or not he actually said those words, the story is apocryphal, but they encapsulate the reality that Galileo's submission was only skin deep. He indeed obeyed the Inquisition's order and lived, spending his remaining years under house arrest. But his scientific findings could not be undone by a forced recantation. His writings were copied and smuggled abroad to the Protestant North, beyond the Inquisition's reach, where they influenced other thinkers. In effect, Galileo found a way to stand up to the Inquisition's censorship by ensuring that his ideas survived. Though he did not embrace martyrdom like Bruno, Galileo's fate, humiliation instead of execution, still showed the heavy hand of the Inquisition against intellectual freedom. It also demonstrated the different forms of resistance that can be taken. For Galileo, quiet persistence and dissemination of truth, even while formally bowing to authority, was a form of defiance that paid off in the long run. By the 18th century, the Church itself tacitly admitted Galileo had been right about the cosmos, rescinding the ban on heliocentric books. His saga remains a pretty classic example of an individual challenging orthodoxy, and through a mix of courage and pragmatism ultimately prevailing, scientifically perhaps, if not personally. Other scholars and philosophers subjected to the Roman Inquisition likewise resisted in their own ways. Tommaso Campanella, a Dominican friar in Italy, was imprisoned for 27 years for heresy and sedition. He reportedly faked insanity under torture to avoid execution, a psychological form of resistance that perhaps saved his life. Despite his incarceration, Campanella continued to write daring works, like the utopian work City of the Sun. Inquisitors could lock up his body, but not quench his intellect. Eventually he was released and even championed by the Pope, a rare, happy turnabout. Another case, Paolo Sarpi, a Venetian scholar and statesman, took on the Inquisition not in a trial but print. In Venice, the Inquisition's influence was curtailed by the proud Republic. Sarpi defended Venice's rights against papal interference and wrote scathing critiques of church policies, including a history of church councils that challenged papal supremacy. Rome, of course, viewed Sarpi as an enemy. An assassination attempt left him scarred by knife wounds. But as he recovered, Sarpi famously quipped, "Agnosco stylum curiae." I recognized the stylus of the Roman curia, comparing the dagger strokes to pen strokes of a papal edict. Sarpi survived and kept writing. His life shows a subtle battle, a Catholic cleric using reason and law to fight the Inquisition's reach, embodying the incipient Enlightenment skepticism within a Catholic context. Meanwhile, in the wider world of print, the Roman Inquisition's index of forbidden books was another arena of resistance. Authors and printers stood up by circulating banned books in secret. This passive cultural resistance sapped the Inquisition's effectiveness over time. Each prohibited book smuggled under the nose of the Inquisition was a quiet victory for intellectual freedom. And by the 18th century, even high-ranking churchmen and royals were reading banned French philosophical works, rendering the index something of a paper tiger. Knowledge ultimately outmaneuvered repression, a testament to the countless unnamed individuals who risked penalties to possess or distribute a heretical book. Every secret personal library of contraband literature was a small little act of rebellion that collectively weakened the control over thought. Well, let's turn our attention away from the Spanish Inquisition in our next section, and we can talk about the Portuguese Inquisition. They don't talk about that one too often, but it's quite interesting. It was established in 1536. It paralleled Spain's Inquisition, but of course it had its own theaters of operation, including the overseas colonies in Brazil, Africa, and Asia, notably Goa in India. But just as in Spain, many victims were new Christians or converted Jews, and they too found ways to resist or escape. A prominent pattern of resistance here was simply running away, a tried and tested strategy. Whole families of conversos fled Portugal to places where the Inquisition had no power. For instance, Uriel de Costa, born into a converso family, decided to revert openly to Judaism. Rather than await punishment in Portugal, he fled to Amsterdam in the Dutch Republic, where he could live pretty much unharmed. Uriel de Costa's story took a tragic turn. He clashed with the Jewish community's doctrines and felt caught between two inquisitions, the Catholic and a figurative rabbinic one, thrown to the wolves by what he thought were his own people. But the fact remains that many people like him voted with their feet, depriving the Inquisition of its prey. By escaping to more tolerant regions, perhaps Ottoman Turkey, or the Netherlands, some parts of Italy, these conversos denied the Inquisition their conviction. This was resistance through self-removal. They created flourishing ex-converso communities abroad, from which they sometimes spoke out against inquisitorial Spain and Portugal. Some published polemics describing persecution of Jews in Iberia, adding to the growing chorus of criticism from Protestant and enlightened Catholics alike. But not everyone could flee. Some chose to fight from within. One of the most remarkable opponents of the Portuguese Inquisition was Father Antonio Vieira, a 17th century Jesuit priest. Vieira was a celebrated preacher and a confidant of King John IV. He became an outspoken critic of the Inquisition's harsh treatment of the new Christians and argued that persecuting valuable citizens was morally wrong, and further that economically foolish. He used the pulpit and court influence to advocate for the conversos, urging the king to implement reforms. But the Inquisition struck back. In 1663 they arrested and charged Vieira with heretical propositions, partly for his slightly mystical writings, but underlyingly for his challenge to their authority. Vieira didn't take it lying down. He defended himself vigorously during the trial, producing learned arguments and refusing to confess to any wrongdoing. After years of detention, he managed to secure release. Pressure from the royal court and even the Pope helped resolve the case in his favor. Though silenced for a time, Vieira eventually saw a kind of victory. By 1773, about a century after his efforts began, Portugal granted a general pardon to descendants of new Christians, as the Inquisition's power continued to wane. Vieira's confrontation with the Holy Office demonstrated an insider's resistance, a devout Catholic fighting the excesses of the system, using persuasion and legal defense. His survival and rehabilitation were unusual. It showed that by the 17th century, the Inquisition could not so easily destroy a man esteemed for his eloquence and royal allies. I suppose, in a sense, Vieira beat them at their own game, navigating the Church's hierarchy to outlast his pursuers. But what about out in the colonies? Well, in the New World, the Inquisition often faced logistical limits and cultural challenges. In Spanish America and Portuguese India, standing up to the Inquisition took unique forms. For indigenous people newly Christianized, resistance sometimes meant persisting in their ancestral beliefs and sacred rites, despite the risk of punishment. In Peru, for example, native Andeans continued covert worship of their traditional gods, while outwardly attending Mass, a quiet, everyday defiance of the inquisitors who sought to extirpate idolatry. Occasionally, it flared into open revolt. The Pueblo Revolt of 1680 in New Mexico against Spanish rule was partly provoked by suppression of indigenous religion. The Pueblo leaders targeted missionaries, though technically the Spanish Inquisition itself did not operate in New Mexico. The spirit of resistance to forced Catholicism was akin to resisting an Inquisition. In Goa, the center of the Portuguese Inquisition in Asia, Hindu and Muslim communities suffered demands to abandon their customs. Many Brahmins and traders simply left Goa for neighboring Indian states when the pressure became too great, thereby undermining the colony's prosperity, a form of economic resistance that made even some colonial officials question the Inquisition's zeal. Within Goa, some Christian converts defied the Inquisition by continuing to observe caste rules and Hindu festivals quietly. One striking colonial case of individual defiance is that of Luis de Carvajal the Younger, a new Christian in 16th century Mexico. Carvajal was a secret Jew who, along with his family, secretly practiced Judaism under the very nose of the Mexican Inquisition. When arrested, Luis initially feigned repentance and was released, but he couldn't resist continuing to observe his forbidden faith. Rearrested and imprisoned, he managed to write a clandestine memoir in jail, signing it with his Jewish name, Joseph Lombroso, and exhorting his remaining family to keep the faith. Even as the Inquisition prepared to execute him, Carvajal found solace in asserting his true identity on paper. In 1596 he was burned at the stake in Mexico City, along with several other family members, all refusing to recant their Judaism. Their ashes mingled with those of others, but their words and steadfastness lived on to inspire later conversos. Meanwhile, the Inquisition in the New World sometimes clashed with colonial authorities who had different priorities. For example, in the 17th century, the Mexican Inquisition pursued an Irish man named William Lamport, who had plotted an uprising against Spanish rule. Lamport was not your typical heretic. He was charged with sedition and also practicing astrology and reading forbidden books. The Inquisition kept him jailed for years. In 1650, Lamport daringly escaped from his cell one Christmas Eve, and instead of fleeing the country, he took to the streets of Mexico to paste up manifestos in the city denouncing the Inquisition and proclaiming a new order of liberty. A pretty bold move, effectively a one-man protest in the capital plaza. It didn't last too long. He was quickly recaptured, and his audacious broadsides earned him a death sentence. At his auto da fe in 1659, legend says that he managed to strangle himself on the stake with ropes, or was perhaps mercifully strangled by a friend so that he died before the flames consumed him. To the Mexican populace, he became a folk hero, later embellished into the figure of El Zorro in popular myth. William Lamport's story is remarkable because he directly attacked the Inquisition in print and attempted to incite the public. Though he perished, the rebellious proclamations calling out the inquisitors by name and accusing them of tyranny were a clarion call that echoed throughout New Spain. And so, by the 18th and 19th centuries, the once all-powerful Inquisitions were well and truly in decline, thanks in no small part to the cumulative effort of the people standing up to them over generations. The Enlightenment brought out a philosophical onslaught against the idea of persecution for belief. Writers like Voltaire relished condemning the Inquisition. His novel, Candide, savagely satirized a Portuguese auto da fe. In Catholic countries, enlightened monarchs took measures to curb or abolish the tribunals. Emperor Joseph II in Habsburg lands, for instance, prohibited the Inquisition in Lombardy and other territories that he controlled. The Grand Duchy of Tuscany, under Leopold II, outright abolished torture and the death penalty for heresy, effectively nullifying the Inquisition there. In 1774, the Pope himself suppressed the Jesuit-run Inquisition in the Duchy of Parma after the enlightened duchy expelled the inquisitors. In Portugal, the powerful minister, Marques de Pombal, expelled the Jesuits and reformed the Inquisition drastically after 1755, even staging a public auto da fe in 1761, not to punish heretics, but to disgrace the Inquisition itself for a miscarriage of justice. Pombal then banned autos da fe entirely in 1774. These top-down actions were essentially political figures standing up to the Inquisition in the name of modernity and state power. The Italian rulers who curtailed the Inquisition did so not purely from humanitarian toleration, but to assert the supremacy of secular law over church courts. Nonetheless, their actions aligned with goals long sought by critics to end the terror of the inquisitorial persecution. And finally, events came full circle in Spain in 1820. After a brief suppression during the Napoleonic era, the Inquisition was re-established by Ferdinand VII. But Spanish liberals, inspired by constitutional ideas, rose up in revolution. In Madrid, a populous crowd in 1820 stormed the Inquisition's building. According to eyewitness accounts, they freed the remaining prisoners and symbolically burned the Inquisition's records and furniture, as if they were exorcising a demon. Though this was a short-lived episode, the Inquisition was reinstated again before being permanently abolished in 1834. It was a dramatic popular repudiation of the Holy Office. By the time Queen Isabella II signed the decree of final abolition in 1834, the Inquisition was a moribund relic, widely seen as incompatible with this new age of liberty. Looking back, one can trace a direct line from the lonely heretic facing his judges to the throngs of citizens dismantling the Inquisition's edifice. Each individual who stood up, whether by a witty retort or steadfast silence under torture, a secret book, or even an armed rebellion, all of them had contributed a brick to the eventual edifice of religious toleration and freedom of thought. As the enlightened former Inquisitor Sebastian Castellio wrote in the 16th century, condemning the execution of heretics, to kill a man is not to defend a doctrine, but to kill a man we do not prove our faith by burning a person, but by dying for that faith. Words penned in the shadow of the Inquisition, resonating as a moral verdict on the entire enterprise of persecution. In the end, they could not extinguish all their opponents. Truth, dignity, and human conscience proved to be much more resilient. Many who defied the Inquisition perished, but in their very defeat they often triumphed in the long run, as Montaigne suggested, by inspiring others and exposing injustice. And that's the end of our time together today, unless you feel like watching another video, which I'm sure that's all up to you. Well, I'd like to thank the top-tier patrons who keep everything ad-free, keep everything running. And it's Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Gary, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfitnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuronerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Stark Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Talvery, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, and Gugu Bubonic. Thank you so much. And yes, as I said, that's it from me today. Hope you enjoyed it. As always, everyone, have a good think about what we learned together today. What did you take away from it? Certainly quite a risk to stand up to the Inquisition. A lot at stake. At stake. Maybe we shouldn't use the word stake. Anyway, as always, lots of love to you all. Good night. See you next time.